another beautiful early morning. It's another morning, unless you're Eric, and then it's I guess it's like 2, 3 a.m. Is that morning? I
Yeah,
guess
it's morning. It's
4
morning.
a.m.
It's morning.
He
It's
did say he was
early morning.
waking up at 11 p.m. So yeah, it's morning.
Yeah,
For Raul, maybe it's not morning, but
that is
Raul
true. That is
probably.
true.
I don't know what Raul's sleep schedule is looking like, but it's what, like 4 p.m. over there, 5 p.m. over there. I don't know.
Something like that.
Anyways, we're back, nerdy, excited for day two. Some great matches coming up today. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I'm feeling great. I'm feeling more awake than yesterday because I actually have I kind of fixed my sleep schedule, if that makes sense, for after yesterday. So I'm more awake,
That's
and
good.
we've now gotten to the top 12. So I feel like
Mm-hmm.
it's like the quality of gameplay is only going to go up.
Exactly. It's the point of the bracket. Best players make it forward. And we have four new faces today, Nerdy, if we want to throw it over to the bracket and see. Ral, Oxy, Beef Salad, and Silver are four 5 through 8 seeds. All picked who they wanted to play. Ral got first pick and chose Eric. Very interesting, considering Eric 3-0'd Automat, who's played in every playoffs. Eric hasn't played in a single playoffs. Eric didn't even like he obviously got top four in LCQ, but he didn't win. Shimon won LCQ by over 10 points while starting with 0. So Eric, not a dominating performance in LCQ, has to play Automat 3-0, and Raul says that's who I want to play. What do you think about that decision?
Yeah, I mean, I think it really comes down to just tournament experience, probably. I mean, Raul choosing the person probably of the four with the least experience, from what I understand. I mean, Danny's played in every single playoff. Pseudo we saw
Mm-hmm.
last season, and of course, you are someone who's played a tournament or two. Maybe you're a little bit of a scary pick to choose, but I feel like I don't think it's. I mean, you have to choose you know the easiest of four very hard opponents in your
That's
mind.
fair.
So
That's fair.
it's not necessarily an easy call.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. And then Oxy picked Danny. Oxy did her pick asynchronously and said that Oxy said she wanted to pick the winner of Venfi versus Danny, no matter what. Didn't matter who won. They just wanted
Ah.
to pick that match. So that's a statement. And then she said if Raul picked the winner, she wanted to play me. So that was an
Oh,
interesting thing in the bag. But
oh,
Oxy playing Danny and Oxy Danny Nerdy. It's very interesting. It's gonna be the fourth time we've seen this matchup in a playoffs. The fourth time in 6 seasons that these two runners have played each other in playoffs. I don't know if anyone else has even played 3 times against another person. It's probably even only been a
yeah.
handful that have played twice.
I think it's
Oxy
gone
and
both
Danny.
ways too. I don't remember exactly, but I'm pretty
Danny
sure it's gone both ways.
Danny is winning the series 2-1, but Oxy
Okay.
won the most recent encounter.
Ooh, there we go. Yeah, that sounds right to me. That sounds right.
Yeah. I think they met in season 5 and Oxy won, but in season 1 and 2, or like 1 and 3 or something, Danny won both of them.
So some
One
history,
of
a bit of a
which,
rivalry there.
yeah. And then Beef Salad with a choice between me and Tudor Rule. I tried to convince Beef Salad to pick me. I didn't want to play Silver. It didn't work though. Beef Salad chose Tudor Rule, and Silver was stuck with me. So those are our last two picks, not the final two matches of the day. It's interesting too. Everyone who played yesterday is playing at the same time today. So it's like maybe a little bit of a buff for the round one players, like the mental consistency. They won a game yesterday, and now they're playing another game today at the same time. So it's the same result? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be an exciting match for sure. I mean, Beef Salad, we've seen, I believe, get third place in season 4, if I recall. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
and Tudor Rule also another bit of came through the LCQ, so very exciting stuff. Has some experience there, but also has played in previous ranked playoffs before. So definitely a bit of a bit of a good match there once again.
Yeah, all of these matches today will be great. 3 players from the LCQ moving on from yesterday. Danny and Tudo, players we've seen in playoffs before. Eric, potentially the player here who has the most work to do to make a name for himself in the playoff scene. I mean, a tough talk from me specifically too, but we'll see. But we got Raul and Eric coming up first. to see if Eric can make a statement against Ral. What are your predictions for this upcoming match in particular?
I mean, personally, I'm gonna go with Ral just because he has the tournament experience. I think
Okay,
he's gonna
okay.
take it. I'm gonna say 3-1 Ral. I think Eric's gonna take back a seed, and then Ral's gonna finish off the series 3-1. That's my guess.
Yeah, I mean, no, I don't know. I think it's gonna be a great series. I think Eric is a player that can be exceptionally fast at times, like just incredible mechanics with some task overlapping on micro, some incredible zero cycles we've seen him attempt. And sometimes that consistency isn't there versus Ral, I think very, very consistent player, doesn't necessarily maybe have the best like average completions when you look at like the big like S tier, like triple S, like S plus, like low key dude. When you're comparing to those averages, Ral isn't there, but he's in that conversation with those players still because of his raw consistency and his like ability to make the right decision in almost every seed. So I think Eric might be able to take a seed or two off of just raw speed, but I think over the course of the best of five, Ral is going to have that consistency, have that ability to make no mistakes, and hopefully, as a Ral fan, come out on top. That's my prediction. A little biased. We'll see. 10:44 average time, sub 7 rank time. I think there's 6 of those ever.
Wow,
Maybe only 5. So that's
that's
very
very
impressive.
impressive.
hmm
Win
But he
loss versus
is
opponent.
2
Oh
and
yeah, look at
3.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there you go. I mean, that's definitely a little bit concerning for Ral fans. I mean, losing 60% of your games against your opponent. I mean, only 5 games, but still, that is somewhat. It shows that this could go in the LCQ qualifiers. Players' favor.
Yeah. I mean, his win rate over the entire season only at 56%. I know Ral engaged in some elo slingshotting last season, so these numbers could be a little bit inaccurate from his true potential, but the 2 to 3 against opponent does speak volumes. Although, like you said, low sample size, so truly anything can happen. Let's see what Eric brings to the table again. We saw this yesterday, but just to look again, a 30-second slower ranked average time, but that best ranked time is right up there as well, 7:02, and the
Former
3-2
top
win
10 in
loss.
RSG. That's Hey, listen, I can actually say that too, Feinberg. I can join in on that one
I can
specifically.
say that too. I can say that too.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Me, you, and Eric all have that in common. Ninth
And
fastest
it's
ranked run
been
is very impressive.
years apart for all of us. 100%. You
That's
got the
not the
early.
time frame here. We don't need to bring up the time frame, okay? Listen, that's not relevant, okay? But listen, December 2020, okay? I was
What did you peak though? Was it like 5th or 3rd?
sixth.
6th. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. No, it's okay. It's okay. No, I'm glad
That's like
you
less.
got the ballpark.
It's less sad than 2nd though. Like 2nd's depressing, but
Top 10 twice.
6th is
Curryway
like
is
whatever.
correct. Oh man, Curryway is correct here actually. Yeah. Anyways.
Yeah.
But yeah, best
Golden
let's see.
carrots. Golden carrots in the bastion. That's all I'm saying. Golden carrots in the bastion.
True,
It was a
true.
legendary
That's a good
moment.
moment.
Legendary,
That is a
legendary
legendary
moment.
moment. Absolutely.
Yeah.
The ninth fastest ranked run also is that's
Yeah, so if
impressive to me. I guess
702
yeah,
is ninth, then
702.
maybe there's like 8 sub sevens or something. Then I thought it was like 5 or 6. I could be wrong. People are fast nowadays.
That's
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 good.
fantastic. Um,
That's very good.
and then apparently the Johnny upgrade gun percent world record. I've never heard of this, but that's cool, man.
I don't know if it's a Minecraft thing, but
I don't know
that's
either.
okay. Let's throw it over. Bam. Just about to say seed averages, seed completions. So, interesting here. Ral's got a 48% win rate on Room Portal. That's under 50%, obviously. But his average time is 40 seconds faster than Eric's. And from the stats, it looks like it's Eric's potentially best seed type.
Yeah, I mean these numbers here. Let's see. I'm just trying to see the difference here. I mean, I like I said yesterday. I like looking at the win percentage differences. So we got 6% in favor of Ralph for the first. We got 4% in favor of Eric for the second. We got 5% in favor of Ralph for the third. We got 3% in favor for Ralph for the village, and we've got oh wow, yeah, like you mentioned that ruined portal is just 14% in favor of Eric. So I don't know. I mean, I expect we see an RP ban here for Rao. That's what
Yeah.
I expect. And then I expect we see probably oh man, I mean, if we really want to go off these numbers, I feel like we would see a BT ban from Eric, and then we'd play Shipwreck, Desert Temple, and Village, which I guess on average, yeah, would be favoring Ral, but obviously these numbers are it's a little bit hard to judge exactly what's going on.
Yeah, I think the room portal numbers are the only one that's like very swingy, but it's swingy again in both ways. Like Ral has a very significant worse win rate, but a again very significant better average time. So what does that really
Yeah.
say numbers wise? I think the players probably are just going to pick ban off of vibes, and let's see if we have those available for our match today. Yeah, no, room portal on the table in the first three seeds, a desert temple and a village ban. So both runners not opting to play these sort of AA style overworlds where you got to find your flint, you got to find your food, you have to find your enter. We're going to be playing ocean and room portal. So potentially some magma ravine incidents in these first three seeds. We'll have
Yeah,
to
and
see.
yeah, and like you mentioned, Buried Treasure was one that favored Raoul, I think the most, if I recall, just from what I was just talking about a second ago. So RP, though we're gonna see played, 100%, and that favors Eric. So at least going off of those numbers, it favors Eric. So this is interesting. I was expecting to see neither of those seed types, but I guess alas, here we are.
Yeah, I mean, pretty ocean heavy. Again, one of those overworlds has a lot of potential to, set an early mental tone for the match compared to against something like maybe Room Portal where the enter's right there or Village if there's a lava pool right there. But I mean, we've seen so many different things happen in so many overworlds already just yesterday. So it's truly impossible to tell until we get into the match, which I'm ready for whenever.
Me as well. Yeah, I mean, I'm ready to see some amazing Minecraft.
I think the most interesting seed picks to me are like game 4 and 5 when they get there, like what the loser's gonna pick when they can pick from anything, especially the banned ones or like repeat seeds. That's what's most interesting. But some of the normal picks are interesting as well. Here we go.
Absolutely.
Game
Let's do
one, day
this.
two. Ral, Eric, two Titans on the battlefield. Let's see.
I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm
Can they
so
find the
ready.
BT? How are they gonna do this without a map? Do you mind explaining that to?
Yeah, I mean, as you can see here, they find the spike, and it looks like both of them get baited into the wrong spike, but they're using this pie chart, of course, to
That
find
actually
a
wasn't
beautiful
a
buried
bait.
treasure.
They were mining one block to swim
What?
in the one deep water
Oh,
to get down
my
and
bad.
get
My bad.
water swimming. It's okay. It's
That's a fantastic
okay.
catch. I mean, I
Eric
I
did.
didn't even
I
realize.
was confused for a little bit. I was like, "There's no way Eric thinks Ralph
Yeah,
thinks the spikes on the gravel," but they were using it to crawl.
yeah, that makes
A little bit
that
of
that's
tech
a
there.
very clever little usage there. You can see we get a diamond pick there, so potentially not needing as much obby during this seed. We have Iron Axe Craft, which is always nice. I'm a big fan, as we've mentioned many times, Feinberg. I'm a big fan of the Iron Axe.
Yeah. Look at this too. Eric finds a couple gravel from his TNT spot there, which really shouldn't matter too much. Gravel at the bottom of all of these oceans, but does have the flint, so maybe a little cleaner going down to this ravine. But the pace is so close.
I don't know. I mean, I feel like both
No,
of
yeah,
them.
I thought he got flint. I guess
Is
he
this?
didn't.
It looks like it is good. I was gonna say that. I don't know. For some reason, this seed really doesn't look like a ranked seed somehow to me. It just looks like,
I mean, they did spawn like in a swamp.
yeah, yeah. There's something about it. It's just like I think the ocean looks very small to me or something. But regardless, here we go. Ral going to be digging through, finding the bastion
Oh,
through this little
beautiful
hole. Will
terrain.
Eric be able to find the same terrain?
Eric
I
doesn't
don't
go
think
through this
so.
hole here, but he goes out,
And
finds
that's
it. That's a little bit of terrain time loss potentially. But this upper terrain might actually be better for Eric here. Look at the way
yeah. I was
he's
just gonna
getting to this
say.
chalice. I mean, Ral has blocks, so it's okay.
Oh, no, I think it's back in favor of Ral. Maybe I don't know. It's so close. I mean, this is different, slightly different routes here, but very very similar paces
So
as
close.
Ral
And there's the
lights the
TNT coming
TNT.
out. Have
Grabs
to
it from
dodge
behind it.
the gold blocks falling off. It's very possible, but both runners grab it.
Very good
That'd be
usage
good to
of
happen in
TNT.
playoffs. Gold just falls into lava, like the
That
4% chance or whatever it is.
that would be like a brutal RNG diff between the runners if they did the same thing and then one of them had it. Here we go. We now have, of course, Donkey Kong route here coming out for Both
Ooh,
runners
a
here.
little scary for Ral here
Oh,
with this
man,
Hoglin,
yeah.
but he's making it work. Definitely not the standard way to build that bridge, but he gets it done. The piglins will be able to get up there. It's just a little scary, but he didn't die. That's the important part.
And there is the triple there as Ral gets all of the piglins in there in his little trading hole. Looks like he got a solid amount. Didn't catch quite how many Eric got, but maybe a few less, but now aggroing some more to
Yeah,
get
I mean,
into this
Eric
hole.
did just start the trades a little earlier, though, because no Hoglin mishap. So
Right, right.
he's trading a little faster. They're both trading at the same spot. It does, like you said, though, come down to pig count, and that's something that's not very apparent a lot of the time from just watching, you know? And we did see Eric lose pace and almost lose the game to Automat yesterday from pig
Yeah.
count on a bridge specifically, too.
Here we go. Ral trading some more gold there. Meanwhile, Eric trying to see if he's gotten any trades. Doesn't look like anything too exciting yet. I mean, he has 20 obby, but not too many pearls. So the runners, I guess, just pace locked by pearls for now. And also
Yeah.
potentially explosives if you, yeah, there's some more string for Eric. Eric just kind of waiting here, trying to
Raul's
see
got
if he can
pearls,
get
though.
more.
Raul's got 17.
Oh,
That's still not
interesting.
a lot, though. Raul now 28. Should be ready to leave. And he does. Pearling's
Yeah,
triggered. He's
and
gone.
there's the pearls for Eric. And I think that just came to pig count was the main
Yeah,
difference there,
Eric did start the trades earlier, but I think if he's just missing, maybe 1, 2 pigs,
right?
gets to leave a little slower. But look at this. Raul has to repyrate for the fort. Will Eric as well. No visibility here. Yes,
Yeah.
he is. It's disciplined play from both runners here, Nody, but it's a very rare sight to see, especially on such an open nether like this. Where are the nether bricks located?
And there we have it.
It's just the weirdest like terrain overhang here. And like as you can see, this is where the bulk of the fort is just fully buried in this terrain. So seemed to be only 8, 10 chunks away, but wasn't visible for either player.
And there we
Oh.
have, was that
Rouse
yeah,
spotted
the
both spawners, in
blaze
fact,
spawner.
actually. He was trying to determine where he's going. Maybe we'll see him pearl to the other one here, but it doesn't look like it.
Ral getting the blaze bed ready now. Going to be getting this all good to go. Meanwhile, Eric looking for the spawner still, trying to find it. There he does. He
Finds it.
does indeed find it. Maybe, 10 or so seconds behind Ral at this point. Ral, looking strong here so far in this seed.
Yeah, maybe like 20 even, in terms of just time getting
Yeah.
to the spawner. And Eric is at a different spawner than Ral, which should be standardized the same way, but the blaze bed and the terrain outside could be a little different. So could be slight variation on the blazes that spawn here, but should be very similar in spawner quality. It's just that, Ral showed up first. He should be leaving first, barring any crazy accidents.
And yeah, it looks like a little bit more open here for Ral, which maybe is slightly more convenient to be able to build this portal, for example.
He's got 4 rods,
Ral
some blazes on the way as well. Yeah, it's beautiful.
now measuring his eye using the boat once again. And you see the measurement here. Let's see what the stronghold distance is. It looks like 1,500.
Yeah, and it's a 1 eye as well, so he doesn't need to waste time 30 second.
Meanwhile, Eric now going to be measuring as well. Raul
Yeah.
just trying to see, how many more rods he has. I think he just has 2 more
Yeah,
to
he
get.
needs 2 more, maybe
Oh,
only
no,
1 more at this
maybe,
point, yeah.
yeah, maybe just 1.
And that's the rod.
And he's gone.
He's gonna have to fight for this terrain. He had 32 gold left over, I did notice, but I think there's no sticks for gold picks potentially, but he's found some better terrain. He's got 4 beds and 2 anchors. So it's good enough for a sizable amount of zeros. And I think it's going to be interesting too. I mean, Raul's already so ahead here, but Eric's spawner potentially has worse terrain. But he is going to be fighting out to the same area that Raul was.
Yeah, Raul just
Just,
searching for the terrain here. There he does manage to find some there. Digs into some lava, which slows him down a bit, but luckily he does have fire res, so it doesn't take any damage or anything like that. Digging down now at quartz. And again, like just ahead by, maybe 20 or so seconds from
Yeah.
Eric. I mean, just very, very consistently, just a little bit faster on everything than Eric. It seems like I'm curious to look at the splits here, but now we have, of course, the stronghold could be the difference between these runners. And there's still
He's
lots that
in.
could go wrong for Raul.
Looks like a good spike, but oh, barely not in starter there. But he gets that spike more accurately down mid now. But how do we get there? Stronghold blocking him off. Can't go that
Actually,
way at all from mid, actually.
can he go through this path here? I think so, because it looks like it was cut off by the other path was cut off
Is
by
it
it.
going to curve there?
I think
And
so.
it's like,
Yeah.
it starts to be deep here in the stronghold.
Oh, I don't
So
know
is this
though.
actually the
Yeah.
routing, or is it, is it from the right potentially? And Eric is now in. And Eric's going to send a different way here.
Oh man. Does he see a different spike? I didn't catch that, but it looks like maybe. He's going to. Oh no, but he finds a library.
Oh,
Now
Raul.
Raul
There it
going a
is. Yeah,
different way
right
from.
off of
Man,
his
there it is.
spawn. And Eric got the spike this way, just committed a little bit differently on the 5-way. So Raul's going to be in first.
And Raul hit the 0 now. Looks like he has a solid amount of explosives. We got a back dragon.
But he's got no health to pearl twice. He can only pearl once here. This is scary. Opting to not hunger reset on 9.5. And that pearl's 82. So we're going to have to go for a side setup here. And he's just going to fully bail.
And I think this is going to give Eric the chance.
Yeah, it's possible, right? Eric's got 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 6 beds, 2 anchors, and he's got health to pearl 3 times.
Can Eric hit the 0 and close out this seed? And he has the health because he did the hunger reset.
Very possible. It's back 94. It's very easy to get here. He's on the setup. It's netherrack, but shouldn't be a big deal.
Let's see this first bet here. That looks very solid. Very solid indeed. I mean, this should be a clean 0 for Eric.
Yeah, I think he's got so many explosives. Yeah, 2 more beds.
Oh, it looks a little low there on the dragon, but he
Yeah,
does manage
5
to get it
plus
off.
1, and it's over.
Wow.
Eric takes seed 1. It's crazy.
Absolutely incredible stuff there from Eric. Able to close out the seed.
As Raul gets a perch, too. It's just too late.
Yeah. Too little, too late, unfortunately, for Raul. Just didn't have the health for the 0.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very interesting decision to make, right? And it's something that you can go back and forth on decision making for so long, right? Like Raul choosing to enter the end 9.5 hearts, no food, down on hunger, right? That means you can throw 2 pearls, you're on 4.5. That's enough for every 0. But if you have to throw more than 2 pearls, you can't do it. So if it's back tower, if it's caged at all, you can't get it done. But maybe Raul, feels pressured, right? Because he sees, like, he eye spies, messes up the nav for a bit, finds it again, realizes in his head as he's running there, oh my God, this was right here off of starter. Eric just eye spied. He could be in the portal room right now. So you might just be thinking, I need to go. And that 10 seconds that you spend hunger resetting to give yourself some security on a back 0 or a cage 0, that might lose you the game if it's a front 0 and Eric's right there. So it's just that mental feeling of having to try to go as fast as physically possible ends up losing Raul the game as Eric gets the hunger reset off, hits the back 0, wins the seed.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. I mean, this is what we were saying though. I mean, just if you looked at those splits, I mean, just Raul was consistently just gaining a little bit of time and a little bit of time and a little bit of time. On Eric just was faster, but just unable to commit to that 0. I mean, I think the decision, I guess, by Eric to hunger reset in the portal room is really what it came down to.
Yeah, and I honestly do wonder that if Raul was playing with advancements off or opponent progress off, if he would have made the same play, or if Eric was not in the stronghold, if he would have made the same play. I do truly wonder, and it's going to be impossible to know. Maybe if he wins, we ask in a post-match interview. But it's such a weird play that if you're playing for consistency, you always hunger reset there. But there's such an argument, and it's such a valid argument to be made. Why is that?
That's just
No, it's okay. It's fine. It's okay. There's such an argument to be made about the fact that you have to beat specifically your opponent and not just, finish the seed in a set amount of time. You're beating your opponent. And in that situation, knowing that the portal room was 3 rooms away from where he eye spied, knowing that Eric's been in the stronghold for 15, 20 seconds. It's very realistic he was there. You know, it's so weird. Some seeds, right? Like if that's just a front tower, Ral wins. You know, if it's front cage or front 94 instead, Ral wins. I mean, obviously assuming
But
he doesn't
is
choke
that
the
setting
zero,
yourself?
but
But I feel like that's setting yourself up for a what
it's like a 50-50 kind of, a little less, right? Because if it's caged, you basically can't get there either.
I was thinking of the 1 and 8 as well. Wait, is 1 and 8, does
One and
that
eight
count
you
as a
can
back dragon?
1 and 8 you could 2 pearl front. Like it's nice to have 3, but
Wait,
if you whip
what
your
is the
first one,
distribution? Is it seven? Is it
yeah,
five
it's
16ths?
7 and 8 for it to be diagonal, 1 and 8 for it to be straight, and then that's just split 50-50 front back. So it's a 7 and 16 for it to be front diagonal, 7 and 16 for it to be back diagonal, and then 1 and 16 for it to be the other two
I see. I was
on
just
any random
curious.
seed. That's okay.
That makes sense though. We
Rune
have a
portal.
rune portal. Wow, that's like the aura pick here from Raul. I have to be honest. That is, he had the lower win rate by like a substantial amount, but he doesn't care. He doesn't care. He's just picking it. He's down a seed, doesn't care. Doesn't matter. It's just what a Giga Chad play in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, you have to play them all anyways in the first 3 seeds, no matter what. And Rune Portal's fast. Ral was faster on a majority of the seed too, as splits wise as well, right? Just like you said, slowly gaining time every split, like Bastion a little bit of time, Fortress a little bit of time, and it just unfortunately crumbled in the end. But if he can keep that momentum up and just clean up the end game a little bit, we'll see.
And so what is I want to just have every single time there's an RP in ranked. I want to
Mm-hmm.
know what is the world record here in specifically
Wow.
in
Wow.
playoffs.
In playoffs,
Yeah, it
seed
was Hacks, I think, had like a sub 7 or something.
that was in mid-season though. Or
Oh, you
was
might
it
be
in
right.
bracket?
Do we count that?
Maybe it was in bracket. I don't know. I'm kind of stupid. This is so lovely. Eric, unfortunately, big mistake right out the gate. 2 gold blocks gets 4 stone. Significant time loss in this early game overworld here. Not only because you have to get the 4 stone in the first place, but stone axe is just slower than gold axe here. Ral, a lot of tempo from that gold.
Let's see here. Raul just able to get lots of blocks. Eric, meanwhile, already has the blocks, going to be going for some cows and whatnot. Looks like I didn't even notice this, but it looks like Eric's also playing left-handed. What are your thoughts on that? Does that ever change anything, in your opinion?
I don't think so in Minecraft. I was playing Valorant the other day. I was trying to hold an angle. Abyss, mid, CT, holding from the left side of mid, looking down the hallway where Breakable is, and my gun model was in the way of the right side T attacker, and I wish I was playing left-handed. So I think it matters in Valorant. If you play Valorant, you can envision that scenario in your head. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
I feel like
So I wish
I feel like I
I
know
wish
this.
I was playing left-handed in Valorant yesterday for that exact situation only. If you're there mentally, you're there mentally. But in Minecraft,
Minecraft.
you're not really ever in that situation. It doesn't matter at all.
Yeah. I uh I enjoy it. I enjoy it. We're all throwing away the shears. Now going just for the standard piglin route. Lots of piglins on him, but he looks like he's handling this pretty well. Does also have those a little bit extra gold, I think, after crafting those gold tools. Remaining from that, he's now going to just do the standard piglin route. Going to be throwing some gold,
Yeah.
aggroing some piglins. I like this stuff.
I mean, Rao's just ahead here by a lot, and it all comes down to the overworld. And
Yeah,
I can't ever think, I don't ever agree with Eric's play here. I think the argument, right, is that you're saving 4 gold for potential trades. But I
sure.
think the 4 gold over losing 20 seconds. Like, let's see.
Right.
Like, Ral is at the other rampart, 233. Let's see when
Okay.
Eric
Yeah.
gets to the other rampart, probably around 253. I just, the 20 seconds for 4 gold ingots, I don't think it's ever worth it. I think it's
No,
you're
I think
willing
I
to
agree.
take that
Do you think it's
2% chance
possible?
that
Do
you're
you think it's
losing
possible
the
you didn't
seed.
think about that? Do you think it's possible that you just like completely spaced on the idea of the gold?
$251.
I feel like there's no way.
I don't know.
I
It's
feel
an
like it
18
wasn't an
second
active
time
decision.
loss. Yeah. I don't know. Like, Curryway said it's an active decision. Curryway being Eric's coach-ish. Like, I don't agree with it. 18 seconds for 4 gold ingots. There, like, again, there are seeds where it does matter. Like, there are seeds where those last 4 trades, like, do matter and get you extra pearls. Ray is laughing that I said ish. Like, they're not. He's not getting paid or like paying or whatever. I don't know. It's like he is his coach, but it's not like a full-time thing. Dude. Okay, laugh at me, bro. Okay, laugh at me. Like, it's fine. It's okay. No, laugh at me. It's
Ral
fine.
crafting the iron sword just to annoy Feinberg specifically is
No,
the
laugh
goal
at
of
me.
that play there.
No, Ralph said he does Iron Sword Bow as a line now. And he said I was talking to him about it the other day. He said he crafts Iron Sword Bow, because bow has a little bit more utility than crossbow in terms of like ability to double bed potentially twice, instead of once in 0 cycles. And then Iron Sword is slightly faster, killing blazes sometimes. The downside is that you're spending more time crafting stuff, obviously, so it could slow down your run in that sense if it's not overlapped well. And bow does cost 3 strings, so it could be a break point when it comes to getting an extra bed. But I asked Ral, he said he'd craft the bow regardless. If he like between like 6 or 7 beds, like he would craft the bow and do 6 beds. So it's very
Actually,
interesting.
I will say for what it's worth. Normally, I kind of like I don't mind this usage of specifically the sword of like for strays and you double crit. I think that is just faster.
No, there's some
I don't
merit,
know.
right? You charge the axe crit, you switch to the sword. It does save just a little bit of time because that sword hit is going to kill because the axe crit does like 13 or something. So you
Right.
don't need another axe crit. Like you can just do a normal axe hit, but you can do a sword crit and it's faster. So it is just faster to
Yeah,
kill the blazes like that. Um,
like that was good. I like this.
it's
I feel like
just
I normally see people just use
yeah.
the sword, and there's so much KB, especially when you dig out the spawner. I don't know. I've just always
Yeah,
been a
no,
hater.
the dual wield is correct. It just requires a lot more thinking with your hotbar, a lot more thinking with how you're hitting the blazes. Like you need to be way more. Oh,
Oh, oh,
oh,
that's awkward. That's awkward though for Ral.
oh, that's
Lots of
terribly
guys.
bad and awkward. That's horrendous
How much time loss
on
is this?
something that is potentially not entirely his fault. Wow.
I didn't even see how he aggroed him.
The zombie piglin got in the boat that he used to boat eye, and
Wow.
he had to break the boat and punch the
Right,
zombie
right. Yeah, yeah,
piglin.
yeah. That makes sense. Meanwhile, Eric here grabbing
Eye
the
breaks. I
high
mean,
breaks.
Rao's still a little ahead here. And if this
That
place
was some
drops,
big
he's
time
still going to
enough
be
though.
able to leave faster. Oh, there's a rod on the ground already. He's gone. There he goes. Zombie Piglin not going to mess him up enough. Wow, 0. Right on chords
Bam.
with that Nimbot F3C. And he's
Building the
there.
portal
2
here.
beautiful pearls. And he's there. Eric needs 1 more rod. Ral significantly ahead now because of these blaze cycles. Strays, whatever you may call it.
Ral here likes the spike behind him. Gonna be seeing if he can find the portal room here.
It
Looks
was a
like
great pure spike.
potentially
He
sees it.
hears it maybe. He's looking. Yeah, in
Yeah,
the
nice
ravine. That's
find.
good awareness. 6.5 hearts. Is he going to enter? No, eating 1 pork chop to heal
Nice.
just a
I
bit.
like this play.
And has 1 more as well. So not going to get burned on health. Eric
Learns
not
from his
even in the
mistakes.
stronghold. So Round knows he has time. But potentially not a ton. And it's a front tower. Needed this last seed, but it's here for him now. Should be able to easily close this out.
Let's see what Ral can do.
And
Let's
the
check this
discipline
first bed.
to push 99 as well off those pearls.
First bed looks solid. Second bed maybe a little low. I don't know.
That's
Third
beautiful.
gets the double. Absolutely fantastic stuff there. And able to get the 5th bed in there. Fantastic stuff from Ral as he
And these
closes
have been
out this
some
seed.
fast completions. 731, 730, 732 room portal
Yeah.
completion. And you were talking about what's the fastest room portal completion or completion in general in playoffs. This might be up here. 732. Apparently Eric portal room blinded, but it's too late to matter.
Wow.
That's a
Fantastic
bit
stuff.
silly.
I was gonna say, I thought when I was watching Eric build the portal that he looked like he was building it like slightly off.
A little wrong, yeah.
And then I was thinking about mentioning that, but then Ra was like in the end, so I was focused on that. But then apparently, yeah, I guess Raul, that slightly off just was in the portal room. That's awesome. Here we go. You can see Raul just honestly doing great. I mean, really, like you can see the split there that I mean, obviously found strongholds a little bit weird, but I think the big difference there was just the fact that in found stronghold and entered the end was just the fact that Eric was in the, you know, literally blinded on accident into the portal room. So that's going to make it a lot faster. But, regardless, Raul did have that little bit of the piglin incident is the one thing that I can think of this
Yeah,
seed that
but
he
it
played
didn't
wrong.
mess him up, right? Enter Fortress to Found Stronghold. That's a 30-second time benefit to Ral there. And I mean, a lot of that's definitely probably due to strays. But, dude, my biggest gripe about this whole seed is the Stone Axe play because I just don't
Right.
agree with it at all. Because not only like is Eric entering 16 seconds slower, and I know a couple people in chat and I wasn't fully watching it, could have been a little bit due to like animal killing, mob walking RNG or whatever. It just doesn't set the right mental tone for the match. Knowing you're entering the Nether 16 seconds slower than Rao, like how do you get yourself in the mindset of I can save 16 seconds if he plays perfectly? Because most seeds you just might not be able to. Like
Yeah.
taking that much of a time loss that early, I just don't think is correct. I don't know. That's in my
Yeah.
head, but the seed's obviously way more complicated than that.
Definitely a close seed, though. I mean, entering the fortress within 10 seconds of each other, and was
Yeah.
definitely able to catch up sometime. But I feel like the thing is, Raul just didn't really slow down, just took that advantage that he had and was able to close out the seed. We have 1-1.
Yeah. And I mean, 1-1 close so far. Isn't this the only this is the only 1-1, right? Yesterday was all starting 2-0s, I think.
I believe that might be correct. Yeah.
Unless Tutor Rule, I don't even remember who Tutor Rule played yesterday. It's too early. I can't do it. I can't do it. Because I know Shimon won game 3 against me.
Uh,
Who did Tutor Rule even play? Budgie. Tutor
yeah,
Rule played
Mr.
Budgie,
Budgie.
right?
Yeah.
Was it 1-1 after the first two? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I'm sorry.
You were locked in practicing.
I was. That is actually true. I was locked in practicing. I had it open on my third monitor. And I was running some casual rooms with Silver. I don't think Silver's gonna want to do casual rooms with me today though, before a match. Maybe he will. I'm down. Just run some casuals, get freaking whopped, and then have to play in bracket.
I think me and Dave. I was distracted. Me and Dave were just yapping about Bloodborne, so that was good. But so I was distracted. That's my excuse.
That's okay. But we are just waiting on Fulham to be ready with the clips with the sauce for the analysis segment. So we're doing our yapping while we wait for that, but we just got the go ahead. So we're gonna send over to Fulham for the first match analysis of the day. I'll be back here in the booth in just a few minutes.
Awesome. Fantastic. Welcome back to the second day of Season 6 playoffs, everyone. Hope you guys are excited for your round 2 matches. 7 Raul versus Eric, first matchup of the day. And I've tried to maybe do a few less clips and take a slightly broader overview of what's going on and try and analyze a few small clips in a little bit more detail. I wanted to really start off with this clip here, which is these two runners on the first seed entering the Nether. And I just want to notice here exactly how Raul analyzes this situation, focusing mostly on Raul's screen at first. He F5s, looks around, notices not a lot of terrain is going his way. There is the option potentially for him to path up this way and check the above terrain, but instead he notices that going directly forward and through this wall could be optimal. And as he goes and checks this, of course, he's able to determine that there actually is a gap, which is beautiful, able for him to run straight through and find the bastion. Now let's focus on Eric's screen for just a second. And as soon as he enters into the Nether, he scans, locates the bastion's direction, but then decides instantly, without even looking, almost like Raul has taken time to think about the decision do I go this way? Let me have a look around. Where's the best terrain? Is it better for me to go up here and round, or should I try and go straight through? That's kind of what's gone through Raul's head for maybe 3 seconds here. That's literally all that the difference is. However, if we look on the side of Eric, Eric scans, locates the direction, and instantly decides that his best option is this way, to go up the terrain, around, and try and find higher ground. Now, by the end of the clip, both of these runners are at the chalice at the same time. So it made very, very minuscule difference. Bear in mind, Eric entered the nether roughly 3 seconds after, and then was at the chalice probably roughly 3 seconds after as well. So this terrain decision actually didn't make much of a difference, but I thought that it actually highlighted something quite interesting, which is something that maybe wasn't a huge thing in previous playoff seasons, whereby Raul is taking his time to look around and maybe scan the surroundings to maybe better terrain, better nav management. However, Eric has located the bastion and instantly makes the decision. So he makes this decision a lot faster than his opponent, just locking straight in. Whether it's the right decision or the wrong decision, that's yet to be seen, but it does feel like Eric's decision-making is very sharp at the moment. Just locks in, makes the choice, whether it's right or wrong. And in this case, it made very little difference. But I wanted to, kind of take a note of that, because it was quite interesting to see the difference in terrain and how that maybe makes the players think. Now, for the rest of that seed, it was pretty tight, but with some very good nav and after a good spike to find the portal room, Eric was able to close out a very, very comfortable 0 cycle. Quite a tall tower, 94, but was able to make a top setup with decent time to spare. Had pretty much a whole rotation left. And with 6 explosives, 6 beds and 2 anchors, was able to comfortably 6-bed this dragon. And get seed 1 under his belt. Eric's first playoffs, remember. Eric's first playoffs versus Raul, who has played in, I believe, every single playoffs. And now let's talk about that decision-making one more time. Now, of course, Feinberg already alluded to this with the fact that Eric, in seed number 2, has decided to go for stone tools, which is quite important. Stone axe, stone shovel. Breaking the stone underground, which added extra time when there was already 2 gold blocks in here for, 18 ingots. And also 1 gold block up here to total into 27 potential ingots before even going to the bastion. Now, if we're taking 4 away from this to get to 23, I think we're still comfortable with all of our trades. I think it's very comfortable to be able to use a gold axe and gold shovel in the overworld. However, that is a decision that Eric has made, and he made it once again quite quickly. But I do think this time it may have been the wrong decision. Equally, another thing to note was the fact that Eric's kind of gone this way to grab some trees and come back out for our animals. Whereas for Raul, he's gone this way for trees and gone deeper and found pigs. Now, pigs obviously slightly faster to kill. They run around a lot less. They've got a much slower pathing. As we're going to see in this clip, it does take a little bit of added time for Eric to have to kill this cow here. And then also goes for sheep. Whereas Raul, I believe, gets a tiny bit more food in this seed and is able to play a little bit more confidently. Now, of course, the rest of the seed was a very impactful thing, but being 20 seconds behind when entering the nether definitely put Eric at a disadvantage here. Although he caught up a majority of that time in the bastion, leaving at very similar times, I think that Raul played the fortress ever so slightly better, even with the slight fumble, which did mean that he had to use some of that extra food that he got. Notice that the piglin hops in his boat as he's already mining it. He already gets a hit on the boat because you can see it start to wobble here, meaning he hits the boat and he is spam clicking that boat to try and get it down in time. Unfortunately, Zombie Pig jumps straight in, and it does prevent him from traveling. Obviously, having to kill this guy, killing a few others as well, a few strays knocking around, having to knock these guys off. I think 1 or 2 go through the portal when he comes back in. It wasn't the cleanest, and it does lose him around about 15 seconds, but he was still able to have enough of an advantage that by the time he got to the end, he was able to hit a very clean 0 on a comfortable tower, playing it really well, pushed to 99. just a very nice 0, able to eat in time because he had a rotation to spare. And as Feinberg was speaking about, has the bow prepped because he feels more comfortable with the bow and has a little bit more utility, as he's already spoken about. I think it's a really smart play, and I like that decision just being made. Again, that's one of those decisions that Raul doesn't have to think about. However, it seems like Raul's thinking a little bit more logically when looking at the seeds so far, and I really like that. I do think that Raul maybe had that issue in a few previous ranked playoffs, whereby the decision-making could have been an impacting factor. However, hopefully, the seeds still are as close as they've been so far. 1-1 so far. Best of 5. Who's going to take it, Raul or Eric? I'm going to send you guys back over to Nerdy and Feinberg right now. And I will see you if there is a seed 5.
I mean, I think we're going to go to a game 5. That's my hope.
Ooh,
We've seen a
okay.
big back and forth between the runners, and I think Eric's keeping it very close, even in the seeds. I mean, obviously, he won 1 seed, was behind for most of it, but even in the second seed as well, kept it pretty close. Was in the end when Raul beat the game. So I think Eric just cleans up a couple of mistakes. Maybe he has to benefit from Raul making a couple mental mishaps as well, like we saw in seed 1, and we could go to a game 5. It's very possible.
No, I like that theory. I will say, like, I like 2 things here. I like 2 things going on here, Feinberg. So the
All
first
right.
thing I like is that we saw Raul lose the first match, right? And arguably, fully his fault. He messed up the 0, or not, hunger resetting for the 0. But then we saw specifically something here where Raul was able to come back and get a 732, right? Like, despite the fact that he loses the first match, has the mental fortitude to push through and get a very commanding lead on this second seed, right? And
Yeah.
specifically win it. But here's the other thing I like. This is the second thing. So Raul able to bounce back from that. But the thing I like from Eric's side is that despite having just lost a match, I saw Eric in chat making a joke, something about the pig that Raul punched. Some joke about it, Despite the fact that he just lost, right? He was able to have the he has the mental where I feel like he's ready to go for the next. It's not a big deal, brush it aside. It's just another seed, And so I feel like both runners here showcasing good mentals here, and that's what I like to see.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you got to do at the end of the day. There's still Minecraft seeds to play. You can't let yourself get too beat up over 1 loss, 1 mistake. It's a best of 5 at the end of the day. Both runners still very much in it. And we're going to see if they can keep it together on the Shipwreck seed 4, seed 3. Here we go.
And 3, 2, 1, and we are into the seed here as both runners here immediately spot the Shipwreck, swimming out to it, and as we mentioned yesterday, probably just going to swim right back.
Yeah, I mean, the tree's right here. It's good as well to be on top of the island, be above the water to look for any kelp that may be appearing. Start to think about your macro level game plan for how you're playing the overworld. If you're mining wood in the ship, you don't get a chance to do that. And all this vision here that Raul's trying to get, Eric's trying to get as well, the double F5.
12 iron, so I'm guessing we're going to get shears. I'm guessing we're going to get a just no shovel. I think that's what we're going to get. All iron tools except for the shovel is what my prediction is from these runners. As
I hope they make a
start
wood
their
shovel.
craft.
We saw Danny make a stone shovel yesterday in the
Yeah,
portal, and I
yeah.
didn't really agree with that.
Lots of shears being crafted throughout these seeds nowadays. I feel like it's not new meta or anything like that, but it is good to see. I am a big fan of shearing stuff because I don't know. I just feel like having the blocks is just so nice. I mean, it really is just such a huge time save. Definitely
Yeah, I mean,
better
blocks
than
are so important. The meta has been shifted that way in the last year or two. Just any block can save you so much time movement-wise, and some seeds you just need a lot of blocks to even get to the bastion or do the route, right? Like a bridge DK route takes a significant amount of blocks versus, like a stables gap route isn't going to be that crazy. Eric struggling with this portal though.
yeah. No,
So
got here a lot
Raul,
faster, but Raul just has the better portal.
yeah, he has to do gravel grinding
Has
here
to
though,
do
so
full
Eric's
gravel,
still
yeah.
going to be a little ahead, but not as much as I think he'd like.
Yeah, I think just losing some time to that portal. And there's, wow, speaking of rune portals, or portals in general. There's a rune portal in the nether. Not going to be getting the gold, I guess. I don't even know if there are gold in that specific one, but
Gold
meanwhile, we've
blocks?
got,
Not sure.
yeah, I don't know. Is this the stables, I think?
Ooh, Ralph forced in here.
Yeah,
That could
not
be
great there.
pretty bad for the overall pace of the run. Hoglin as well, but he's able to deal
No.
with it. This is a very interesting stable seed. There's no triple here, so the route is going to be just sort of middle to gap here with no triple
And
chest.
there's
And
the
Eric
good
is,
gap.
yeah, Eric's pretty significantly ahead here. Just didn't stumble on that first triple route. Unfortunately,
Right.
aggroed too many piglins. But he
Ooh.
handles that really well.
Digging out some gold here. Getting these piglins. Meanwhile, Eric just, yeah, like you said, just maybe 15 or so seconds ahead. Something like that. I don't know.
Yeah.
But definitely good stuff here. Very back and forth between these runners' pace so far.
Fortress only 9 chunks away as well, so shouldn't be able to gain or lose too much time finding that split or finding that
Oh, and
fort in
interesting.
that split.
That was, I have not seen that that boat usage there before by in stables. So that was very
Oh,
interesting
getting
to
up
watch.
to the backup blocks? Sure, yeah.
Yeah, specifically from that angle. That was a good. I like that a lot. That seems
Yeah.
speedy to me.
Something that a lot of runners do, but Eric actually did something different this seed, and there's a spot sort of off to the right a little bit where you can dig just 2 blocks and get up there without having to sort of build up and then break the blocks that you built up. So it's a weird micro that I think most people have kind of determined it doesn't really matter, at least not yet, in terms of routing, but it seems to be a personal preference at least. We'll see. Eric's got
14
20
obby
obby.
here, 25 obby for Ralph. So actually, oh wait, no, that's 22 for. Excuse me, that's 22 for Eric. I must have been looking at something else.
Yeah.
And it looks like Eric's just gonna be purling out here now.
Yeah, not
Ready
even
to
a
go.
purling. He's just gone off his trades, got the obby, so pretty ahead.
Yeah, and let's see here. It looks like he's very ahead here. Unless
Yeah, I
Ral
mean,
is
Ral
losing
gets
now.
a 2, and he's gonna be leaving, the same exact way. So gonna be hopefully heading to the same spawner, but Eric's been loading this, and Eric gets 2 strays to help him out here as well.
Good stuff there from Ral. Able to. I feel like this is the first time we've really seen Eric take like a somewhat significant lead there. Unfortunately, his boat breaks there. Hopefully, that won't be an issue if he needs to craft it for boat eye. Meanwhile,
Yeah.
Ral here does get to the fortress on 2
Yeah.
and 3.5 hearts. Okay, so he's looking okay.
And Raul's
But,
actually played both spawners at this point as well. These runners enter the fort at different spawners and then have both went to the second spawner, so they've swapped positions now.
Very nice.
I think, yeah, I think Raul's second spawner is slightly better. There's some lava on this one for Eric, so he's trying to block it off to prevent some of that light from blocking spawns, but those blocks are going to block some spawns potentially.
Yep.
And these rates aren't great. Eric's still only at 2 rods after killing both spawner cycles, a lot of strays. So could be bad for Eric in the long run. It's really truly unclear as well. I mean, even the potential for different strongholds as well. I mean, these runners are only, maybe 30, 40 blocks away in the nether, but that's enough to
9
get 2 different
explosives.
strongholds.
9 explosives is very nice here for Ral. Didn't catch how many exactly Eric had, but I'm sure he has quite a few as well. Looks like
Eric's
similar
got 7.
quantity.
And Eric's actually going to make... Oh, he's making another boat. That's a big Thomas, right? Because the boat break needs to mine a tree. Barely dodges that eye going into the tree as well. But he gets it. It's 700. And for Ral, it's 800. So it should be the same stronghold. Just maybe slightly different ways to get there.
Yeah, just I guess those different spawners just giving you slightly different positions. We've got just the last few rods here for Eric before he's out. Same situation
still
here
needs
for
2
Ral.
more though, I think. I don't know who's ahead on the blazes, right? Because Ral's had 3. That's Ral's 4th rod. And his 5th, I think.
And he's done.
No,
Ral's,
and his 6th.
good to go.
That cycle means he's done. Wow.
Yeah.
So Eric hitting the fort first by 15, 20 seconds, and that's a 1 spawn off this spawner, so he still can't leave.
It looks like maybe that lava just really messing him up, but Ral's dead.
I don't know what
I didn't
happened.
even see what happened. I didn't even see what happened.
The fire res was gone. Everything burned. He has to
That
full. He has
is
to full
brutal.
reset the seed. Oh,
That
and he's
is
so
brutal.
ahead too. He doesn't know it, but Eric needs to wait on another spawner cycle here for just one rod.
Wow. The fire res just
I think
runs out.
the fire res was out, or it was potentially fall damage from the lava being just one block deep.
Oh.
Is what people in chat are saying. That potentially looked at the situation a little closer.
Yeah, I just didn't see. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
I was literally just watching Eric here, but Eric building out, now trying to place his portal, and he's going to be good to go.
Yeah, gonna be eye spying here, sub 8, and gets a pure spike there.
Looking now
Can
to
we
see what he
find
can
the right
do.
way to go? That's a weird wormhole. I don't know what's happening. There it is.
There it is. Now, surely he clutches out the 0 and doesn't force Rel to play through more of the seed.
Yeah.
Let's see here. He's got lots of explosives. This should be an easy 0 to hit.
Yeah, front 88. This is, potentially even one of the first zeros that every player learns. Gets to
Let's see it.
99.
And this should
Should
be a
be,
2-1
yeah.
lead for Eric. I mean, Ral did play very well until that mistake, I will say. Like, Eric's decision the spawner, I think, was really what caused that lava and
Yeah,
whatnot.
and I don't know if that's necessarily like a play that you can think about in advance, right? Just kind of like you don't really know that lava's there before it happens.
Right.
But it did punish Eric a lot, but ends up not mattering. Eric takes seed 3, another sub 10, almost a sub 9.
Yeah. Very good stuff. I mean, but even Varel played well until that one mistake. Like played very, very well until that one mistake. Like that one mistake obviously cost the seed, but if you're Ral here, you have to recognize like I'm playing well today. That was a one-off like outlier mistake, and if I just keep playing the way I've been playing, on average, hopefully I'll win the next 2 seeds. But nonetheless, Eric also just having that consistency, able to once again, I mean, behind in the seed but able to, through the consistency, it seems like, able to take the victory there. So good stuff from Eric. I wonder, Feinberg, do you think we're seeing a C5? Or is Eric
I
going to take it?
still hope so. Like, looking at the splits too, Rao lost 13 seconds in the Bastion, and I think that can be fully attributed to having to go down on that first single, getting hit by the Piglin, having to route just a little more awkwardly to start the trades. But, enter the fort, blinded, exactly the same pace, and Rao's just overall fort play was better. Now, how much of that was player skill, how much of that was RNG, impossible to say, but unfortunately died heading to second portal chords. But that 0 is something that Ral would hit 99 times out of 100. Any runner in these playoffs would hit 99 times out of 100. So if he can keep that mental in check, I think it's very, very likely that we could see a seed 5.
Absolutely, and we have a Desert Temple pick here from Ral next. I think you like that. I think I like it from the perspective of picking what the other person banned. I think is generally I like that, but regardless, this is a good AA seed also potentially, Feinberg.
Yeah, I like Desert Temples. There's a lot of room to be ahead or behind in the overworld because of it, right? And it's just it causes some variance. Maybe Ral's comfortable on the Desert Temples. Obviously there's a reason Eric banned it, so we'll see. I'm ready to get into the gameplay. I don't know.
Absolutely.
Love the Desert Temple Siege. Just a lot of variation in how you get food, how you get flint, where the routing is for trees, how much food you enter with. A lot of thought to be had in the resources you're getting compared to something like a buried treasure, a shipwreck seed. So we'll see.
And here we go. Getting into this seed here, we have. I don't even see it. There it is. For some reason, I didn't see the temple for a second.
It's okay.
I guess
There's
they
some
are
cows.
fairly well camouflaged in my defense there, you know. They are fairly well camouflaged.
They
But
do.
we
They
have
blend in with the sand.
yes, but we have both runners digging out the middle stone or sandstone here. Now blowing up the TNT. 10 iron, very
Yeah,
nice.
and there's flint at the bottom of this as well. So both these runners going to be, or there's gravel, I should say. So both these runners going to be blowing up the flint. Oh, and Ral actually doesn't get the TNT off for a little bit.
Yeah,
I think
there's a
there's
creeper,
maybe even
unfortunately.
another creeper.
No, this is just
2
unfortunate
hearts.
stuff, but-
Wow. Yeah,
oh.
that's just there's a lot happening here for Ral. It's just going to be some time loss in this overworld and some food loss. Just unfortunate.
Absolutely. As meanwhile, Eric just, you know, trying to see if he can find a good opportunity here. It looks like choosing these trees gonna
Yeah,
be
Ral choosing a closer tree, maybe opting to want to kill these cows ASAP with the proximity here. But we will
That-
see Iron Axe being able to craft for both runners. Ral blew up one of the cows with a TNT, unfortunately. Maybe even 2. But he
gonna
gets
be
some steak
choosing
there.
gonna be hunger resetting, do you think here? Or what do you expect to see?
No, it's just it's so awkward. Like it is sort of correct. Oh my god, get that. Oh, he got it.
I don't
Like it
know,
is
he's not
obviously
eating.
objectively correct to hunger reset. I mean, maybe he will. It's just weird because you can't really do it fast, and you're at spawn when it happens. Like, so you're not near your items. Like, it's so much worse than
Oh,
doing
there you
it
go,
with
yeah.
like a bed exactly where you need it to be. Eric's building this portal in a really weird spot, but
I'm just on the fortress here for Ral. He does enter first. Has, you know, honestly though, has more food I think than Eric, unless Eric killed like some sheep or something. Um,
yeah, I don't know.
Ral does have lots of food.
He's on his way at the Bastion first. This looks like housing here. Single, triple, and all those piglins walk down almost on their own accord, which is honestly maybe a little bit scary because you'll notice right here, there's going to be piglins waiting for Ral. He's got to do his best to dodge the damage. One sword guy in the way, but not too bad. And he's got what, still 5 steak left in the tank, maybe 4 at this point, but more than Eric. Eric's got 2 steak and he does have 1 mutton, but Eric's going to check this single. This is the thing that Ral didn't do here. 2 crying, 4 strings. So not super impactful, probably. And it's some time loss that Eric's going to take here.
And Ral getting the piglin trading hole good to go while digging out all of this blackstone. I don't know. I do feel like Ral is just slightly ahead here. I mean, I guess playing a little bit risky, you know, on low HP, but I do like the pace at which Ral is playing. I hope that he can keep up the consistency.
Yeah, and I mean, it's housing. There's very little room for variation in route. Basically none. Very little room for variation even in pig count. Especially in a seed like this, not really that much terrain for the pigs to wander around on at the top there. So I would expect the pace from the Bastion to the Fortress to be very similar for both of these runners. So I'd expect Ral to still have a pretty sizable lead into the fort. But we will see. There's the 30th hobby. He got 12 from that chest. And he is gone. No pearling, just leaving.
Damn. There we go. We've got Pearl here. Oh, wow. Nice.
Ooh.
Nice Pearl there from Ral, but
It's
onto some
scary.
Wither
There's
Skeletons.
some Wither Skellies, but he's going to want to try to deal with this to get the strays here. 2 strays.
There it is. Do
And
you
Eric's
expect
at
to
the 4 as
see?
well.
Do you expect to see them just rush to the spawner? I mean, I suppose so. It seems
Yeah.
like that's the play nowadays. Man, I will say I do love spawnerless. I'm a big fan, but I understand the consistency of choosing to
Yeah.
instead go for the spawner.
I mean, it's just like there's so much you can get done when you are at the spawner crafting overlap wise.
Okay, for some reason I thought.
No,
Yeah,
I thought
makes
Ral,
sense.
it looked a little bit like he blew up the spawner too. Didn't get
Yeah.
a block in the way, but he has to go to 2 RD because of a ghast, which is frustrating. but he's handled it well with very little time loss. And the spawner, I mean, the spawner's just so fast, right? Like 6-7 blazes already there for Ral. Similarly for Eric, and you get to overlap all your crafting, your first portal as well, all your inventory management. Ooh, but it doesn't drop for Ral over the void there. Not the
Wait,
void, the lava.
Is it possible that I'm a little surprised, honestly, to be honest, that the
Yeah.
2RD play worked. Maybe I don't
For the
understand exactly how
gas?
2RD work. Yeah, but I mean, I thought that this spawner or this fortress would definitely be in the spawn chunks and would just be loaded. But I
There's
guess
no
I don't
spawn chunks
fully...
in the nether. That's
There's
okay.
no spawn chunks in the... Oh, that's right.
No,
No, you have
that's
to
okay.
load the spawn chunks with... Yeah, that's right. It's been a while since I've dealt with this.
It's okay. No, it's okay.
You have to load the spawn chunks, and then I think they... If you throw an item into the portal, then it like works. At least in older versions. Regardless, here we go. We have Ral outside of the nether now, measuring the eye.
Yeah, I think he's a rod ahead as well, unless Eric's holding one in the back of his inventory. Ral or Eric 10 eyes, Ral 12, and it doesn't break, so Ral's gonna be able to leave. I mean, even if Eric has an extra rod, Ral is still leaving first. Again, we've seen Ral leave to blind cords first in all 3 seeds, but it's only worked out to be a win once for him, Nerdy. Can he make a 2?
Definitely a bit brutal there for Ral, but man, for a second I thought Eric died. I didn't see the hunger reset, and I got scared. Every single time I am not looking at one person,
It's
the
the
other
food.
person hunger
It's
resets.
the food play in the overworld, though,
Yeah.
right? Like Eric out of food, Ral still has a stake even after getting blown up by a creeper in the overworld. 2 creepers, in fact. But Ral ahead here on this terrain. Can he convert and send us into a seed 5? That's a spike.
Here we have it. We have...
I liked left better there on that door. I liked left way better, but he's committing down here. Oh, and it's there either way. Again, through a cave.
10 eyes, or 10 eyes used. He is in. Can he convert this end?
Yeah.
Let's see
I
here.
mean, really nice micro tech from Ral as well. He ate the stake while entering. It's front 100.
Ooh, that's...
And he's there with a rotation to spare almost as
Wow,
well.
yeah, I was going to say. Oh, but that
Just
looks
has to keep the dragon up height-wise.
Nice. Good second bet.
Eric's very close behind here, just about entering the end now. But it's a
It looks like Ral is doing a
lean
fantastic
5+1
Wow.
from Ral. Giving Eric no chance to come back here. Another
Feinberg.
sub 10, a low
We're
8.
going to a game 5. We're going to a game 5. How exciting is that?
I mean, it's just great. It's just perfect Minecraft gameplay. Like Eric making very little mistakes, but Ral giving him no room to breathe the entire seed.
Yep.
Just wonderful gameplay throughout. I mean, I'm very curious to see how Ral entered that seed faster. I don't really know what happened. Maybe Eric didn't have the same lava pool that Ral did or something. But I mean, Ral had the incident at the bottom of his temple. 2 creepers and a delayed explosion for the gravel, and he's still in 14 seconds faster in the overworld and is able to just keep that pace throughout the entire seed. The splits here are ugly because Eric, I guess, got credit for the fort because we spawned on it, but Ral didn't. Just a little
I don't know exactly how that happened.
It's a Minecraft bounding box quirk. Like maybe Eric just stepped a block a different way. So no idea what the actual enter fort splits are, but the Finding Stronghold split looks like Eric gained a little bit of time, but was 1 rod behind. So they still had to get an extra 1 before going to the stronghold, and the nav splits equal in time. But I mean, Ral saves 12 seconds in the nether on the seed, 14 seconds in the overworld. And that's enough time to win off of any completed 0, which he easily hits front 100. And it's a game 5, Nerdy. It's a game 5. It's an amazing game 5.
I am excited for this. We have a fantastic series going on here. I mean, I feel like consistently we've seen Ral. I mean, Ral's been ahead on all the seeds. Every single one. Like you said, went to the stronghold first on, I think, all
he's
4
I-Spine
seeds,
first on, well, he's been going to the stronghold first. He didn't
yeah.
I-Spine the 1 seed that he died, but he's been leaving the fort first in every single seed. Regardless of if he's slower in the overworld, regardless of if he's slower leaving the bastion, he's been leaving the fort first in every single seed. And if he can keep that up, I mean, obviously, if you kill the dragon first, your odds of winning are almost 100%. You can die after the dragon dies, technically, or you could, like, I think Silver and Duke were playing casual matches yesterday, and, like, if you kill the dragon just barely before your opponent, but the, like, death animation works out differently. Like, my point is, killing the dragon first almost guarantees that you win. Entering the end first guarantees that you win a little bit less so. Stronghold first, a little bit less so. Like, the closer you are, right? Like, the fact that Ral has been significantly ahead not only on entering the nether on all of these seeds, but also on leaving the fort. Like he's keeping that time save through the bastion, through the fortress. So we'll see if we can keep that up for seed 5. But we're going to throw it over to Fulham in just a minute. I thought he sent, there's a message. I thought it was going to be the ready message. He said 1 minute, so that's on me. But there's the ready message. We'll see if Fulham can break down potentially Ral's death, potentially Eric's overworld from the last Desert Temple, see what we missed, and get ready for our game 5. We'll see you back here in the booth in a few minutes.
Beautiful. Welcome back. Seed 5, our first Seed 5 of the tournament so far. Let's go back to Seed 4 when we were at 1 seed apiece. Let's go back, to Seed 3 even. Let's have a little look at something that I thought was quite interesting that kind of made me think about how maybe Eric is either getting tired or possibly getting a little bit nervous the further through the match we go. Now, of course, as the commentators did pick up on, I think Nerdy noticed that the boat for Eric did break and he did have to recraft. And he's going to recraft here using some peculiar wood. Obviously, he grabs the birch wood, but notice he doesn't have his crafting table because I believe he's comfortable using his crafting table to make his beds and leave that crafting table there. He used the wood that dropped from the boat to make sticks, and then either sticks or beds. And from there on, he's going to have to try and make a new crafting table, makes it in a peculiar way just to be able to craft the boat, misclicks the boat once, and it takes him 12 seconds to get from the blind to the measurement. 12 whole seconds. Now, that's just, it just feels like a lot. And when you watch it in full speed, the crafting doesn't feel comfortable at any stage. Notice we get a couple of miscrafts on the planks, miscrafts on the table, and then miscraft on the boat because we close it too early to get it again. There's a miscraft at every stage, which could definitely show that Eric may be getting a little bit nervous. But of course, in Seed 3, there wasn't a whole lot of micro to analyze, solely for the fact that there was a hell of a lot of macro in this sad death here from Raul. Was ahead, as the commentators have been saying, has been ahead in the majority of the seeds so far for the majority of time. Pearls down towards the coordinates. Is pretty comfortable, and decides to go down this direction, possibly hoping to look for a pearl here. I think he's shifting, but he unfortunately must unshift or shift a little bit too late. Notice he does still have his fire res enabled up in this corner here. The fire res is still on. Unfortunately, it's because even though it doesn't seem like it, this lava was too shallow. This is a full damage death message, and it's so shocking to see that this is so shallow here. It must literally be 2 blocks in depth at most. Like, wow, maybe even 1 block. The death message shows up here. So even though it doesn't seem it, it seems like this should be 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 blocks deep. Only 1 deep lava, meaning that Raul dies to fall damage, burns all of his items, and does have to reset. And completes Seed 3 going to Eric. And starting with Seed 4, Raul gets 2 creepers at the bottom of his temple, blowing up this flint late, dealing himself a lot of damage. And it feels like he's had a poor overworld. But surprisingly, not only does he enter the nether first, but he's able to maintain that advantage throughout the seed and possibly even grow it as well. Now, it's interesting to see exactly what happens here, but Raul decides to, of course, go for the play of eating the rotten flesh early for better healing, whereas Eric bear in mind, he's out of the temple 20 seconds earlier. This is now Eric's point of view. We're blowing up further away trees, doing our crafting, but I believe that that one of the most crucial parts was killing the mobs. Mobs wander, mobs can walk in different directions, and I believe that Eric got slightly on the unluckier side in the ruined portal seed with mob walking directions, and it may well be that he got slightly unlucky here as well. Mining some extra wood, and notice that the cows have spread out a good long distance here. You know, these guys will spawn in one pack, but notice that we've got one cow off in the distance over here, down by this birch tree. One cow here, and then 2 cows over in this direction. Whereas I believe for Ral, they were packed up and grouped a lot nicer. Just a small time save, but when you're looking for multiple different cows, multiple sources of food, I believe that, in fact, Eric decides to instead just go for the sheep, especially with the way that this cow is running further away from the other cows, goes for these sheep down here, rather than the potentially more clustered cows on the left of your screen right now. You notice we've got a bunch of cows off to the left here. Few here, few in the distance. I mean, one on this hill, but you're never going for that one. Maybe he's made the active choice not to go for them because of the water right here. Could cause a problem. Maybe that he doesn't pick up the cooked meat if they set themselves off fire. And also he does notice the lava pool just here in the distance as well. Lava pool is right here, and he's able to path straight there through the sheep. Does make a lot of sense, but he loses around about 20 seconds in this overworld because of it. During the rest of the run, we have one other thing to note that I think the commentators may have missed, is that Eric's eye initially goes through the nether portal, meaning that he only can measure from the peak of the wiggle and doesn't line himself up correctly in time, hence having to throw a second eye. Now, this doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things because Raul was able to take the victory pretty comfortably. But it did mean that it added an extra 10 seconds or so onto Eric's measurement split. Small micro time saves here can make all the difference, and Raul being able to finish off the seed and win by, a minute plus, if all of these micros went the way of Eric rather than the way of Raul, it definitely could have been different. And obviously, that has gone the way, it has gone Eric's way, 2 seeds so far. We are 2-2 at this current moment in time. Let's hope that we see an awesome Game 5. Best of luck to both the runners. And yeah, winner takes all. I'm going to send you guys back to Nerdy and Feinberg.
I mean, great analysis as always. Just unfortunate, I guess, that Eric didn't have that same lava pool. But what can you do? Nerdy, you're muted. Hopefully, you remember to unmute.
Oh yeah,
Beautiful.
I knew that. I didn't
talk,
need
it's
the
okay.
reminder. Definitely not. But yeah, I'm excited. I mean, best of 5. We've gotten to a 5th match. This is, I think, the first match I've commentated that's gone to a 5th match. I think the other ones were actually all 3-0s. Now that I'm thinking about it, so this is like
no game 5s at all yesterday. So first game 5 of the bracket. First match of round 2 today. Some very exciting gameplay. I mean, what seed is Eric going to pick here? Village? Shipwreck? I mean, Eric won the Shipwreck. Maybe he just feels comfortable that he's won both the ocean overworlds, and Raul's won both the land overworlds. So
yeah, I mean, fair enough. I mean, I think I saw in chat last time. It looks like Eric might just not have gotten the lava pool that Raul did in the last seed.
Yeah.
So that, I think, maybe just if he realized that, might be like, okay, you know what, we're not gonna play lava pools right now. We're gonna do an ocean of my choice.
Yeah, I mean, can't really not have the magma ravine generate compared to not having the lava pool generate. So avoids that potential disparity. And I mean, but again, could introduce another potential disparity of not getting the not going the right way for the ravine, or there being multiple ravines. You have to find the right one. So there's still a lot of potential randomness. But Eric's confident in the pick.
Here we go.
We'll see how they handle the seed.
Looks like both runners looking around here do find the shipwreck on the way to the island, of course, here, as Ral is looking for the magma ravine as well. 16 iron is plenty. Do you think it's worth, like, look at this. So Eric gets the extra 2. Do you think the 18 is worth it, Feinberg?
Well, the problem is the 18. You could make iron doors, right? Which saves breaking a couple logs, 1.5 logs, but usually like you would just break 2 less. The problem is if you're making shears, you need 19 to make doors also. So if you only have 18, you're either not making doors or you're not making an iron shovel, and the doors just is not that big of a deal. So throwing out the extra 2 iron in the form of nuggets just doesn't really matter. As you see, both runners here made wood doors. If you had 19, though, the iron doors are a play. I mean, they're slightly less functional. You can't open and close them without redstone power, but it doesn't really matter for a portal.
I guess I was thinking, what about for the iron bars?
Oh, sure. That is something I didn't think about at all. Bastion guarantees 3 iron. I don't really know if they're thinking about that either, though. But if you're just keeping
There you go. Yeah, 4. Yeah,
the
makes sense.
3 instead of 5 from the overworld, it's the same idea. But yeah, no, iron bars for ground zero is a good shout. Does matter in some seeds.
And here we have,
And
I believe Ral is entering the nether soon here after he grinds some gravel. Eric in slightly faster as he scans
yeah, Eric
for
just
the bastion. There it
Eric
is, though.
found the ravine faster. Ral went just a little bit more crooked towards the intended ender. We'll see how these
And here
runners
we have
deal with double, triple housing.
the housing now. Gets, what is that? 9 obby so far. Very nice. Is that crying obby? I think that might be crying obby.
It's Crying Obby and Eric's hotbar. Starting the route here. A little bit of a leaf blockage there to break the blocks without taking damage. Don't know if I love that necessarily. He did get hit once going down, but potentially saved him from more damage. So
This may be the first seed,
see.
Ral a little bit behind here.
Yeah, it wasn't behind a little bit on the stables bastion earlier. And this seed
True.
probably still will be behind getting to the fort. Was, either 1 or 2 pearls away, probably 1 pearl away from the bastion here. So really not
Right.
that much you can do decision making wise or like terrain management wise to save pace there.
Here we
But
have chugging a fire res here for Eric. Digging down, trying to see if he can get any more stuff. Doesn't look like it. Nothing in that chest. Ral will probably see check the same chest here a few seconds later. Ral, I mean, yeah, Ral just a little bit behind here, like as we've been mentioning, but it's very, very close. Housing is one of those bastions that there is not too much variance, not too much difference between the styles of play. So I expect to see very similar decisions as we see Ral now checking this chest for some extra string. There you go. You get that.
a
Lots
couple
of little
late
guys
piglins
on
though
him,
from
though.
Ral. He's not taking damage from it, but look at this. Eric already out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Heading to the fort. Ral potentially out right now, but slower. And the only other big difference I would say is Eric has golden carrots pre-crafted with the gold in the bastion. Ral saved all the gold for trades. And Ral's actually getting this gold block maybe just for the golden carrots. But that's a lot of time loss here. Eric's spawner's already blaze bedded. Eric's got good strays here as well. Not looking good for Ral at all late into the seed.
We have
And more
not good.
strays, another spawner to trigger as well. Ral almost burns a rod, but doesn't. Is he going to pivot to these strays? Yes, 4 strays.
We have several strays, yeah, for Ral. But meanwhile, Eric has already, gotten rid of all the stuff in the spawner, just staying at the spawner.
Only needs
moving
one
as
more
much.
rod. There it is. 6 rods for Eric. And
Wow.
they're out. Ral only on 3. Still has a lot of crafting to do. I think Eric does as well, though. But it's just the pace. This is the first time that Eric's going to be leaving the fort first in all 5 seeds. And it's another... Ooh, that is a good... It looked like a bad offset for Nimbot at the start. But after the offset changes, Eric's just got some crafting to do. And they're going to be heading
Fantastic.
to Stronghold.
I mean, this pace is just very, very solid here for Eric. I mean,
4 bed, 2
talking
anchor.
potentially a sub, or a 6xx entering the stronghold. One of the fastest enters we've seen in a while. But I suppose the Doral did get a 730. That was maybe
Yeah.
about the same pace, but
Just dealing with cords on 1.5. It's a little scary, but we have the golden carrots to heal up.
yeah, you love to see that right there. So it's just so fast. It's so efficient with the carrots, or the Garrets rather, I should say. Finding the coordinates, now having to dig down though, losing some time here,
Yeah.
but not too much.
Oh, this is interesting though. Already different strongholds. Ral's coordinates negative, negative. Eric's coordinates
Ooh.
positive, positive. So it's possible there's some differences in the terrain, differences in the nav, in the spikes. Can Eric get a pure spike here? Yes. That's a beautiful spike. Down
Could
to
be
the
bad
left
for
is
Ral.
the nav. I mean, I'd say it's already bad enough for Ral.
Yeah.
In just the sense that Ral not only needs his stronghold to be good, but also needs Eric's stronghold to be bad.
Right.
And I think Eric did hear Silverfish on the subtitles. At least should just be here and then to the right, potentially. Is it though?
I don't know. It looks like potentially some issues here, unless this is it right here. And
there
there it is.
Yeah, that is the subtitles. Finds the portal room, giving Ral no chance to come back if the 0 is hittable and it's caged. 57, 6 explosives. Is the Pearl Clip going to come
Ooh.
out? It is.
There it is.
Well done. Golden carrots as well to heal.
Can
Has to
Eric
eat
hit
it, though.
this 0?
Has to wait for the Pearl. The health is going to be there. It's 94. She's going to push 99 here, but can't. Has to bail out, and there's no 0 at all. This is scary, though. Ral, is he going to be able to hit top setup? Is he going to go for universal 95? Or 90? No, nothing at all.
Oh, wow. And
It's a
now
half
perch
bow
race.
race. And not even a half bow race. Eric with no crystal breaking at all. But it's not the perch.
Interesting.
No. So Ral sacrificing
might
his
give
chances
Ral
here
a
for an
win.
insta perch. Yeah, sacrificing insta perch chance for the much greater chance of perch after crystals are down. And the half bow's done. The pearl's gone. Eric, dragon, movement. Is that snap? No. Wow. Seed 5 nerdy coming down to this. Incredible.
I mean, I would have almost expected it to go the other way, where we see Eric use the half bow and not Ral.
Eric just has nothing crafted. No bow crafted, no crossbow
Yeah.
crafted. Is that snap?
That
Oh,
looks
it is.
potentially.
Wow.
Oh my God! I think Ral just might have
Ral
gotten one
gets
as
snapped
well.
too, but it's just too late.
It's just too late.
Eric has 6 explosives. That's going to be it.
And fantastic stuff from Eric in this last
over.
seed. Finally able to consistently stay ahead of Ral this seed and taking the victory.
Yeah, needed all 6 explosives there on the one cycle, but it doesn't matter. Had the time. Another low 9, some amazingly fast seeds, all 5 seeds from this best of 5. And Ral with the first pick, picking Eric, gets upset 3-2. And yeah, full green splits here from the side of Eric. 6 seconds entering the nether, and it's the Bastion play, and it's something that I really don't know. I mean, Ral didn't craft golden carrots off of the initial trades, right? All the gold was already traded out.
Right.
And Ral committed to grabbing a backup gold block in an awkward spot to force the golden carrot craft. And I mean, the food is the food that he needed. I mean, there was 1 stew, 3 bread left over, and there was still, obviously you can eat the carrots if they're not golden, right? It's just a lot worse of a food source. But that's a 25-second time loss. Basically just to that in the Bastion. I really can't imagine there's more than a couple seconds spent anywhere else in a housing, top-down housing specifically. Just That's the seed, right? 5-second difference, even though they had different strongholds. And then the Nav almost saved Ral there at the end. But perch speed, basically the same for both players. I mean, it's just a wild finish. A half bow race, a perch race for seed 5. The first seed 5 of the playoffs.
Fantastic stuff. Absolutely fantastic stuff. I mean, that was, I mean, phenomenal 5 seeds there. I feel like really back and forth throughout, obviously. And, you know, I love seeing Eric just being able to keep the consistency up throughout all 5 seeds. I mean, that's just impressive stuff. And at the end of the day, that's what wins the match.
Yeah, I mean, fighting from behind in most of the seeds, right? One of the seeds because Ral couldn't attempt the 0. One of the seeds pace-wise outright, and then won this third one off the perch race. But even through being behind a couple of those early seeds, I mean, even winning a seed, but like splits-wise you're behind, you're still pushing through, keeping the mental up throughout all 5 games. And it gets you the playoffs win. Eric moving on to next week. Very, very impressive stuff from our first time playoffs player.
Fantastic.
Not much more I can say. It's good stuff.
Excellent stuff. And I think we are switching to, I think I'm off for a while, right? Feinberg, you have
Well, me and you are off also,
there.
but yeah, it's the same schedule as yesterday.
Yeah. So I will be back in 2 matches, chat. But we have, of course, some wonderful commentators that are going to be substituting in for a while here.
Yes, Parker and Curry are back again. They will be here every day, assuming obviously their schedules are available. But considering this is both of their jobs, I think they'll be available on the weekends. Back reference. I don't get it, but that's okay. Parker and Curry will be joining us for games 2 and 3. Let's throw it over to the bracket and see what games 2 and 3 are going to be. Game 1, again, Eric taking down Ral 3-2. Game 2, Beef Salad versus Tutor Rule. Game 3, Silver versus Feinberg. Game 4, Oxity versus Danny Boy. So we're going to have Curry and Parker in the booth for those bottom 2 games on this round 2 bracket. And then we're going to close out the day watching Danny Boy play again. Can he move on to next weekend, or will Oxy take him down? Our 4th matchup between those 2 individuals. Nerdy, it's a great day of matches today. A beautiful start, a best of 5. We're behind schedule already, and it's a beautiful sight to see.
That's what you want to see, right? You want to get behind schedule. It means we're giving you guys more content, all right? It's not that we're late or anything like that. It's just we're giving you more Minecraft content.
It's the better problem to have. I'd rather be behind schedule 30 minutes than I had to schedule 30 minutes. Well, obviously, I mean, it really depends on the reason why. But
yeah,
for a game 5 nerdy, it's a great reason. But with that, we can't be behind schedule too much. We're going to stop yapping. We're going to send it over to a very short break. Get Curry and Parker in here. Get ready for our second match of the day. Budgie versus Tutor Rule. Beef Salad versus Tutor Rule. I'm so sorry. Wow. Good one, Feinberg. Good one. Beef Salad versus Tutor Rule. Game 2. We'll see you guys back here in just a couple minutes. Well, we will see you guys in a couple hours, but Parker and Curry will be back here in just a couple minutes.
Yo, welcome back to the MCSR ranked playoffs. This is the second match of the day. We just had a phenomenal 5-match matchup between Rao and Eric, with Eric taking the victory. And now we have another fantastic match ahead of us with Beef Salad and Tutor Rule. And of course, before we get into that, I'm joined with Parker Recrap. Parker, how are you doing today? Are
Hello.
you excited for
I'm
this
doing
match?
well. I'm always excited. This is like my version of the Super Bowl, bro. Like I've never been one to get into
True.
like sports watching, but ranked playoffs, I'm always here. I'm always watching. We got Beef Salad versus Tutor Rule coming up. Big fan of Beef Salad's mechanics. We saw Tutor Rule win yesterday. I'm pumped.
Tutor Rule played
What else can I
great
say?
yesterday. There's an
Yeah.
argument that Tutor Rule played the best out of anyone yesterday. I think performed super well. And Beef Salad had a phenomenal end of season 6 to get here. Had to got
Yeah,
to
where did
such
he end
a
up?
Beef Salad, I think, ended like 4th and
Wow.
just hit 2300 elo, played Decay, slayed, had a great time, and crushed it. And now all that work, all that preparation, got Beef Salad to this point, picked Tutor Rule. Very exciting game here. I'm very excited to get into all of that. Any early predictions? Anything you want to kind of watch out for between these two players after yesterday, maybe after the first match, that's on your mind?
Nothing in particular, no, honestly. I'm just excited to see him play.
Yeah,
Kind of a boring
I am as
answer,
well.
but yeah.
No, it's all good. It's all good. Let's get
Just
into
ready
the
to watch.
stats. Let's get into the stats.
Ah,
Let's check it
yes.
out. This is the first time we're checking out Beef Salad stats, a 722 best time, sub 11 ranked average, which seems to be that kind of line this year. Like, who's around that sub 11 mark? Beef Salad's under it. And the thing that stands out to me, Parker, is Beef Salad and Tutor Rule have played each other a lot this
Yeah.
season.
I agree. We haven't seen that with hardly any of the players. You know, some of them they haven't played at all. 11 to 13, that's a lot of matches.
11 to 13, and Beef Salad. Everyone knows Beef Salad is a ranked grinder. 1,900 matches. And again, this is 1,900 matches. I think Beef Salad maybe played 3 games in the last 3 weeks of the season. I'm not even joking. So
That's
this
crazy.
is almost 1,900 games through 3 phases, which is really just crazy. Beef Salad is a rank grinder. A lot of time spent on the ladder. 3rd place in season 3 playoffs, 4th place season 5 in Elo, and top 4 season 5 midseason showdown. So Beef Salad has done a lot of really impressive stuff within ranked, has gotten so much better throughout the years. And I'm really excited to see them play today. I think Beef Salad honestly has a real chance to go really far into that top 4, top 3 again this season. So I'm really looking forward to seeing them play today.
Yeah, I agree. He's like one of those players that's at like the cusp of being at like the very peak. And I feel like
Yep.
any one of these seasons, he could just have a phenomenal performance and maybe he ends up winning or taking second or I mean, he's taken 3rd before, you know? So like
Yeah.
he's really up there. This should be a good match.
I absolutely agree. Let's throw it over to Tutor Rule stats. We saw these yesterday. 721 best ranked time, so very close, and a faster
Jeez.
average for Tutor Rule, along with the higher win-loss over the opponent. Obviously, we saw the accomplishments yesterday. Tutor Rule, my no reset GOAT, along with a sub 9 RSG PB. But I think this is one of those matchups that I don't know if the stats tell the whole picture. I mean, given this, Tutor Rule, just on the 2 screens that we just saw, it looks like Tutor Rule is favored. I don't know if I would actually favor Tutor Rule in this matchup, but I think it is going to be incredibly close in this matchup.
Yeah, I would agree. And it's always interesting to look at these because I feel like we're still in that period of ranked where stuff is developing. You know, there's no one correct playstyle. It's definitely getting a lot more correct and everybody's making similar decisions. But maybe towards the beginning of the season, they were playing worse. And so maybe their stats are a little bit lower than you would expect. If I'm looking at just this next season, season 7's stats, they literally have the same average time.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, this is such a close matchup between these two runners. I think this matchup is really going to be a treat. I know we have some other crazy matchups later on today too, but do not sleep on this matchup. It is between 2 incredible runners. And we're going to take a look here at their stats on each seed type. And it looks like the thing that stands out to me, Parker, is it looks like each player is incredibly consistent across all the seed types. There's not really one thing that stands out. No 60% from either runner.
Exactly. Yeah, just a lot of 50s, like 52, 53, 53, 54, 51. Like they're all right here. I mean, if we're looking at the average times too, pretty comparable. We're seeing only one sub 10.
Yeah. Really, really close. I think the thing that really stands out to me is there's on Beef Salad's end, there's 2 clear better seeds. There's Buried Treasure and Ruined Portal,
Mhm.
much faster times on both of those. And then Shipwreck, Desert Temple Village are all kind of around that same line. And then for Tutor Rule, there's only 2 seeds that are above that 11xx mark, right? So I think Ruined Portal definitely helps bring that down, but it looks like Tutor Rule might have an advantage on Shipwreck comparatively. I think that's the one. Again, personally, for me, I look much more towards the average time rather than the win rate. And I think with the win rate, even favoring Tutor Rule here, I think I'm gonna expect a Shipwreck ban from Beef Salad. Are you expecting anything different in that sense? Maybe what are you expecting from Tutor Rule as well to ban?
I mean, that makes sense to me. We're seeing like very similar win percentages, so it makes sense that like maybe you want to focus more on the average times.
Yeah, I think so too. I think that's kind of the thing that's going here. I think Tutor Rule might ban like Desert Temple. I know that's just always like a very random seed type. It is one of Tutor Rule's better, but it is Tutor's slowest time as well. So win percentage wise, sure,
Yeah.
it's kind of right in the middle, but it is slower, and it is one of the few times that I think it is looking at this actually, it's the only time that Tutor Rule is slower than Beef Salad on. So I'm gonna expect we're gonna see a Desert Temple ban from Tutor Rule, we're gonna see a Shipwreck ban from Beef Salad, but who knows? It might be different. Let's see. What do we got? It's going to be Ruined Portal and Shipwreck. Tutor Rule banning Ruined Portal when Tutor Rule has a sub 10 average on Ruined Portal is really interesting. And Beef Salad is going to pick Desert Temple, which makes sense because we expect a Tutor Rule to ban that.
Yeah, no, 100%. It is very interesting banning Rune Portal Seed. I remember the commentators fine yesterday saying that like maybe you want a Rune Portal if you just think you're raw better. So maybe Tutor Rule thinks they're slightly slower. I don't know. The stats seem to think that Tutor Rule has a slight edge on Beef Salad. But
Yeah,
only time will tell.
I think that's a really interesting ban from Tutor Rule. I'm really curious to see kind of what comes out of that. And we talked about this yesterday too at Desert Temple, and we even saw it with this Ral Eric matchup before, and even the Eric Automat game before. Lava pools seem to be kind of the story here. So that's the thing I'm going to watch out for in this matchup. See where these lava pools generate. See how the food management goes between both. I think this first seed definitely favors Beef Salad. It could be something that starts off strong for them going into this, a big confidence boost as well, as Beef Salad did pick Tutor Rule for this matchup. So really curious to see kind of what we get into here. I know we're a little bit behind. I don't know if we're ready to go immediately into the next match. Of course we are. Perfect timing. Shout out Oliver. Let's go. I'm very excited. We got Beef Salad on the left, Tutor Rule on the right. And here we go. Let's see. What does it look like? What's the trees? Wow, they're just
Right
on the
on it.
temple. Right on the
Bit
temple.
weird. Tons of ocean around, so maybe it's a little bit less land you need to search for the lava pool. We got some trees a little bit far away, acacia, but should
Yeah.
be pretty standard looting for the temple. Tutor Rule
Pretty
taking a little bit less damage with the sand play. Like to
Yeah.
see that.
Do you normally do that if you're playing a temple? Is that something you like to try and do?
I won't force getting a sand block, but if I have it, I mean, I'm just gonna go for it 100%.
Yep.
You can even get like a weird like damage tick where you
Yeah,
keep your
yeah,
mana
we, like,
falling
slide
down so you
through
take
it.
even less. Yeah.
Absolutely. Now, the one thing I will say so far is Beef Salad did more of this before going in the temple, but I haven't seen a lava pool on either runner's side. And this
Mhm.
could be a situation where maybe if this was like RSG, like maybe you push for like a magma ravine, but when it is something like ranked and you're kind of expecting to get this lava pool, it's kind of surprising to not see anything yet. So I'm curious to
Yeah,
see what
exactly.
the thought process for both of these runners is going to be. And it doesn't look like there's any food really nearby them as well.
Yeah, do we know if the filter will ever give you a magma ravine instead of a lava pool?
I've thought about this before. I'm pretty sure it always tries to favor lava pool. I'm almost
Mhm.
positive on that. They do have a crazy inventory here, like bunch of books. Getting this, Trudeau's going to kill the chickens. Beef Salad deciding not to. Going to actually offer the pigs over here, which I think is a great play because it's not like going this way for these pigs. You're also learning more about the terrain. You're seeing if there's another lava pool, but maybe Tutorol didn't do that because Tutorol found a lava pool in this desert that
Weird
Beef
lava
Salad has not
pool.
seen yet.
Is that even
But
enough
wait,
lava
is
anymore?
it
Did it
even
ruin
enough?
it?
Tutorol might have made their life a little bit more difficult, and I don't know if this is going to work. Now, here's the
Burning 2
crazy
more?
thing. Beef Salad has also found this, but like, I mean, is this a situation? It would never be a situation where you're going to mine with a diamond pick, right? Okay, no, there is like
You could.
more lava under here, but I don't think Tutorol is going to have enough. I think it's going
Yeah,
to be
this
like
is
one
really
or
bad.
two short.
Really bad situation for Tutor Rule. I mean, has
Oh, no,
even worse
we're good.
food. 3 chicken compared to I think 6 pork chop and a slower
Yeah.
enter. Maybe even I think literally might have to mine obsidian or reset
Yeah,
the seed.
literally
Like,
might have to
how
mine a piece of obsidian. Gets this last lava. Oh my goodness. So Tutorul avoiding disaster. That was closer than I thought it was going to be. I thought he was going to get away with it, but close. Beef Salad also got this other ruined portal. So another golden apple, even more food. I'm sure Tutor will grab that as well, but actually, no, not really grabbing it. So maybe missed it or didn't turn around and see it. So even a larger food advantage for Beef Salad now that both runners are in the nether.
Yeah, just a real bad situation. Like, not only are you behind on pace, but you're behind on resources. I mean, sure, you got the blocks. Everybody's gonna have blocks from desert temples, but the food situation is just so different. Oh my gosh! Don't die, beef
Yo,
salad.
beef. Yo. Okay, taking jump for the beef for a new meaning. Oh my goodness. Beef Salad is getting to the chalice, though. We are chill. We have the gold block. The one good thing for Tutor Rule here is that with it being a bridge bastion, we could potentially see a hoglin up here, potentially two. So this could be something here where maybe the food ends up not mattering as much. I do see a hoglin on Tutor Rule screen, so getting a little bit lucky here, and it's not going to be as punishing, assuming that Beef Salad can kill this hoglin.
Yeah, very good point. It looks like beef salad's going for a Jason route, but delays breaking the gold block to take care of this hoglin.
And this is just really awkward, right? Because not only do you kill the hoglin there, I mean, you get the food, but you also killed a piglin. So that's one less piglin you have for trading. We've seen that really matter in these Ral Eric matchups today. So really curious to see. I think the story of Bridge, honestly, throughout ranked playoffs so far has just been the piglin count. So that's really what I just want to watch out for here. Which player is going to end up getting more pigs? And Beef Salad killing that one might end up mattering, but is starting the route so early compared to Tutor Rule that it might just not matter. And Tutor Rule also not even going for Jason, going for right side DK.
Yeah, it's an interesting decision. Even in my gameplay, I've been unsure what's better. Do I play Jason? Do I play Crack Smoker? You know, I feel like the Crack Smoker route, it feels a little bit safer than Jason, you know, just because you're not jumping over that big gap. Maybe you have easier time throwing gold. You don't have to worry about pigs getting down the staircase a little bit more. But either way, both runners have handled it fine. And they're just waiting for trades.
I think what you bring up means showcases like how confident Beef Salad is in their gameplay, right? Like they are so confident in being able to handle this bridge. And I think that comes with playing, you know, literally 2,000 ranked games just this season, let alone what they've done in previous seasons. Just this season alone, 2,000. And with that, Beef Salad's leaving. We're gone. This is a pretty fast seed so far for a Desert Temple.
Yeah. Very impressive.
Oh,
sorry, I meant to add more commentary there, but just impressive gameplay. Where are you going?
You're good. V-Sal gets to the fortress.
the
I mean, it has so much food still, throwing very aggressive pearls, playing with a lot of confidence right now, but Tutorul also out and potentially taking a little bit better terrain. Didn't have to do this weird high pearl that Beef Salad did, and I think that helps so much. But again, Tutorul's food count, we might not see it right now in the fortress, but this might be something that comes back a lot as the runners are going to their stronghold courts.
Yeah, especially without that golden apple, you're going to have to... I wasn't watching the explosive counts, but maybe you got to burn an anchor if you have to reset in the nether. Ideally, you're resetting in the overworld so you don't lose any explosives. Oh, but Tutorul does have 3 pork chop from the
Hoglin and the bridge. So that's actually big. I actually thought Tutorul ate that already, but I guess not. And the nice thing about this being a Desert Temple seed is you don't really care about this tree. You can just do donut anyway. It's going to be fine. So much space here, even with this weird spawner for both runners.
Yeah, you love to see the bridge and Desert Temple combo. You're getting extra blocks, and you have the TNT, so you don't need as many explosives. Even though, like, you're pretty much always going to have more than enough explosives from bridge. It's just, like, an abundance of resources, with particularly this nether and overworld. So it's really a question of how are you handling your inventory? Maybe one's more comfortable throwing out more blocks than the other. They can be more organized, craft more resources. Lots of decisions.
I mean, this is a great point because we just saw Beef Salad craft iron bars for ground zero. I mean, you're just guaranteeing that when you don't have to use a blaze bed plus a bridge bastion pretty much. So we just have so many things there. Tutorul also crafting iron bars now. And the story of this match, I think, as we're getting close to the end here, is going to be which player is going to organize their inventory better throughout the rest of the run. Tutorul has gold picks. Beef Salad also has like 6 gold pickaxes. Like, I think we're good, Beef Salad. I don't think we need more. And both runners still need to build their first portal, though. The rates seem to be not amazing, but here we go. Oh,
It
that's
doesn't burn, but it's
huge.
just low. So something
Yeah.
also to keep in mind. It's like, okay, maybe if I need that extra rod, I can pearl down there while I'm pearling out to the side.
Really annoying. Both runners building their portals right now. I believe Beef Salad has a rod advantage over Tutorul right now. And they look like they're right about at the same spot. Let's see how far the stronghold is. It's about 1,600
100, it looks
blocks.
like. Negative, negative, maybe is what it was
Yeah.
looking. Hard to tell.
Beef Salad is taking a little bit of damage. Took like 4 hearts from falling, missed the water, but thankfully because they have so much food, I don't think it's actually going to end up mattering. But if it was the opposite way, it would have mattered a lot. Tutorul already chugging rotten flesh, looking a little bit more dire. But if this rod drops for Beef Salad, it doesn't, but we get a 4 spawn, doesn't
Nice.
matter. And Tutorul's got to think about going soon. I mean, we still need one more rod and Beef Salad's out.
Yeah. Clearly in the lead right now. You got gold picks, you got all your resources, you're pre-crafted, got 10 Eyes of Ender. I mean, maybe you need to craft 2 more, but you're fully good to go. You get a spike in the portal room, could be over. But Tutorul
Very
seems
different
to be in
terrain
the wall
decisions.
already. Yeah.
Very, very different terrain decisions. I think this is going to pay off more for Tutorul here. I think Tutorul is still a little bit farther behind. No, Tutorul is farther behind. Unless this is the chords. I'm not exactly sure what Tutorul is trying to do. I think just get lower right now because Beef Salad Z is at negative 180. Beef Salad is still only at like negative 110. Takes some fall damage down, has a lot of gold picks still, and is now using their pork chop to get farther and farther. And Tutorul cranking this terrain, but Beef Salad's lead is just too much right now in the stronghold.
Yeah, might not matter. That looks like a promising spike right there. Down to the right. Take a
This looks
left.
good.
Maybe it's right here.
Light source.
There it
That's
is.
the
There's
lava
the
from the
lava.
portal. Tutorul just building portal now, but it's just not going to be quick enough. If this is zeroable for Beef Salad, that's going to be the first match.
And look at Beef Salad. It has 2 golden apples. Decides, I love the tech of eating, getting in your eating animation, jumping, and filling in the portal.
Yeah.
So that you're, I don't know if this makes a ton of sense.
This
So
is a
you're eating the
tough
apple
zero,
as you're
though.
entering.
It
And
is.
bails on the 0.
Has to bail. I mean, this is a tough 0. It's back 97 and 058. So it's a very tough 0. Both runners do have gold pickaxes. Oh my god, Tutorul has a creeper in the portal room. Actually, Tutorul doesn't have any more gold pickaxes. So I think this is, even with a diamond pick, I think this is an incredibly hard 0 to hit. And Beef Salad is setting up for ground 0. So I think if Tutorul doesn't immediately commit to ground 0 and do it faster, I think Beef Salad is going to take the win here.
I think it's gonna be close because you can totally push the side
side
setup to
setup, yeah.
90.
The 90 side setup for Tudo. I mean, this is going to be close.
Yeah, I mean Tudo's got it off.
Dragon doesn't fly. This is going to be
Oh my gosh.
really close.
No, but I think
Oh
Beef
my
Salad
God.
wins this because Death Animation and Tudo messes it up.
Yeah, it's zero messed
Wow.
up to 0. Oh, that's such a tough side setup because the dragon is very offset. It's a little bit awkward. It is having to deal with some weird knockback with the tower. And that's going to be a win for Beef Salad coming through with the ground 0. But Tutorul did not make that easy by any means. Really, really impressive first match here.
Yeah, I really like that play to go straight to ground 0 instead of, because it looked like Beef Salad maybe had time to push for one of those weird offsets, but he knows he's got enough time. I think average ground 0 is like 110,
It's like,
120,
110, 115, around that
somewhere
area.
in
Yeah.
that range. And so if you know you're ahead by 20 or 30 seconds, even if they 0, like it might not matter.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. And we can see this was so close until pretty much the end game. And I think the real separator was just that food difference between the two runners just allowed Beef Salad to play so much more aggressively towards the end, along with Beef Salad taking a little bit of different terrain towards the end as well. But I honestly thought Tutorul's terrain was really creative with the gold picks. It just didn't end up mattering with the food difference and the little bit of a lead that Beef Salad had. And then you nailed it on the head with the end right there. Like 30-second lead, like you're just gonna go for ground 0 after that, and it's just so good. So good. Also, big enter nether difference between the two runners. Again, because of that like portal mishap from Tutorul, really awkward. And if that doesn't happen, maybe plays that a little bit cleaner, this could have ended up with a different outcome.
Exactly. And not only a faster enter, but a higher quality enter from Beef Salad too, having more food. And if we saw in the portal room, Beef Salad didn't have to hunger reset, Tutorul did. So some of these early decisions of I don't have enough food here, so I need to spend another maybe 5 or 10 seconds hunger resetting. It just everything adds on top of itself.
Yeah, great points. What a great first match. I mean, we talked about like we're kind of surprised that Tutor Rule didn't ban Desert Temple, and I think we saw why Beef Salad was so confident in it right there. So now we go seed 2. Tutor Rule is going to pick Village. I think this is probably Tutor Rule's best pick here. The other pick would be Buried Treasure, but I think Tutor Rule probably feels a little bit more comfortable on something like this. It's a lot more of a consistent type of seed, and I think that's something that much more aligns with Tutor Rule's strengths compared to Beef Salad, who plays a little bit more, I would say, aggressively overall.
Yeah, interesting points for sure. I love watching the village plays. I mean, is it going to be a lava pool overworld? Or are you going to get 10 obsidian? You're always going to have food. I mean, not always, but most of the time you're going to have hay bales for food.
Yeah,
Should be
I mean
fun.
that's super true. I mean, always interesting. Like the linearity of how to play a village is something that's really underrated, I think, at a high level. And I'm really curious to see kind of how the routing works between the two runners here for this matchup. But we can kind of get ready here. I'm excited to see what we're gonna, see the differences of between the two. And here we go. Second seed, 1-0 Beef Salad. I mean, the other big thing we didn't even talk about, like, what type of village is this going to be? There's so many different types.
True. Oh my
Could be
gosh. Is
something
this a snow
crazy.
village? Desert village.
We're back in the desert.
Sometimes these can be awkward because if there's really far trees, are you grabbing sticks? Do you know which houses have the crafting tables? Even if we go back to last season, you could have a big mishap with a toolsmith. I think most people in MCSR, if they were watching that, they should know what a toolsmith looks like. But here, I think we got a blacksmith. We should be totally fine.
Yeah, this is looking pretty normal, but you bring up a good point. There is like not a lot of wood nearby. We could see both runners grabbing crafting table, grabbing stick. This is a beautiful blacksmith chest here, but I don't know if I agree really with grabbing the 4 cobble from Beef Salad unless we're gonna go for shears, which I guess actually could be a good play. It's just the trees are so far and acacia is so awkward. I might prefer our iron axe here, but obviously going for shears is never really a bad play, right? So I think Beef Salad here, aggressive play. Both players going for this as well. We're really seeing the consistency of a village type here and a room portal.
Oh yeah, love to see the rune portal. I mean, if you have a desert temple, you can just blow it up. But I mean, maybe they just know exactly where the chests are here. Personally, I would never be going for the chest, but it is something.
Yeah,
to
I
consider.
think
Love the gold block.
I think the gold blocks is just what you grab here. I think it's just such a big portal that grabbing the chest is going to be such a big dig down. Plus, like you have the lava pool right there though, which is really great. Struggling to look for flint, I think, for Beef Salad. Looking for that. Doesn't see it yet in this river, but is going to grab this tree, get some leaves from this, and have a bunch of blocks entering the nether. But Tutor Rule did find flint actually, or at least gravel, and is going for it. So that could be a big lead for Tutor Rule actually if Beef Salad is kind of struggling here.
100% grabbed it on the way to the blacksmith. It was interesting. Tutor Rule broke the crafting table and brought it over to the blacksmith. Never seen that before.
I think that is like
people bring it back.
I think that's more of like the no reset consistent mentality from Tutor Rule there, like going for something like you don't know when you're going to get this wood, like you don't know what you're going to get in the blacksmith. You want to have all these resources so you kind of can think about it a little bit earlier, right? For just your mental, less things to think about later on, and is going to probably be entering first because of all of this. I don't think either player did anything wrong. It's just two very different ways of playing a pretty linear seed, and Tutor Rule is going to be, I would say, about 5 seconds ahead so far.
100%. I think it was just that gravel play even. Like, Beef Salad had to boat quite a ways away just to get gravel. I think they found a different lava pool, so they didn't have to go backtrack as much. But yeah, Tutor Rule is in first.
Yeah, and Beef Salad actually still has to grind for flint. That's actually
even
crazy.
Worse.
Yeah, Tutor Rule did such a great job of doing that and handling it while going for the trees. So that's kind of crazy there. Really nice terrain to this housing. Beef Salad also has it. This looks like a pretty linear nether so far, but we haven't had a fortress, and Tutor Rule will be heading to the top of this housing.
Yeah, love to see bridging with the leaves. Playing top down. I think top down is almost always correct. That pig's just gone.
That pig is gone. -1 pig for Tutor Rule. I mean, it's housing, so it probably doesn't matter. But again, like, look at the difference here. What?
On fire. Not good.
Oh, please. I was like, what just happened? But Beef Salad just placed their own lava bucket. Not usually what you want to do here. And it's going to be a really awkward situation. Has the gold, kind of has to throw it here. But
aggroes it. It better have been a crossbow, dude. Oh, this is looking real bad for Beef Salad. Mechanical Wizard, though, so
I think we're okay now.
Just on low hearts.
Whew,
but does decide to play Manhunt. So, like, Beef Salad knows they're a little bit slower into the Nether, a little bit slower into the Bastion, so maybe they're playing for that high roll of getting 20 Obsidian out the bottom. What I really like about this one, this housing in particular, is there's a lot of open terrain, so it's not as punishing to go up to the top because you could go out to the center chest and just pearl up there.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Like going for that, I know that's a play that you love to make. I think going for Manhunt here is super, super nice. I don't even hate the play that Tudor made. Like I think it's just more consistent. I think both plays make sense for where each runner is at this point in the seed because Tudor has that 10 to 15 seconds. Like just having that more consistent. Like I have a bunch of pigs. I already saw these trades. Like I can what you're talking about with the terrain being so open, it's also good because Tudor can just leave out this part now. Doesn't have to like even worry about pearling back up. But I think it's so interesting that again, like in this Nether, like both runners just kind of doing what works best for them, and it's just so interesting to see the two different play styles work well for both players.
Yeah, indeed. And I think we're looking on Beef Salad screen, has 12 Obsidian, might get it. I mean, trades are a lot better in ranked than in no reset, as you probably know better than anybody.
Oh yeah, I mean, Tudor still has 45 gold or something in their inventory.
Wow.
Gonna be checking for direction. Like I said, I don't think either player saw the fort, and we're gonna see Turtle just leave out here. Beef Salad also potentially leaving or just having to check chest for Obsidian. Gets
And
it.
gets it.
25.
Wow.
See you later. They're both out, but Turtle again about 15 seconds or so on Beef Salad, a reverse of last seed, and sees the fortress.
Love to see it. I kind of wish Beef Salad had picked up that gold block that was just sitting right there as they were
Yeah.
leaving. Love the gold block for the gold picks. We've seen that matter in previous matches, and with the last match, it was more of a inventory management situation. But Beef Salad just seems to be losing time here. Tudor's
Yeah.
in the fort. I think Beef Salad is just, or
Beef
Tudor has
Salad-
made up even more time.
I think Beef Salad was very, very hesitant on the direction. A lot of hesitation, not really sure where to go, double checking a lot of things, and maybe not having as much confidence in this Nether compared to Tudo. And Tudo, again, with this lead, I mean, this is going to be so hard. Every time you're behind entering the fort, it's so hard because, like, I feel like it's always the other player has to make a mistake, but almost doubly so. I mean, this is everything Tudo could need possibly is here. A double spawner, explosives, 45 gold, iron for ground, like everything that Tutorial needs is here. And it's just going to be about managing the inventory, doing what you need to do with measuring eyes. And Tutorial already has 5 rods as Beef Salad's just getting here now.
Wow. Big difference here. Big difference here.
Yeah.
We still have the 4 golden apples. We have plenty of bread. That's not going to matter. Hopefully, neither runner is going to end up dying. But building our first portal, step 7.
I love the Gapple play. You brought that up. Like having 45 gold, like why not, right? Like you check the village chest, you get apples, and now you just like don't even have to think about like talk about playing aggressive. Like this is where Tutorial is really going to have an opportunity to kind of shake off the consistency of like what they normally do and just play super super aggressively to close out this game.
Yeah, one thing that I find kind of quirky about Tutorial's gameplay is they got McDonald's on their
It's very nice.
And I think
Not
they're a
sponsored yet,
single
but soon.
monitor player because it seems that whenever they need to check coordinates, they pop up their thin macro. At least that's what
That
I've
would
noticed.
actually be interesting. I'm actually not sure about that, but that would be interesting if that's like an actual thing. Yeah, like you saw it again for like a split second. I actually have never noticed that about Tutorial.
Yeah.
That could be a really interesting thing.
You know, maybe it's a
Very
mental
interesting.
thing too. You're like leading a pig with a carrot on a stick. Maybe they're leading themselves with the McDonald's. You know, as a little
Yeah,
bit.
maybe
Of
it's like a motivation thing. Like I'm just thinking about a burger as I'm going to chords. Like it's just kind of
Yeah.
fire. That's the thought process.
And
Beef
it's at
salad?
chords now.
Yeah, I mean Tutorial's at chords. Beef salad still at the fort is going to be leaving. Has the rods, but again, like Tutorial's just chugging gapples. Not a care in the world. We're in the stronghold. No
Love
great
the
spike
gapples.
until now.
Oh,
Tutorial,
wormholing, and it's just there.
wow,
Beautiful nav. I mean, if this is an easy 0, it should just be over here.
should just
Offhanding
be
the eyes.
open terrain. So many explosives for Tutorial. It is back again. That looks like a tall tower, but has plenty of time. If that's 100, we might get crazy here. 90.
97? No, I think it is 100.
I don't
Is
know
this the
what
side setup? I think
setup
this is
this
a side
is.
setup.
But it goes hard. It's going to be really, really offset. Now, we were kind of in this is the similar situation to last time where Beef Salad just kind of went for ground 0 instead of pushing this. Does that end up maybe being the right play? But Tutorial is getting these bed extensions down so nicely and has so many explosives so that this should just wrap it up.
That's it.
And it does.
Wow.
Great job from Tutorial on a
Beautiful.
incredibly difficult 0 with the bed extensions as well. Really well
Yeah,
played from
like, you
Tudo.
see that first bed? I think the first bed did, like, only a couple points of damage,
Yeah,
but it
it's
was
like
just meant
nothing.
for knockback, and you see on that second rotation, they really utilized the crossbow there, got a crazy double bed, doing almost, like, 100 damage.
Yeah,
And
I mean,
that's
you bring
it.
up a great point. Like knowing when to double bet, like obviously you could do it on any rotation, but knowing the rotations that it actually matters is so important, especially on those awkward setups. And we could see here, this looks like just a commanding performance from Tutor Rule throughout the seed. I think just had a lot of familiarity and comfortable feelings on a village seed, and just every split plus like 10 more seconds. And it's just so nice having that and finish it off in phenomenal fashion.
Yeah, just grinding away. You know, it'll be interesting to see, like, Beef Salad, this is their first match, you know? Like, Tutor Rule has been playing, so is that gonna give them a mental advantage? Do they have a bit of a snowballing effect? Is it actually better to be, like, seated in that last section where your hacks, Dugile, Loki? I mean, I guess we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, this was just really. I mean, I would say the first two Cs you played have just been played at such a high level by either Beef Salad or Tutor Roll. Beef Salad on the first one, Tutor Roll on this one, and I really think it's going to be anyone's game. This is going to be really interesting to see, like, what happens. Are we going to go to another game 5? Like, those C
I hope
bans are going to go
so.
up for game 4. We're guaranteed to see those bans get lifted now, which is exciting. I believe we're guaranteed buried treasure for seed 3. So that will be interesting to see how that kind of matters, because we have done the two of the 3 seed types that aren't these traditional like ocean familiarity things for these players.
Mhm.
So very interested to see kind of what goes on with that. But I mean, these were some great first 2 matches. Really great.
Yeah, I like the point that you bring up, going back to ocean seeds that people are probably a lot more familiar with, especially like playing less seeds like desert temples in the past and rune portals, because the distribution has been different. So
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. We're stalling time for Fulham, but Fulham is ready. It's beautiful. I'm really excited to see what Fulham caught that we did not, because this has been such a high level gameplay matchup so far. So show some love to Fulham. It's time to get analytical, analyze with our favorite cozy British guy. Let's freaking go. Fulham, what do you got for us? With our favorite cozy British guy.
Thank you very much to you two. I appreciate it a lot. Sorry about pulling up the stream there. You might have had a little bit of double audio or something. Wow, what an amazing start. What an amazing first 2 seeds they have been for Beef Salad and Tudor Rule. 1 set apiece so far. Let's just go back and analyze some of the most important parts of this seed. Now, let's talk about seed 1, where unfortunately Tudor Rule took a little slip, a little tumble into the lava, and having to put himself out here did remove 4 lava sources from this lava pool here. Worrying situation with very few left. Decides to have a look elsewhere, spots a tiny bit of lava there, but bear in mind, also now removes another 4 by placing this bucket in this location. So, removes this one here by placing a block, removes this one here by placing water, this one here by making it obby, and this one here by also making it obby. That's 4 more lava sources that had vanished in this build here. And he did end up having to spend a long time looking for extra lava sources. It was a little bit of a problem for Tudor Rule in the end. We did, we tried to look under the lava, but this portal from start to finish took around about a minute, which allowed Beef Salad a huge advantage going into the nether. Round about, 45 seconds to a minute ahead of Tudor Rule, having to go out of this lava pool, not spawning anything else, going out and coming back down on the other side of this sand, grabbing one final lava piece. It took from start to finish 50 seconds to build this nether portal. Now, Beef Salad was comfortably ahead in this seed. However, eventually, Tudor Rule was able to come back and make a huge catch-up. I believe due to Beef Salad's slowness during the fortress, even though he was able to enter the fortress with a substantial amount of time advantage, Tudor Rule had some really good fortress play and some really good terrain decisions to get to the second portal, meaning that he was only around about 25 to 30 seconds behind on the end enter after the end However, Beef Salad decided to pull out of the zero cycle earlier than Tutorul. Tutorul going for a side setup, whereas Beef Salad went for the ground zero after a failed zero attempt. The ground zero did end up working out really nicely, but Tutorul, big props for attempting the zero cycle. So a fantastic fantastic play from Tutorul. I think that was really it just really showed exactly what he's here to do. And we noticed that on Seed 2. Even though Tutorul not able to take Seed 1 and having to bail from the zero cycle, the ground zero for Beef Salad able to take it down. But Tutorul was able to take it down in Seed 2 with a very funky zero. We'll see that in just a second. But we noticed that Beef Salad made a few more mistakes here, including placing this lava bucket on himself while parkouring on top of the bastion. Fortunate that he only was in that for around about 1 tick, though. You can see he only clipped his toe in it, so he didn't take too much damage, and it didn't slow down his momentum. So he was able to just catch himself on fire for a little bit, eat up, and was okay. But took even more damage while heading to the bottom here, going for Manhunt, not able to break that chest. Instead, having to jump around, throw out some gold, possibly getting a few less piglins into his hole just because of the aggro, possibly a little bit too far distance there. Once those pigs have been distracted by the gold, they may be a little bit too far away to be able to pick up the aggro once he mines these gold blocks up here. That definitely meant that Tutorul was ahead in the second seed, and he was able to really push that advantage due to this. He was ahead in the nether and ahead during the nether split because of these 3 early gravel that the commentators did already pick up on. Just wanted to bring some attention back to that. Really nice play to grab that early, and also really cool to make the iron shovel as well ahead of Beef Salad just making the stone shovel and keeping 1 iron ingot in his inventory. Stone shovel versus iron shovel, not a massive difference, but it could have made all the difference if it wasn't for Tutorul taking a huge advantage out of that bastion and combining it with clean play for the rest of the run. Beautiful wormhole through the stronghold and a really nice side setup on this zero cycle. I believe he had a quick charge crossbow as well, so was able to set up some really, really clean double beds on this zero cycle here. The side setup, fantastic. And some of these side beds to recover and get more damage on the dragon were really impressive as well. We're going to see one here. Just really nice to see. Nice that he's able to do that with the nether brick in his inventory as well, rather than having to try and force himself to place diagonal blocks with either an anchor or crying obsidian. Really, really good. Sorry if you can hear my voice going. I've been talking too much and I need to go grab a drink. So, Beef Salad versus Tutorul. Seed number 3 coming right up to you. We're going to send you guys back to Curry and Parker.
Oh.
Well,
Whoa,
thanks for
that's
the
us. That was
analysis.
quick. Hi, Fulham. Thank you for the analysis. I was definitely ready to go and not looking at Twitter. Absolutely not. No, not at all.
No, we're
That
locked
didn't
in.
happen.
We're locked in here.
No, I was totally here. I'm ready for action. I mean, absolutely. This just goes to show these tiny little things happening in these matches really can make such a big difference throughout the match. And that's kind of what we've seen. And that's been the story from the first 2 matches so far.
100%. I just think about that lava pool, missing the 1 piece of lava, all the quirkiness, getting behind in early. We'll see how it plays out in this next match.
Yeah, I'm excited. We already know the seed selection. Breaking news, it's Buried Treasure. I'm
Whoa.
excited. I think not only am I excited because Buried Treasure is one of the fastest seed types. It's always fun to see Buried Treasure. But I think depending on how Tutorul does and how Beef Salad does as well. I mean, this Beef Salad's ban was the other ocean seed, and it's kind of interesting. Beef Salad obviously had first pick as well, played Desert Temple. It worked out really well for them. Didn't want to play Buried Treasure, even though it was an option for them. So maybe the Shipwreck ban from Beef Salad is also kind of I'm not super comfortable in my ocean. So we'll see how this goes. Maybe if this is something where Tutorul wins, then Beef Salad will play Ruin Portal or something. Or maybe if this is something where Beef Salad wins this, then Tutorul is a little bit scared to pick Beef Salad's ban because it's both ocean. So
100%.
interested to see how that kind of works out here. But we're going to see Which player is going to find the BT first? How's this island looking? Or is there TNT? Here we go.
Oh, not even an island.
Not an
Almost
island.
a spruce.
Yeah, I was
Could be
like, wait a
fooled into
second.
thinking
Like,
it's a
what?
spruce village, but now it's going to be a BT. Not a great looking ocean. You wouldn't really like this world in an RSG session.
No,
But
this would be a
we got the
reset for
BT.
most people. It's very awkward to find the BT for both runners, but they both seem to be heading the right
Yeah.
direction now. But this is kind of farther from the trees, so might be a little bit interesting to see kind of how they both handle that. And both have taken a little bit different terrain here. Two Rule getting here a couple seconds earlier.
Yeah, unfortunately, no sugarcane. Can't do any crazy tech with that. Maybe you're going to take a bit of damage, but no, it's just under one piece
Wow.
of sand. We got 3 diamond. Love the diamond pickaxe. We're gonna
Love
be able to
diamond
make
pick.
shears. We got gold, Tutor Rule, and beef salad going for these oak trees as opposed to going back to where a spawn is. Trying to maybe
Yeah.
get a bit more visibility with the ocean. I believe, is it 16 chunks from the iron source? There should be a magma ravine.
Yeah, I think it's even less. I think it might even be more like 12 or something, but it
Oh,
is from the
wow.
iron source. It's not where you spawn. So going here is good. Now, here's like maybe an overcooked type of thing here. You're not on an island. You're on this like plains area. You only get 5 cod. Are you ever, even for a split second, thinking like maybe I kill a cow? Like maybe I just get like 1 extra food here. It's not like a great thing. Like you're near there. Is that ever crossing your mind? Or are you like, no, it's just ocean. Ocean means go to magma ravine.
I think it's ocean. Ocean means magma ravine, unless you get flint from while you're breaking it. I think this was under a piece of sand. But if you get flint, like first try flint, I'm definitely thinking about getting a piece of extra food. Maybe
Yeah.
you break it along your way to the tree. It's a good overlap. I don't like I think like it's definitely something to consider.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right. I only bring that up because I think it's going to be kind of another telltale thing throughout the seed, right? Like, who's going to manage this 5 cod better? It is not easy to have 5 cod for a whole seed, especially in, ranked seeds are good seeds. Don't get us wrong, but it's not like some things can go wrong. You might have to pearl a lot. There might be some crazy stuff happen. Like, you got to figure it out. It's not like you run out of food and die and reset. Like, this is playoffs. You got to figure it out.
Yeah, and we've seen like Tutor Rule having the extra golden apples, Beef Salad taking a lot of damage trying to play Manhunt. Maybe Beef Salad isn't as good at managing food. I think we see, was that the fort off to the right?
I might have been for
Bastion,
beef
this is
salad. I mean, they're
treasure.
yeah. Wow,
That
if
would be
that was
huge
the
for BT.
fortress for one runner and the other didn't see it, with this being treasure, that could be a massive, massive difference because this terrain is really awkward for this treasure. But I mean, maybe there could be another fort. Like this is a little bit kind of weird. Maybe the terrain opens up that we just can't see yet. But really kind of neck and neck between these runners. Tutor Roll ahead by maybe 2 seconds, if that. But heading into this treasure is always so much fun with a diamond pickaxe. So excited to see that for both runners. You just kind of don't have to do anything. So here's a question. You're entering with 9 gold. We've seen this like gold thing go back and forth. When you get to the top here, are you ever thinking like gold pick craft to mine all the blocks a little bit faster? Or are you just not even thinking about that, especially with a diamond pickaxe?
I mean, I haven't seen any top level runners really make that play. I mean, I think here it's out of the question because you have a diamond pick, but I think it's an interesting discussion. You know, I've thought about it myself. Like, it really does make a big difference. In this bastion, you're mining so many blocks, and especially if you're doing like an item elevator play, a gold pick would really help out when you're digging straight down on that last backup block.
Yeah,
Really just
no,
depends.
absolutely right. I think you are right though. I think like, I bring these things up because there's so many like, these are not things that maybe you do all the time at top level experience, but these are decisions that can make or break certain runs at any level. And I think both players are making the correct play to not go for that. Save the gold, especially you don't know how many gold blocks you're going to get up here, especially in a treasure bastion. Every single gold block matters. The last thing you want to do is have to go to the bottom and mine more compared to your opponent.
Yeah, like we saw in, I think, one of yesterday's matches, somebody had 19 obby. They had to go down, not even to break the spawner, but just to get a piece of obby. I think they got it from a chest, but...
Yeah, it was Feinberg.
Oh, look at that! 16 obby already. They should be totally good.
Yeah.
Maybe even get to save a gold block now for gold picks later in the run.
Yeah, absolutely. Really nice for beef salad there. Tutor doing the item elevator. And again, do a quick little food check. Both runners going to be down to like 2 cod leaving this bastion because beef salad's going to have to eat 2. Tutor is going to have to eat 1 before leaving, but beef salad's food management has been worse so far than Tutor, even if beef salad is maybe a little bit ahead, but maybe not even actually.
And Tutor,
I thought Tutor was just out.
Not even for a pearl hang, just straight out. And I believe
and sees
that's
the fort.
fortress.
Beef Salad also out neck and neck from these runners. And again, I think this is going to be a similar situation to the first seed, but almost reverse now because Tutorul is the one with the food advantage. But it's just so marginal between them. I think both of them are probably going to have to play for a hunger reset at some point. And look at this blaze for Tutorul on the ledge. That is
Head
so
on.
annoying. Like, you get the rod, but that could end up being a time loss, even though it's obviously the right play to kill the blaze when it's there.
Yeah, because Beef Salad's just now on the spawner. You know, the sooner you get to the spawner, the more you can overlap your crafts, the faster the blazes are going to spawn. It's just good all around. And now we see Tutorul is in a closed spawner. So maybe that's going to be worse for second portal terrain. You're going to have to
Yeah.
find an opening. Maybe you got to be more aware of your surrounding. But Beef Salad probably doesn't have to worry about that as much. They have very open terrain.
Yeah, I'm surprised Tutorul didn't see this spawner. Now, thankfully, I think Tutorul's going to be okay because I saw when Tutorul was placing Soul Sand on the other side, it looked like it did open. So there is like terrain out from here. So that's going to be really nice. But the bigger thing that might happen is this could be different strongholds, and that could be a massive, massive difference. I'm not exactly sure how far these spawners are, but if Tutorul didn't see this really open one, I wouldn't be surprised if they're far enough away to trigger different strongholds.
Yeah, and strongholds can be the biggest random point of the run. Like, if you get a different stronghold, we've seen some terrible strongholds where you have to cross multiple chunk borders. Could be the biggest variation in the match.
Yeah. Beef Salad throwing the eye first. We'll see how far the stronghold is. It looks really far. Is that 2,000? Is that a 2,000 for Beef Salad?
I think it's at least 2,000. Yeah.
so.
We'll see
It
what it
looks
is
like
for
it's.
Tutorul.
It looks like it's around like 220. So that's the numbers that I'm looking for in the Nether on Tutorul's calculator here. It looks really far. I
Has
could
to
not
go
tell
2
on Tutorul's
eyes.
calculator, but I would not be surprised if this is two different strongholds, especially with Beef Salads being 2,000 blocks away. Would
No,
not
I
be
think it's
surprised
the
at all.
same one. I believe it's negative
Really?
222, 18. I think they're both going to the same one. Tutorul is just slightly closer, but
Yeah.
Beef Salad's got a nice pearl hanging here, killing blazes. Still ahead at this point.
Well, still ahead, but Tutorul did grab more mutton. That might be a time save. And also, I believe, might just be out. Yeah, both players leaving at the same time. And it looks like maybe Beef Salad's terrain is a little bit better from their spawner. But Tutorul has so much space to go. Oh, and here's the terrain that Beef Salad was just at, actually. So it looks like maybe Tutorul had like more of a straight line and Beef Salad's a little bit more diagonal, but it does end up looking like it is going to be the same stronghold.
Yeah, Beef Salad, even checking down near the lava, maybe looking for more open terrain, loses a bit
Yeah.
of time there. Now Tutorul's in the wall, so taking a different decision here. Beef Salad
Tutorul has a
should
lot
be
of wall to
first,
go, though, still. Like 20, 30 more blocks. Digging
Yeah.
down, I don't know who this favors right now. I mean, Beef Salad is just here, so I guess Beef Salad, but it's just so close. Like Tutorul is still in this, has only 10 blocks to go. Beef Salad probably a 10 to 15 second enter in the stronghold here ahead of Tutorul.
Oh, now it looks like a spike. Oh, maybe? Might be gone for a second. He's double checking.
Ooh, not
maybe unsure
sure.
a little bit. Going down mid. Turning away from mid.
And all this,
Hesitation.
Beef Salad's done nothing in this stronghold for 15 seconds. Tutorul about to enter now. A lot of
this is
hesitation,
bad.
but that spike looks good, and it is.
Here it
So
is.
pays off. Tutorul, though, is sending this way quicker and is also going to have to hunger reset, but doesn't go the right way. It was down the staircase.
Misses it. Maybe if they wrap really hard left, they'll hear it through a wall and can dig through. They clearly saw Spike to the left. They're backtracking, but Beef Salad is just in the end now.
In the end, another tough
058.
zero potentially. It's 058 and it's back 1 and 8. It's gettable, but it is going to be tight. And Beef Salad does not have that much food. So if Beef Salad does go for this, it's going to be really difficult. And Tutorul is going to have an extra mutton that Beef Salad doesn't have. Beef Salad is going to have to 5-bed this, if that. The armor might not even be enough. The bow will help. The double damage doesn't do any extra damage, and it is going to be enough. What a zero from Beef Salad. Wow.
Textbook. Having the bow there is so nice, especially compared to a crossbow. Crossbow, you have to wait for it to fully charge. Oh, and Tutorul is dead. Oh, clutches it. Doesn't matter, though.
No, it does not matter. What a performance from Beef Salad on that seed. Back and forth throughout. A truly beautiful zero from Beef Salad in a high pressure situation. That was not easy at all. And you could see a little bit behind until finding the stronghold. So kind of what we talked about, like maybe that open spawner play really ended up being a big difference for Beef Salad there.
Yeah, that's really the only big point in the run where you're making up time. 0 seconds on Nether Enter, 2 seconds into the Bastion, 5 seconds into the Fortress, but then that's where you lose the 10 or 15 seconds
Yeah,
later in the run.
it was kind of crazy. I know Fulham. I saw Fulham in the chat asking, "What do I even clip?" I would love to see how Tudor miss that spawner. That's what I would love to see. That's the homework I have for Fulham. How did Tudor not see this more open spawner comparatively? I feel like that was just such a big game changer, and I'm so surprised that that stronghold was so far away from Beef Salad, and it looked like Tudor had to go from even farther away. So maybe I'm like, I have no idea how that ended up happening, but very, very crazy end game there. And again, like the gold pick play from Tudor, I really like how aggressive they're playing with gold picks, but every time they do so, it's like, it's almost not even enough gold picks. It's like they still need more somehow.
Yeah, it feels like they decided to dig earlier than Beef Salad. I think Beef Salad dug straight down wall on top of Soul Sand while Tutorul was tunneling the whole way. I'm a big fan of tunneling, but if there's open terrain, that's just gonna be faster.
Yeah, and so Beef Salad doing a really, really good job forcing the terrain here. And this is the big decision. It is going to be Tutorul picking Ruined Portal. So Tutorul banned this to start and is now picking their banned seed type, which is a very rare occurrence in
Yeah,
rank. Kind of
interesting mental
aura.
for sure. Yeah, I
Kind
kind of
of
like the aura plays. To be honest, a lot of the time you're like talking about these high level decisions with like percentages and what people are thinking. If I'm in their shoes, sometimes I'm like, I'm just sending it. Ruin Portal, sure, why not? I
Yeah,
need to play all of these seeds better than my opponent if I'm gonna win. So why not Ruin Portal? It's gonna be a fast seed.
yeah, I could see, like, I think that's maybe the thought process for Turo. Like, this is by far between the two of them was the fastest average time was Tutorul Ruin Portal. So it was surprising to see Tutorul ban it. Maybe deciding, you know what, I actually do want to go fast in my Minecraft speedrun. Let's see what happens when we do go fast. And again, we're talking about fast though, but Ruin Portal sometimes you'd be surprised if it's like, you get like this weird iron situation or like, how much food are we actually going to kill? And like it could still get a little bit awkward, but I like the pick. It's confidence. It's like, you know what? I want to go as fast as I possibly can against my opponent, and let's just see what happens.
Exactly. And even if we're just looking at the matches today, Tutorul has had the faster seeds. I mean, Beef Salad has won more matches, but they've been slower than Tutorul's completion. Maybe Tutorul is just
Yeah,
a little bit more speedy today. We'll see. What's in this Ruined Portal chest?
we'll
We have
see.
no
A
gold axe.
lot of iron, no food. And it's going to be, I feel like, very awkward to get food in this situation. I see a singular cow on Tutorul's screen, but I mean, this terrain is so hilly. There's a lot of ocean everywhere. It's just going to be really, really awkward to get food, I feel like.
Yeah, not what you like to see. And Tutorul didn't overlap getting the stone as well as Beef Salad. Beef Salad already mining wood. Tutorul just now crafting. Tutorul was a little bit higher on the terrain though, so maybe sees a bit more animals. We're crafting
Yeah,
tools.
did see
No
that cow. I'm
shears.
not sure if Beef Salad did see that, but sees a pig.
I love
So
pigs.
that's good. That's W.
Pigs, like the commentators were saying last time, so much better than cows, even though they have the same food value, just much easier to kill.
So
Their
much
AI
easier.
makes it so that they're barely run at all. I think it's fixed in later versions, cows are better, but here we're on 116, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is actually quite a lot of food for the two runners. So this
Yeah.
will, I think, work out pretty nicely for them. Looks like Beef Salad is deciding that 8 is enough. I would probably agree. That feels like a good amount. Tudorul still having a kill, going back to the room portal now, though, and it's probably pretty even between the two. But Tudorul hasn't grabbed water yet. Has to go back. That's like minus 3 seconds. It could end up mattering. Still grabbing wood, and Beef Salad is going to be entering the nether first by, I would say, about 10 seconds.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see how these little decisions can turn into 10 or 20 seconds entering the nether. I think they have pretty
Absolutely.
similar food situations. Looks like B-Salad maybe has already eaten one pork chop.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty close bastion. What is it? Is it housing? Looks no
Stables.
stables.
It's going to be stables. No fortress for either runner that I saw. Wide macro for Tudo, not seeing anything. Could be like deeper this way and then back right. Nice chest here to get some obby for Beef Salad. That's going to be 9, along with the armor that we already have from the Ruined Portal. So this is just going to be really interesting. I don't know if there is a second triple. I think there might be, but we're heading down. We might be doing a triple the gap. No, there is no second triple. So we are doing a triple the
Mm.
gap type thing here, and I believe this triple is in the middle rampart. I could be wrong though.
I think
Might be the
it's
far
on the
left.
side. So I think
Yeah,
we might
actually might
see
be
beef
left.
salad here go and break this chest along the way. Maybe not break it, but definitely going this way. I
Oh,
really
this
like
is
this play. Oh, he does break it. Taking damage though. That's
yeah,
2 or
it's a
3
little
hits.
awkward with the netherrack there,
Oh, I love
but
that
does end
one
up
block
making it
breakthrough.
work. And Tudor is going to do the same thing, but Beef Salad again keeping this 10-second lead.
Yeah, and now we're just gonna have all the gold in the world. You know, I love the triple to gap. It's really routes that's developed and not
Oh,
that long ago. Oh, and Tudoru's dead.
oh no!
What happened? What happened? Was it
Just
breaking the
got
chest?
domed by a piglin. Like broke the block in the triple the
Yikes.
gap route. Got absolutely domed. One sword guy, and I think just took too much damage from. It's so awkward going for the
Oh, did you see
W
that?
return to sender. That was W return
That
to
was
sender.
awesome. And
I mean,
honestly, it's not going to be terrible. Even
no, this
because
is like an
he crafted
insane
your
amount
block.
of time not lost. This is an incredible recovery from Tudor Roll.
Yeah, and maybe you
The
got
only
some pigs trading already, you know? So like they were
Get
trading.
like a
It's
pearl
not.
hang out of here. Yeah, why not? Like
I mean, obviously not what you want to see, but yeah, Tutor's gonna have to go back at the top to re-aggro the pigs. So it is
gonna be
bad, but
awkward.
not as bad as a full seed reset.
No, this is. We're still within like the 0 to max perch margin of error here, and that is like actually kind of insane for how well Tudor Roll recovered from this, and that's
Beef
just really
Salad's already
impressive. But Beef
out.
Salad is just out,
I
and that's gonna
love the
make
pearl
Tudor's
there
life a
too. Did you see
lot
the way he
more difficult.
exited? Beautiful. It
No,
was
I
like
missed it.
through a ravine.
Very nice,
Wide
very nice
macroing, looking for the
play.
fort.
And Beef Salad sees
Nothing
nothing.
yet. It's a little bit indecisive. Maybe they go left, maybe they go right. Oh, and I think they see it on the right there. So I think stalling
Big,
there, probably maybe
big
better than committing
play.
left.
No, maybe not sure. Oh no, has I think a lot more confidence now in the pearl throw. So I think we are looking good. Still no fourth though for Beef Salad.
I thought
And
I
I'm
saw it, but maybe I didn't.
I mean, this might be something that Tudor has to deal with as well, but I mean, this is just at worst, it's opening the door.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
there's
and
the
there
fort.
it is, finally. I mean,
Wow, that
could
is
matter
awkward.
though. We saw in the Stronghold last match, Beef Salad has a little bit more hesitation than Tudor Rule. Maybe he can make up a bit more time, being just more on lock with the decisions. But Tudor Rule is just so far behind that something is going to really need to happen here.
Yeah, absolutely. Does have maybe a little bit different of an exit than what Beef Salad did. And maybe this actually, as cool as Beef Salad's exit was, maybe this is something that might help Tudor Rule out a little bit more, but doesn't seem to be happy with what he's seeing on his screen with the wide macro. And Beef Salad is going to potentially find a spawner right above the staircase, but there's a Wither Skeleton, and I think there's another, and this is a little bit awkward for Beef Salad, like, not going to die, but this is just time loss that Tudor Rule's going to get back.
Yeah, we'll see if Tudor Rule does the same thing. I know Beef Salad entered the bad side of the fort first, so even if he just enters in the good side, that's saving 10, 20 seconds. But Tudor Rule just looks so lost, re-pyring. It's on Pi. He knows this within a couple of chunks of him, but sees absolutely nothing. Where's he going to go? And there it is.
Look at that.
that.
That is such a weird spot for the fort to be. It's very rare you look up and see something like that
Yeah,
on your
so
screen.
high. But I think Tudor Rule is going to make up a little bit of time there. Is in the good part of the fortress. Should see the spawner.
Oh, but look at these
Here,
Wither
maybe?
Skeletons. Oh my goodness.
Oh, love the pearl
Oh,
through him.
love this Pearl, yeah. And is now in the same spot. The spawner is just up the staircase that he didn't go. It's literally right above him
no.
right now. And just left. So he's going to play a different spawner.
Good.
And this is going to be okay, though. Gets to a different spawner.
Oh, and look at Beef Salad using a stone sword
Oh,
to
I
kill
love
the
that.
blaze. I really like that. Yoinking the Wither Skeleton's weapon and using it against their little friends in the fortress.
That is awesome. That is absolutely awesome. Tudor has the
search
spawner in mind now, but I
crafting,
mean,
couple picks.
Beef Salad just has 6 rods. Like, it's just taking its time, taking their time with the portal, making sure they have everything that they need. But 6 rods is gonna be tough for Tudor to come back from. Although the rates did seem pretty good, and Tudor does hear this other spawner that Beef Salad did not hear. So this is gonna be at least like a little bit of time save for Tudor, but I don't know if it's gonna be enough.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be enough. It's Beef Salad's game to lose. He's already measuring. How many rods are we at with Tudo? Is that 4 or 5?
I think that's 6. I think Tudor is just
Wow.
out.
Oh, I
Oh,
love
I
that
love
portal
this
spot.
portal
That was
build.
so nice. The confidence in placing the obsidian too, especially in this area where you're in a ranked competition.
Yeah,
Like
Tutorol has
the nerves are
7
highest.
rods actually, so can just leave his eyes.
Oh wow.
Which is actually going to be a big time. Tutorol's, I would say, only about 15 seconds behind right now. Tutorol has really, has to throw a second eye. Never mind. Closer to 30 seconds now. That is unfortunate.
But I think
I
does
mean,
make up time over the 4 overall.
yeah, and again, like Beef Salad kind of hesitating on this court. It's taking a little bit longer than you'd like to like find the exact spot here. Is going to be enough, but another like 2 to 3 seconds. But Tutorol, I guess, just still has so much stuff to do, still crafting and everything. And Beef Salad's just in the stronghold.
Exactly.
2 different spikes though.
That could be a game changer.
It's also
Maybe
Ocean
Tutor goes the right
Exposed.
way. Oh, I love Ocean Exposed. Do we see
I
the
love this
3 block
play.
difference? There's a library, maybe some light sources. But if you don't see it when you're in an ocean, you know that it's probably going to be buried somewhere, so that can still affect your decision making, which is really
I
nice
don't
to see.
love the direction that Beef Salad is going. I think it was more to the right. I think it was the other spike that looked
Oh.
good.
What
And
a
that
weird
could be
wraparound with that
something.
stronghold.
Yeah, I think Beef Salad is doing a little too much overcooking right now. I think it was more to the right, and Tutorul's here.
Oh,
There's
and
the
there it
portal
is.
room. It is exposed. Now, Beef Salad has a pretty substantial lead, but does have to hunger reset. Tutorul's going to have to do that as well. It's going to depend on how fast Tutorul can find the portal room, along with what is this 0? Is it just something that Beef Salad is just going to hit? Because Beef Salad is in the driver's seat heading into the end here.
Yeah, but Tutorul has been more confident with the zeros and been going for zeros more. So will that matter? Maybe Beef Salad does ground 0 again. It looks like an awkward size.
It's top 100 for
no
Beef
way
Salad.
You're going for top setup. No way.
And
oh
doesn't
my gosh.
get it.
Oh my
So-
gosh. He's going for lower setup though. He knows
Wow,
he needs
this
to hit
is
the 0. Tudo is so
phenomenal-
close.
What a phenomenal backup.
And it
But
flies. If Tutorul hits back T100 to win
He's
this
gonna
match,
go for it. I
this
don't know
is
if
his
that pearl's
tournament
good
life
enough.
on the line, and the pearl's not high enough.
No, it's not good enough. He's gonna
Pushing
have to use
97 side setup though. I think
But
Beef Salad
Tudor,
pushed
yeah, this
94.
is so much better because Beef Salad's side setup was at 90. This isn't gonna fly for Tutorul, but it is such an awkward setup. So has to use this, has to also burn
my
an extra
gosh.
bed. I don't know if Tudor has enough explosives,
And
but
it-
Beef Salad's
Beef
dragon
Salad's
perch.
perch.
So it just
No
doesn't matter.
way.
It just doesn't matter. Beef Salad just hits the perch, and Tutorul would have hit the 0 on half a heart. But it doesn't matter because of Beef Salad's perch. Wow.
What an ending.
What a way to
Oh
finish
my
this
gosh.
match.
I can't believe that perch. And Tutorul is out of the tournament.
Tutorul's out of the tournament. I mean, what a way to go out, though, hitting that 0. I mean, oh my God.
Yeah, I know.
That
You gotta
is
be a little
just-
bit proud of that.
That was an unreal set of games from these two runners. Both players really just giving it their all. That was just incredible work. And it just shows, like, listen, the game has progressed so much, but at the end of the day, just get the 1 in 13. It's a good day to be Beef Salad. Like, it's a good day
for
to be
Beef
Beef
Salad.
Salad. That's pretty sweet.
Yeah,
Oh
even
my
like, oh my
goodness.
gosh, a minute behind into the fortress from Tutorul, but made up 40 seconds entering the end.
Yeah, that was really, really impressive stuff from Tutorul. I think playing for that second spawner, realizing that it was there, getting 7 rods, not having to pick up your eyes on that weird ocean. I think manage the terrain much better as well, and manage the nav much more aggressively and consistently. And I think it's also a little bit easier to do that when you are behind, right? Because you're not going to second guess as much when you're kind of in that situation.
Yeah,
But that was
exactly.
really, really impressive. I think we are going to have an interview with Beef Salad because Beef Salad is in the waiting room, which I'm very excited
Oh
about.
my gosh.
Shout outs to Beef Salad. Shout outs to Tutorul. Seriously, really impressive performance from both runners. And just wow. I mean, the ranked playoff so far has been unreal, honestly. Like every match.
I love ranked playoffs,
it's
and it
kinda
only gets
crazy.
better and better.
Yeah, this has been absolutely amazing. But yeah, I'm ready to, if we want to drag in Beef Salad. I don't know if I have the perms to do that. Okay, cool.
Oh, there we go. Hello. Congrats
Beef
on the win,
Salad.
Beef Salad.
Congrats.
Thank
How are
you.
you feeling?
Good. I was pretty nervous. I was more nervous than last season, I think.
Really?
When you say nervous, like just for the overall matchup as a whole, or like this just last seed?
I think just the entire set.
Entire thing? Awesome.
Mhm.
Awesome.
Yeah, how did you feel on that last 0 when you pushed back 100 top setup? Almost got there, and then went for, I think, 94, and then the dragon flew. Like, there's a whole story in just that 0.
Yeah, my pull was really good, so I thought like, oh, I can
Yeah.
actually hit this, but I kind of
Mhm.
didn't like process it for a second. I kind of fumbled. But shout out Copper's Law, I got 8-9.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, you did. You got that 8-9. That was good. Did you see what happened to Tutorul? Do you know what happened as he
No.
entered the end? Tutorul went for side 99, I believe, and hit it as you, I think, killed the dragon basically as soon as you killed it with Perch. So absolutely insane that you were able to get the Perch to head to get yourself in semifinals. I mean, the main story for us back and forth was, I think, just the high level of gameplay between the two of you throughout was just really, really impressive. It was just really back and forth in almost all the seeds. Was there any seed in particular that really stood out to you from this matchup?
The second seed was kind of weird, the desert village.
Yeah,
It just
because
took a
there was
while
like
to
no
find the
trees.
gravel.
Yeah,
Oh,
you had to go
yes.
a long way for that gravel.
Yeah, that was really interesting. I believe Tutorul grabbed gravel like early, like with his fist or something before heading to the village, and was just like a massive time save there. And then it was just, you both played it so differently, and then almost entered around the same time. But it was a very, very interesting overworld to watch. Really, really impressive. How do you feel going into the semifinals now? This is something you're really accustomed to at this point. You become a ranked semifinal kind of regular, getting here, doing a good job. What are you thinking going into the semifinals for season 6?
It's fine. I mean, both of the previous seasons I've been in, I've lost to hacks, so maybe I can beat him this time, or
No,
someone
Hacks,
else will
if you're
pick me.
listening, don't we
Don't
cut the
pick him.
VOD. Don't pick beef salad. It's chill. It's actually chill. It's all good. But I mean, what a phenomenal performance. Anything you'd like to say as we wrap it up here? I think you did a phenomenal job. I'm looking forward to seeing you play in semifinals. And again, Tutorul played amazingly as well. Any closing thoughts here?
Yeah, just shout out Carpet's Law. I'm excited for next week, and
Let's go.
thank you for commentating.
Yeah, of course. Well, thank you for playing. Thank you for putting on a show. What a performance. Oh my goodness. And if you guys thought that was good, it's not getting any less crazy, because next up, it's time for the big boss. The big boss himself, Silver, is going to be here, and that Feinberg guy, I guess. But I'm really looking forward to seeing what Silver's going to do today. It's the first time we're going to see Silver on the stream for season 6. It's the second
Yeah.
time we're going to see Feinberg. It is a matchup, HBG on HBG violence. I'm very excited to see what we're going to have between these two players. I know they've been doing like private rooms against each other. It is
Really, they
absolutely going to
have been
be.
right now?
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure they at least
That's
did it
great.
yesterday.
Love it.
So I'm very, very excited to see this. Again, huge props to Tutorul, huge props to Beef Salad, huge props to Ral and Eric as well. Again, everyone that's played in ranked playoffs so far, it's been an absolute treat to be a part of this, to watch this high level gameplay. Shout out everyone watching. It wouldn't be possible without you guys actually caring. And let's head into an intermission. When we come back, it's going to be Silver and Feinberg to see which of them moves on to semifinals.
Too soon.
Well, well, well. Welcome back to the MCSR Ranked Season 6 playoffs. Do we have a match for you? Do we have a match? It's going to be Silver versus Feinberg. I'm still here joined with Parker Recrap. Parker, how excited are you for this match on a scale of 1 to 10? Like a 15, a 16?
Yeah, like 15, 16 territory. Maybe even 17. This is going to be
Wow.
really good. We have, I think in season 1, these two tied. Elo Feinberg's
Yeah.
been an old school player coming back, learning all the new strats. Silver always on top of his game with everything that he's learning. I'm just beyond excited. They're good friends. They've been playing each other. It sounds like.
Yeah.
I think Silver
Yo,
just woke up, so maybe
we
he's
have,
not
I was gonna
as
say,
in.
we have insider info. I lied to you. They have not been playing private rooms so far today because Silver woke up 10 minutes ago. Silver woke up 10 minutes ago. So they have not been playing private rooms so far today. He's a little EP guy, and it's okay. It's fine. Very excited to see how they do. But before we get into that, we have two things. One, let's head over to the bracket. For anyone that's missed it so far, let's take a look. We had Eric beating Ral in a phenomenal set of a best of 5 today. And then we just had Beef Salad versus True Rule play where Beef Salad won 3-1 to secure another group. And I've been saying semifinals. It's the flipping quarterfinals. It says it up there. It says quarterfinals. So my bad. Now, of course, we have Silver and Feinberg. And then later on today, we're going to have Ox Idiot, Danny Boy. Parker, anything about this so far that's kind of surprised you or things you're looking forward to maybe next weekend that's happened so far already?
I really like the Eric storyline. He had to fight his way through the quals. He's beat Automa and Ralph, both people who've been playing in the playoffs before. This is his first time in playoffs. I think he said at the beginning, I was just happy that I got to play here. But now he's won his first 2 matches, 3-0'd the first one. I'm really excited. He's an up and coming runner.
I think that Eric guy, I'm not really too familiar with him, but
Oh, yeah.
it seems like a chill dude. Seems like a chill dude. Happy that Eric is doing good so far. I mean, this honestly for me, like this Beef Salad True Rule game to me showed how high the skill ceiling is right now with everyone. I mean, that was a phenomenally played game. And again, Ral's 4th seed, I believe, in that Eric Ral matchup was so well played, and the skill scene of all these runners is just so high right now. And we haven't even seen the top 4 seeds yet. We haven't seen Dugan, we haven't seen Loki, and we're already seeing these such high quality games. So I think we're going to see more of that with Silver and Feinberg. But before we get into that, let's head over to a very, very, very special video that was made for this season of Ranked Playoffs. I honestly don't know too much about it. All I know is that it's a very cool stats video that will tell us a little bit more about the runners, their performances, maybe some stuff about MCSR Ranked over this season. So I'm very excited. I'm not the stats guy, but I'm excited. And let's take a look at it.
Hello everyone, I'm Nadi, and it's time for the stats segment of this season's playoffs. What I've done is gather the data and present it in a way which is hopefully easily digestible, and maybe we'll get some insights from it. Stats has always been something I crave at tournaments, so it's awesome to be here today to discover some cool shit about our 16 gamers. Let's get started. So, question 1, who touches the least grass? By this, I mean who's played the most games. Here we have a bar chart representing the number of matches each player has played across the 4 months of Season 6. And I've missed off the x-axis intentionally. There is one person who played more than 2,000 games, literally going off my chart. Who do you think it is out of our competitors? So here's all the players, and we can see it is the Big Mungie himself, with a very nice 2,069 games. On the flip side, the player with the least amount of games is Ultimate, with 244, which is still quite a lot, more than me anyway. I'll leave this up for a second for you to take in. Now, that's well and all, but how much time does that actually equate to? Now, the playtime stat tracked by rank is solely measured by in-game time, but I'm more interested in like a total playtime of players, so with queue time included. So I checked an 8-hour Mungie stream with him around 2,000 elo from last season, and I counted that he managed to get 35 games done. This comes out to just under 40 minutes per game, and this can be broken down further to 8:15 spent actually in the game, and 528 spent queuing, reviewing replays, or doing whatever, warming up. This is pretty much exactly a 60-40 split. So multiplication later, and we get that Mungi has roughly 470 hours on ranked over the 4-month period that was Season 6, which is not that bad, I guess. Don't listen to the haters, Mungi. Keep playing. God damn it. What is this thing? This question is pretty difficult to answer, and I won't be able to do it justice in this small little segment. That said, we can look at the relatively one-dimensional statistic, which is average completion. It's important to remember though that an average, a mean, it isn't the whole story to someone's speedrunning profile. There's variance. Sometimes someone might be extremely slow and extremely fast. Sometimes people crumble under pressure. Sometimes people die a lot and forfeit immediately. There's a lot of tales which this number doesn't tell. However, alongside ELO, it's a pretty good representation of a player's skill. For this section, I felt like doing something that no one's ever done before, and that would be plotting the distribution of every single player's average completion in Season 6. Along the x-axis are dozens of 15-second ranges from 8 minutes up until 30 minutes, and the vast majority of the player base has an average completion which slots into one of these ranges, maybe even yours. The y-axis represents how many players have one of these averages, and this whole thing is called a histogram. It hosts a pretty lopsided distribution, and that's because as you get better at the game, it gets harder and harder to improve your average, of course. Our medium player lies at the 1730 to 45 class, right about here on the histogram. Alright then, let's check out where our competitors sit. So our 3 demons with the fastest averages are Hax, Loki, and Dougal. No surprises there. One thing to note is that Benfi, despite being almost 2 minutes slower than our fastest players, still maintained a top 10 placement last season in phase points, which is like, kind of insane. I'll leave this up again for you to make your own judgments. I will say though, with Dougal having not yet played a game in the current season, Loki is running rampant with a 938 average, and that's across 78 completions by the way. Someone may prove themselves to be the best this weekend and next, but I want to know who was reigning over everyone else over the 4 months of Season 6. Just like last time, I made a histogram, this time of everyone's elo at the end of last season. Each bar now represents a 20 elo range. A lot of people this season realized that elo kind of felt a bit off, and you can kind of tell from this graph. I haven't done too much digging into it, but we can see that the number of players decreases past 1000 elo. However, past 1700 elo, high-level players seem to just be smudged across the axis up until 2400. Elo in games typically follows like a nice curve which slowly leans itself into the axis, but that isn't really what we observe here. Anyways, here's the median at 950 elo, and we can take a look at where our pros are. So it makes sense that our underdog LCQ winners are at the bottom of this range, since you need elo for phase points and you need phase points to qualify normally. At the very top of the ranks we have Doog and Loki, actually sharing first place with 2413 elo. But this isn't really satisfying. We can't have 2 best players. Luckily, we're missing a dimension. Well, that was pretty cool, wasn't it? Too bad you can't read it. Alright, so maybe I spent hours and hours on something which looks like spaghetti, but we can still get value out of this kind of thing if instead of just tracking all 16 players elo, we track 5 players elos. Those 5 players would be Dougal, Hax, Loki, Ral, and Oxy. The reason we choose these players is because they've all been ranked number 1 at least once during Season 6. So, once again, with proper color coding this time. Ral managed to take first place for a total of 2 days, while Oxy took it for 8. However, The other 3 were kind of just in a league of their own. 30 days for Loki, 39 days for Hax, and the only player who can be considered most dominant of Season 6 is Dugal, with 43 days as number 1. But the question is, can he convert that success into another playoffs win? If you want to watch this video again, I'll be uploading it on my channel after the stream ends. Also, make sure to go over there and subscribe, because I'll be making more stuff like this in the future, and I like my numbers going up, so yeah. Anyways, best of luck to everyone playing today. You've really done great to make it here, so congrats. I've been your host Natty, and I hope you have a nice day.
Yo, okay, chat. If we can't get Natty to 1,000 by the end of the day, there's what, like 4 million people here?
There's a problem if it's not 1K.
Can we get Natty to 1K by the end of today? That video was so good. That was really, really, really impressive, and a lot of in-depth stuff there that makes a lot of sense to kind of what we've seen so far and what we can expect to see going on. And it's a reminder, and it's kind of what we just talked about. Like, we've seen so much high-level gameplay so far, and we haven't even sniffed Dugal, Loki, Hax, like these people that are just dominating this graph that we just saw. It's unreal. It really is.
Yeah, I really like seeing numbers get given to how long people have been in that number 1 slot, you know? Because if you're not super observant of like who's number 1, it's like who really is the best? I think a lot of people are thinking Dug, Loki, Hax, and it shows, you know, they were the ones who held number 1 slot the most. I really like this video though. There's so many cool and interesting stats, and just the fact that it was made in general, I think the speedrunning community as a whole is so cool that it's open. There's so many like awesome coders, people behind the scenes.
Yeah,
I love it.
No,
I love it. It's a great
you're
community.
absolutely right. And it's, you know, speaking personally, I think that's why you're here right now, like commentating, like you're giving your time because you love this. You love what we're doing. It's why I've given my time. It's why I wanted to originally, you know, make a lot of the art stuff for this. It's what I can do to help support the scene and the community. And it's what so many other people do in the scene that makes it so special. It's what Oliver does. It's what Fulham does. It's what Red Lime has done to make the mod in the first place. Like, there's so much cool stuff. And because of that, we get to watch some incredible, incredible matches. And let me tell you, the one we're about to watch between Silver and Feinberg is going to be absolutely phenomenal. So let's pull up whoever's card is first. I'm ready to go. I'm ready for action. It's going to be Silver. We haven't seen Silver yet. And oh my God, you want to talk about some Minecraft accomplishments. What stands out to you here, Parker?
I just see winner, 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 all on the right. It's not like I got second place, I got third, I participated. Silver has won. And as we saw, I think in the Fulham streamer or MCSR awards, he had the coolest play of the year, winning not just a tournament, but a very high stakes game from Kai Cenat. Winning, I think, what was it, like $10,000, $20,000?
It was like $10,000 and 500 gift subs, like
$10,000.
just insane, just absolutely insane. And just did such a good job representing the MCSR community as a whole. So Silver, it just, I'm so excited. Everyone knows I am like the biggest Silver guy. I think Silver is one of the best players in the world, if not the best player in the world. 10:37 average time, 7:16 best rank time. And the thing that stands out to me is Silver does this with, look at the games played. 240
Really
wins, 150
low.
losses, less than 400 total games played. And that's because, like, for lack of a better term, I'm going to say this super nicely, this guy, like, has a life. Like, Silver has a lot of school, locks in, and barely plays ranked. So it's so impressive that Silver, like, locks in as good as he does and is going to put on a phenomenal show for us today.
Yeah,
I'm really excited.
He's a practice demon. I think a lot of people think of Silver, it's like, why is he practicing so much? He practices everything. And I know he recently changed up his hotbar layout, so it's totally different. Totally different visually. So is he going to be completely adjusted to that? What is the Silver learning curve? Is he 100% used to it? 90%? 80%? That can make a difference in these games.
You know, I think that's honestly a great point because of that. And like, it's something that he's done so much to kind of like practice getting up to the season. I mean, he's barely played ranked at all this season. It's been only practice really. So interested to see that. But of course, the opponent is not really a slouch either. 32-time All Events and world record holder. arguably the greatest Minecraft player of all time. 737 ranked average, 1043 average time. So a very less than 10 seconds average rank time between these two players. One thing I didn't point out when we were looking at Silver's screen, 5-2 for Silver, 2-5 for Feinberg. Is that something that you think, do you read into that at all, or do you not really small sample size?
I mean, I think I do. I think I got to. But I mean, at the end of the day, it's these 5 matches that matter. You know, you can have better stats than people, but upsets happen. Upsets happen all the time.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, that showed we already had an upset. Like Rao lost to Eric, even though I think the season Rao was like 14-5 versus Eric or something. So, you know, these upsets can happen. I believe last seed even Tudorul, I think, was up on Beef Side like 13-11 or something. So actually, the person who's had the worst win-loss so far has been the winner. And that's just kind of, you know, regardless of, there's obviously other factors, tourney nerves, etc. I mean, I think that's the thing that really stands out to me. These are 2 of, if not genuinely, the 2 most experienced overall Minecraft tourney players of maybe anyone on the planet. Obviously from playing Twitch Rivals, from doing the Safio events. I mean, both of these players have done so much, and to finally meet in ranked playoffs, it's going to be a joy to watch.
Yeah, and that's why we're here. That's why all of us are here, getting excited. We're looking at all the win percentages now.
Whoa! There is one thing that really stands out to me here.
Is it the... Oh, wait, I didn't see... 82?
82, dude.
82?
Okay.
Yo, how
What
did you
is
get
happening?
82% win rate?
Is Silver
What?
okay? Like, what is happening? What is going on Silver's
Yo,
win
I saw
percentage?
the 75 and I thought that's what you were talking about.
Dude,
But then
I was talking
82?
about the 45 for Village. Like, what is
I don't
going
know
on?
what's happening here. Maybe it's like low sample size, like the numbers are off.
Yeah,
But
I mean,
all
so like
of these
that's the
numbers
thing.
apart from 45 are just so high. Like in a lot of the other sheets, we've seen like 50s and 50s. These are 60s.
No, this is 82 is by far the highest win percentage we've seen of anyone. Now remember, Silver has played out of anyone so far besides Automat the least amount of ranked. And last season, what was the Ruin Portal percentage for high level players? Like 10%, 5% maybe. So
Yeah.
we're taking 5% of 400, which is 16 seeds, which is like nothing, So that's just going to be, you know, you win 12, you go 12-4, like you could go 12-4 in just a ranked day, right? So like it's not too much to read into maybe, but I'll tell you what, it looks really cool on this chart right now. It looks really good.
Really cool. Yeah.
It looks really good on this chart. It's really crazy. It's exactly 14 for 17 according to Fulham. So that's pretty. I mean,
wow.
listen, that's pretty good. That's a pretty good thing. Fine has the better average time though, and I mean, Silver's best time besides BT is on Village, where he has a 45% win rate. So looking at this, I have no idea what to expect. I'm going to assume Silver's going to ban Desert Temple just to be like silly to Feinberg. Feinberg does get the first ban though. I would imagine you probably just ban Ruin Portal from what Feinberg has said. It's going to be Shipwreck Desert Temple.
Oh.
So very interesting ban from Feinberg. I think it does make some sense. Like Silver is like kind of that RSG oceany type of person, even though he doesn't play too much RSG like anymore. Like just the knowledge, I think, there with Fine, not even so that Silver has so much over other players. It's more so it's something that Fine is much less comfortable with playing, you know, all advancements and not as much, you know, traditional RSG compared to other players. So I think it does actually make some sense.
Yeah, I agree. The only other argument would be like maybe Buried Treasure, but I guess Silver's not a super RSG player these days, you know? He's all in on ranked.
I think Shipwreck is also like you just get better food in BT. It's a little bit more safe. Like I think it does just make more sense to kind of get that. I'm super pumped. I think this is going to be a phenomenal matchup between 2 of the best runners that MCSR has ever had to offer. And I think both of these players are ready to put on a show. So I'm super excited to see how it goes. We'll hop into it soon. This is just going to be super interesting. The other 2 seed types, it's going to be Ruin Portal and Village that we're going to see at some point throughout these first 3 games. So we're guaranteed to see those 2. The Silver ban makes a ton of sense, and we'll have to see if Silver's pick ends up working out for him. The good luck, the W sportsmanship. Do we see the Emja from Silver? No, it was probably already done. So let's see what happens here in this matchup. Buried Treasure.
Yeah, how do you think both of these players are feeling mentally? I know Fine has been kind of alluding that he doesn't feel as confident playing Silver. He's
I'm
made
gonna
some
be
like
honest.
slight jokes that like I feel like I'm gonna lose, something like that. How do you think these two players are feeling?
I think Feinberg, I think that was a big mental game from Feinberg. I think knowing Feinberg personally, this
Mhm.
guy has more confidence than God. Like this dude is ready to do whatever it takes to win. I think it was a little bit of like a mental battle against Silver. Get like a little bit of
Interesting.
like the under his skin maybe. So
Yeah.
I think that's more what it was. I mean, maybe listen, I don't know. We'll have to see. Apple pickaxe from Silver. Unfortunately, we can't craft that yet. But we do have shears for both players. Actually, wait, maybe did Silver actually make shears? I'm not quite
Yeah,
sure.
I believe they did because he has 5 wool.
Oh yeah,
in
he's
his
5
hotbar.
wool. Okay, yeah. So both players doing shears for the sheep. Really like that. Feinberg heading this direction for the kelp, and both players here. Feinberg ahead by a couple seconds right now.
Yeah, Silver just like stalled a little bit too much, checking a different part of the ocean. Feinberg immediately going towards the kelp, but I guess it wasn't even the kelp. It's just this ravine right here.
Yeah, this is going to be super easy. Now, again, portal moment for Feinberg. It should be good, should be chill. This is a moment where Silver can maybe make up a couple seconds here. Both players are going to be entering, and Feinberg does mess it up. Caster's
Oh
curse.
no!
Silver's in the nether. Feinberg is still dealing with this magma ravine here. But the
And we're in
bastion
the
seems to be a
nether.
little bit far, and this terrain does not look amazing. Let's see here. Quick check. I
Yeah.
think Silver actually might have saw it on the right. Maybe not. Rechecking. Not anything amazing. I think what I
Maybe-
saw was a ruined portal. Just sees the bastion in front of him.
I don't even see the bastion. Is it just really far through the soul sand?
I think so. I think it's a housing, and it's like you just see like the underside of it. I believe. I could be wrong, but that's kind of what it looked like to me. Do we see it? Yeah, you see that like little underside. I
Oh,
can't tell
there
if
it
it's
is.
housing
Yeah,
or
yeah, yeah, yeah.
stables, but Silver does have that now, and it is housing, and it
housing.
is manhuntable.
Yeah, and you're entering from this side too. Like I think both players are probably gonna be playing manhunt. It's just so easy. Going
Yeah.
for the triple first is like usually the nice play, but here it's just totally free to play manhunt. Yep, and Feinberg's down, both playing manhunt, replacing that little bit of magma with dirt, like the play.
Yeah. And for Feinberg messing up the portal, I don't think he's that far behind. I think it's maybe like 5 seconds or so. So I think made up a little bit of maybe terrain, but
but
has to
Piglin-
deal with this piglin now. I would probably just
Expertly done.
That was beautiful. Just give him a little nudge along the way. Very nice. But Silver not having to deal with that. That's going to be another 5 seconds of time save for Silver. The Feinberg doesn't have to deal with. And this could be a very linear seed. Silver is going to be checking for the pie chart potentially. Both players having to change because they haven't seen the fortress yet.
Yeah, I mean, this is the spot to check your pie chart. I feel like when you're getting into that top level gameplay, this is one of the first things you learn how to do. Checking your pie chart as you're mining the gold. Perfect overlap. As long as you don't have funky hotkeys or anything. I know Silver has quite a few HKs and
Yeah, and I mean,
different
let's talk
languages.
about that for a second right now. So Silver is the only player that I've ever seen in ranked playoffs, maybe ever. I could be wrong, that has tools on the right. And this is because of
Yeah.
the new hotbar kind of situation that Silver's been practicing. Now, I'll be honest, I don't know too much about what he has changed exactly, but it's very clear that he's taken it incredibly seriously and has something very unorthodox compared to everyone else.
Yeah, I believe he actually picked this up
Raul
from
also has tools on
Raul.
the right, according to
Yes,
chat. I've
exactly.
never noticed that.
And so I
think I'm silly, but it makes sense because Silver and Raul talk about this stuff all the time, so that makes sense.
And I think the argument is that as soon as you craft all your stuff, your crafting is going to go to the right side of the hotbar. And so as long as you're making sure you craft in the right order, you won't have to use your offhand to sort your inventory. And so you can open that time to maybe looking for a ravine a little bit more, maybe thinking about your seed. But as we see here, Silver is just fully out. Feinberg now
Silver's
hurling
fully
out.
out.
They both have 20 obby.
Again, I think Feinberg made up maybe a little bit of micro here, which is incredibly surprising because of having to deal with that one piglin. But I don't think he's that far behind. Like, really keeping it close here against Silver. And I don't think Silver's doing anything wrong. Like, I'm very surprised Feinberg's just having that innate ability to just have like these very little moments of time save. And this is an area that he's really good at, this like in between between Fortress and Bastion. And he's actually going to get to the Fortress
the
and
spawner.
Spawner first before
Wow.
Silver.
Yeah, I like that you bring that up. Fine was just the pearls just seemed a little bit better in terms of the angle towards the fortress. Just a little bit better on that decision making. Silver, I know he's super in with the mechanics. He's got the different hotbar. He uses a different language. Fine, he has none of that.
Yeah, no, nothing. Very, very traditional play from Feinberg. I mean, this is just very linear for both players now, though, right? Like they're just gonna play the same spawner. They're not gonna try and find a second. They're both gonna be leaving from the same spot. So a lot of fortress micro here, and this is an area where Silver can catch up a little bit. He's a little cleaner on the crafting. Maybe gets a portal and the eye off a little bit earlier. But Feinberg already had 3 rods. And talking about the micro, Silver has an iron sword with the gold axe.
I like these plays, especially there. It's especially nice if you have really quick blaze rates, because if you have slow blazes, you have a lot more time to craft. Maybe you mess up on your search crafting a little bit. Maybe you're not on point with your axe hitting. But when the rates are fast, you can overlap that a lot cleaner and actually make up time on your opponent.
Yeah, but I mean, look at this. Feinberg has everything crafted, has 6 rods in the portal already. I believe Silver only has 3 rods and is going to kill these blazes, but there's only 2. So, oh no, there is a third behind the spawner. I didn't see that. Does this drop 3 rods though? It's probably unlikely. How many rods does Silver have? It might have been, I saw for sure 2 out of 3, only has 5. So is still 1 rod behind Feinberg, and there is no eye break. So maybe Silver missed a spawn cycle or something. Or maybe like missed a clear.
I mean, he was a little bit slower into it, even though he left
maybe
earlier,
this
he was slower
spawn
to the
cycle that
spawner.
Feinberg has, because he has 3, maybe it was 4 and just had to kill only 1. That's maybe what I'm assuming here. And Silver's gonna have to throw a second eye as well.
Not looking good for Silver fans.
No, it's looking a little bit tough here. And this terrain for Feinberg is so simple. It's just a straight line down this soul sand with soul speed, and is
Into the
boating
lava.
down.
Gets the
Should
boat
be
before it
fine.
burns. Love that play.
Love that as well. Going to be just building out to have the portal. I believe Feinberg is just right here. Should be a couple blocks away. Struggling a little bit to find it. I mean, it's not a lot, but it just gives Silver like a second or 2 to maybe catch up. But is it going to be enough? Feinberg very confident in strongholds. Not as confident in the end, but we'll see if it ends up mattering. We've had a lot of crazy 0 cycle ends today so far.
We have
In the stronghold, Silver having to kill,
Silver's
gets the last
still
rod.
not out yet.
No, I don't know if
Wow.
the second rod actually broke, but did at least get a rod there, or second eye actually broke. No, is going to be out. So Silver is leaving, but Feinberg, I think, likes the spike down the staircase.
Oh, I like the spike too. Down the stairs too, traditional stronghold nav, the lower you go, the slightly more likely you are to be hitting portal room. Oh, and this has got to be it right
this
here.
looks really good, right? Yeah, I mean,
Yes.
this is not the easiest nav ever. It looked pretty good from Feinberg. It's a 1 eye. Here we go. What is the end going to be? It's open. Silver building the portal, but it won't matter if this is hittable for Fine. And
It's a front
cage.
cage.
Baby mode.
Baby mode.
This is it. Like, this is it. You just go to 95. No reason to go crazy. Pretty standard stuff. As long as the dragon doesn't fly, which is so unlikely in a ranked, this should just be game for Feinberg in Seed 1.
Wow, yeah. And in the past, people have called, I mean, I guess Fine especially has called himself not great at zeros, but he's really stepped up his game. I mean, this is an easy 0, but very cool to see Fine hitting these zeros, finishing with a sub 9-minute speedrun.
I mean, this was great. I mean, there were so many little like micro things that we thought maybe would cost Feinberg the game, like that Piglin in the Bastion, that mess up of the portal in the overworld, and it just doesn't matter. He still wins. So imagine how much ahead he would have been if he doesn't have those little things happen. So really curious to see. I don't think Silver played badly at all. Just the main thing that really stood out here is that split from Enter Bastion to Enter Fortress. The pearls from Feinberg were really just exceptional.
And it even looked like they were on similar terrain, but Silver just didn't find the spawner. I don't remember if he got any strays, but he was just like, that's where all the time loss was. I think the fort.
Crazy stuff there. And again, like the difference between entering fort and finding the stronghold, that 43 seconds, what is it? So it's 34 seconds of time save from entering the fortress to finding the stronghold. And again, there was that little mishap. Feinberg goes the wrong way for a second, loses a couple seconds. Doesn't matter. Still gains 35 seconds overall. Really, really impressive stuff. And I think what this seed did a great job of showing overall is just the raw consistency of Feinberg.
I think that's where he exceeds. People have called him one of the best decision makers out there. He doesn't do all the tiny little mechanics that everybody does, but he has a fast mouse. He's smart. He knows how to use it. And today, he's starting off strong.
That was a really big thing. And when going against someone like Silver, right? Like getting that first seed, especially this is Silver's seed pick, right? That's just such a nice confidence boost for Fine going into this next game. as well. Really, like, not that he needs it, but to remember, like, you belong. You're going against a guy who's really, really good, who's done well, who's won a ranked playoffs before. And this is Fine's first as many times as he's done it and as much tourney experience as he has, to remind yourself, yeah, I'm here. I'm going to give it my best and see what I can do.
Yeah, I'm so excited to see the rest of the matches. I'm always hoping for a game 5, but especially here. I mean, both of them I
Wow.
call friends, and I want to see some good matches here. No deaths. I think this season has
Yep.
been really good. The quality of play is getting better. People are dying less. No
I mean,
crazy mishaps.
What do you think of the seed pick here from Silver? I think it's very surprising. The picks are either Village or Ruin Portal. I thought Silver would prefer Ruin Portal here.
How you do Ruin Portal as well? I don't know. In my mind, Village is a little bit more similar to like a Desert Temple type seed, and Fine is obviously really good with those, doing AA a ton. He knows how to route things, but Silver feels confident here.
I think this is a mental thing for Silver in the sense of, like, obviously seed 3 regardless, if he doesn't pick Village now, it's going to be Village. So I think it's something like, I'd rather try and get the win on the harder seed, tie it 1-1, and then have the advantage going into map 3 with Ruin Portal to potentially go up 2-1 with my favored seed pick before the bans get lifted.
That's a
I think
good
that's
line.
the thought process.
Let's hope Silver wins here then.
Yeah, absolutely. We want to see this go to a game 5 here. Village, again, the big thing with Village is not just that it's a village, but what type of village, right? I mean, there's 5 different types. Obviously, it's more likely to be something like a plains or a desert or whatever, but show me an acacia. Throw me a spruce village. Like, let's get crazy. What's going on here? What do we got?
I think this would be the match to do it, but no, we
Oh, it's
have
gonna be
a plains
linear.
village.
Very linear. Oh, and a Ruin Portal.
Ruin
Did you see
Portal.
that?
Yeah, I did. So maybe they're just entering there. You have the potential to maybe carry a lava bucket over there if you need one more. Lots of quirkiness that could happen here. Fine
let's
on the
see what this
blacksmith
test is.
slightly sooner, but Silver already has the hay. 12 iron.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
I mean, and not
Love
only
to
the
see it.
12 iron, but the 4 obsidian for the Ruin Portal, right? That's massive. You might
Yeah.
not even have to find the lava pool. I think it's going to be enterable with just that. And it's going to be able to get shears, potentially just get flint in the Ruin Portal chest. I mean, this is really nice. And they're playing it so differently.
Wow.
What
And
the
it is-
heck?
oh my gosh!
Excuse me? Excuse me.
The
Hello?
chest. This is going to be a fast enter. Silver
I
just
mean,
might
they're-
enter here.
Yeah, but
I think he
look at
will.
the...
He's not going to have the blocks that Feinberg does, but
Yeah, that's
oh,
the
I guess he
thing.
has to get wood first. Maybe he gets another bed. Fine has got his water bucket and should just be. This is really fast.
Yeah, this is so interesting. I mean, both players are playing this completely differently, right? Like, Silver doesn't even have a bucket, is going to potentially think about shears, but it's just like so far, right? Like, you like, what are you going to do? You're just going to enter, right? You just have to enter because otherwise you're just going to put yourself in such an awkward position. I think Fine played this overworld so much better to really allow himself to have more resources, maybe a little bit more awkward on the food, but assuming we get enough gold for maybe at least even 1 gold apple, that would be massive.
And this
it's
is
treasure.
treasure. So like maybe he goes bottom treasure just for the extra gold to make golden apples.
I
don't
honestly
know
like,
if it'd
wouldn't
be
even
worth
hate
it. You
that
don't have to
play
waste
if
that as
it's like a
much.
thing where, oh, we see the fort on Fine screen too. I think it's to the left. You see that on Silver screen?
Yes.
Fort is
do.
there. So maybe not. I mean, I wouldn't hate it, but maybe it's a thing where, like, you don't need to grab the extra backup block for trades. You just grab one for the gold. That could be really nice in treasure. There are some blocks that you don't have to mine all the time. Blazes are shooting at Feinberg. I think Silver is not getting shot right now, but that is a little bit scary. This seed has potential to be ridiculously fast as well. Feinberg, a little bit of a mishap, though, and has to
Oh,
deal with a
tree
really
in the
awkward
way.
tree that Silver also has to deal with, but is handling it much
mind.
better. And just like that, oh, didn't mind the last block, now gets it. I think Silver has caught up enough time, and thankfully, because the seed is so good for Silver, I don't think the block, like, difference between the two runners really matters right now.
Yeah, and we know Silver can really play these fast seeds. I mean, it was in a casual room, but Silver has the fastest time in ranked ever.
Yeah, ever. And that seed actually was a treasure, I'm pretty sure. So this is a real, this has potential to be really fast. Silver, again, this is something in a treasure bastion, really focus on the micro of Silver here. Every single movement, every single minor detail that Silver is doing has been practiced meticulously over the last month or so. And that's something where he might be able to gain a little bit more time against Feinberg comparatively.
Gassed.
Yeah, gas could be a big deal. Obby check, we're at 12 right now. Feinberg has that extra gold block he's trying not to use because he wants to try and use it for a golden apple if he can. Silver doesn't have to worry about that. and it's going to be close. Another gold block. Feinberg also has this backup as well, so should just be. I would be shocked if Feinberg can't make at least one gapple here.
Yeah, me too. And why was there a stack of gold there? Did they not trade
missed
it?
the throw. He missed the throw.
Oh,
Wow.
that could be a big throw right there. I guess an improper throw, but it could lead to a throw of the match.
Yeah, I mean that could be absolutely detrimental.
And I like that they both already have a blaze bed from the village. They don't need to spend time pre-crafting that. They can totally focus on the trades they're getting. And Fine is in the fortress. Let's see how
Fine is in the
much
fortress. I think
behind
Silver's
Silver
about
is.
to leave as well. I don't know if has a pearl hang up or just was lowering it for the gas. Seems like it was just for the gas and the blazes, but is now in the fort as well. Only about 7 seconds or so behind. Both heading to potentially a spawner. Neither sees it maybe yet. And again, this is where the macro or the micro might come in with Silver busting out the iron sword. Feinberg not having that.
Yeah, I really like the play. Silver had a deeper pearl. I'm not sure if Fine got any strays, but that led to Silver getting to the spawner faster.
Yeah, and this is a great clear. I think Silver handling the clear a little bit better, and the spawn cycle is really fast. So Feinberg only getting 2 strays, Silver only getting 2 as well. I thought it might have been enough for a clear of a little bit more. Not strays, excuse me, just spawns from the spawner, but not going to matter. So both players on that first cycle after the blaze bed clearing enough to get the same amount of spawns, which is going to matter in a seed this fast and a seed this close.
Exactly. And I'm really curious to see how Silver is managing this iron sword play, because it's a little bit harder than before, and not everybody has totally shifted to it, but Silver always trying to push the limits of the newest tech. And so it's very cool to see him do that. We got Fine pre-crafting, 4 rods, Silver also 4 rods. Neither, I think, have built their portal. And Fine, look at that. Crafts 3 golden apples. Silver, though, has 20 bread. So he can't pearl as aggressively, but just has raw more food.
Just has so much food, yeah. Also going to have more gold pickaxes than Feinberg. Feinberg can only craft 1. Feinberg also misplaces. Thankfully, does not matter on the seed at all. We have so much obsidian. And Silver trying to get just the one last rod, I believe. Gets it. Might still have to kill 1 more or just go in for 7. That is a 7th rod for Silver. Doesn't have to worry about his eyes now. Feinberg does not have that luxury. That could be something that matters.
Oh, man.
Especially on Ocean.
Close.
So Feinberg is going to have to pick up this eye if it doesn't break. Silver does not have to do that. And even if it does break, Feinberg still has to kill 1 more blaze then.
And it doesn't
So
break.
Feinberg has to do this whole
down into
setup.
it.
And Silver's just out.
Silver's just out. I mean, look at that. Just the difference in the measuring eyes. Silver entered the overworld slower, but is out faster. And has golden picks.
I mean, yeah, but
Feinberg
this is
has
so
golden
close.
apples.
Feinberg
So
seems to
maybe
take
if it's buried,
way
it's better
worse
for Silver. If
terrain.
it's open, better for Fine. In a cave,
it.
love the secret tunnel.
The terrain difference is so big between these 2 runners right now. Feinberg took a much wider turn, and it just
And
doesn't pay
Silver's
off. Silver's just here.
Look at that 620 stronghold.
Yeah, that was
Lightning fast.
unbelievable terrain now from Silver. That was some next level stuff. Gets
Looks
the
like a
spike
good
he's looking
spike.
for.
This could be a really fast completion. Entering right here, mid 7-minute time. Let's see the 0. Enters. Look, oh, clean eye fill.
That was
good.
unbelievable.
Doesn't
057,
have to
and
go
is going to
quick.
have to eat bread at some point. Gets the clip. It's back. This is a tough 0 for Silver.
I guess 7 explosives, 7, 8 explosives, somewhere in that range.
This is
Should be fine.
94, 97?
Using a
Pushing to
multi-block setup,
94.
This is what I use. Ran out of blocks. And
And
this
has
is
to
it because
back
he
out.
didn't have enough blocks. He had the Crying Obsidian, but couldn't switch to it. Fine. Is Fine going to go for this back hard 0? He knows he needs to hit it. I think he's pushing. But a bad
Oh my God, that
pearl!
pearl.
He can
No,
still push 90. Doesn't push 90.
He's just going to go for ground 0. Silver deciding not to, and Fine also deciding not to. Both crafted ground 0, and neither going for it.
Crossbow versus bow.
There's
It's so
actually
close.
a benefit to Fine.
Did
I
this
mean,
just need a purchase?
I'm shocked that neither went for ground 0. I'm not 100% sure on the
Wow.
explosives, but I think both have got to be close to 8. I mean, Fine has 2
I agree.
anchors and at least 6 beds.
I agree. And like Fine has iron bars in the inventory. I assume
Both
Silver
do,
does
yeah.
too. Like why?
Yeah.
Why not? Like that's the difference maker.
They just
genuinely
mentally
don't know.
telepathy decided to do a
Fine?
perch race. Not a perch for
No.
Feinberg.
Wow, so close. Silver entered only a few seconds faster than Fine. How
Yeah,
long
maybe-
was it? 20?
Maybe 10,
10?
15 seconds at most. And it's just a waiting game.
Fine killing an
Fine
Enderman.
also killing. Yeah. I mean, Silver has 10 pearls. So I don't know where Feinberg must have missed a trade or just didn't wait as long as Silver.
Yeah.
But neither getting the perch they need. I mean, this is a massive 2-0 versus 1-1 is massive. Silver needs this to perch. Feinberg, if he gets this, is just one win away from semifinals in his first playoffs. And nothing's happening.
Oh my gosh.
The old Betsy
The tension
play.
is building.
I mean, this is kind of
Do
crazy.
you
The old Betsy
ever
play from Silver
burn
for
one of
the
your
mental.
anchors to do the anchor advancement for the mental game?
That would be crazy. This looks like a perch for
Got a
Silver,
perch.
but it also looks
It's
like a
a
perch for
perch for
Fine. They both snap. They literally both snap.
went the
Like,
stream
I
away.
don't know.
Silver's ahead by like 2 seconds. I think Silver just wins here.
No, but
But
I think it's Silver.
I think it's a 4-bet for both of them.
Oh, Fine actually messed this
Oh,
up.
and
So I
Fine
think
messes
Silver
up.
takes it.
Oh my god.
Also, is like 2 seconds ahead on the screen share. I mean, wow. Oh
That's
my
what I wanted to
gosh.
happen, though. Now it's tied up 1-1. Silver entered end first, so if there's any
It is
deserving to be
deserved.
had, it was to Silver there just for being slightly faster. They both bailed on the
It
zero.
is
Both didn't
deserved.
ground zero.
I mean, what a dead heat. I mean, the thing that was really the separator here in my mind was the pearls and the terrain that Silver took to second portal was like perfection. It was actually the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. Making up 16 seconds on that is unreal. And then just not getting there, running out of blocks on the zero, and still thankfully being able, for all of our sakes, to clutch it out to guarantee us at least a seed 4 in this unreal matchup.
The scriptwriters really done a good job.
Yeah, the budget went up for the script writing this year. I mean, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That was unreal. I mean, like, the story of this game to me so far has been how the runners have used their pearls. Because on the first seed, it was Feinberg pearling to the fortress. On this seed, it was Silver pearling to the stronghold. Is there anything else that you're kind of noticing that's like that, that's just really been a difference between these two runners?
I mean, even on the pearls, Fine had a short pearl on the tower.
Yeah.
And he couldn't go for the zero. No,
That was crazy.
I think that's a good way to write the story. The pearls.
I mean, just, oh my goodness. I mean, this has been an unreal matchup. That means we know we're going to a seed 3 ruined portal, which is probably what Silver wanted. We forgot about that from the talks that we had. Like, Silver picked this seed when he has a 45% win rate. 45% win rate in Village. And now gets to go to a seed type where he has an 82% win rate. So
that's got to feel real good.
I mean, that's got to be amazing. Fulham is ready to head over to him. So go show Fulham some love. Be nice. Let's see what Fulham caught that we did not in this absolutely insane matchup between 2 of MCSR's Titans.
All right, we have transitioned. Sorry, I'm not able to hear.
All right,
we have transitioned. Sorry, I'm not. Apologies for the echo there for just 1 second. What a first few seeds from this match. Silver versus Feinberg. Wow. Wow. What an incredible start. What an incredible first few seeds these have been. Absolutely stupendous so far. Really, really good gameplay. There's very little that I can even analyze simply due to the fact that these seeds have been so back and forth while being so close. I mean, you saw from the splits that they are all very, very close and tight within one another. There's only very, very few minute details that I can even pick up on here, including, but not limited to, this portal mishap. Notice that Feinberg did grab a water bucket here rather than the lava bucket. Maybe just a few centimeters inside the water. You can kind of see it when he F5s here. His hitbox is going to be interacting with this water block, meaning that he picks that up rather than hitting the lava right here, meaning that this turns into Obsidian. Uncompletable portal. Has to make a second one, which we see him do. At least he doesn't mess up the 2x1 the second time. But it does allow Silver to take the lead in this seed early on, even though Fine was ahead in the overworld. Once we're into the nether, it was a pretty even matchup, but something that I did want to pick up is what the commentators already said. Feinberg's terrain management, a lot better. To get from the Bastion to the Fortress was insanely faster, and specifically to get to the spawner. Notice that he noticed this was a spawner, saw it straight away, diverts his attention straight here, which is something that Silver did not find for a little bit of time, further increasing the lead of Feinberg, even with a little bit of a mistake or a slight mishap there with the blaze bed. And finally, we've seen Feinberg hit a 0 cycle. It was, as Rekrab said, baby mode 0. Even I think I might have been able to hit this one. However, he did hit it cleanly. I believe he did crossbow for a double bed, and he was able to take this first seed very well. It was a very strong play, and played this seed pretty much perfectly. Made a small mistake early on, but was able to take that advantage back. Another thing to note, I believe Silver had to throw a second eye in that first seed, which was something that he didn't have to do in this second one. Worrying about the Ghast and immediately throwing this gold. Notice that he's still got that forward momentum from running down the stairs here. He did not stop. He's still got this forward momentum. Throwing it directly this way, a little bit to the, a little bit offset to the right-hand side here. And notice, I'm probably not going to be able to stop this on the perfect frame, but I'll give it a good go. Yeah, my fault. You can see here, it looks like it's going in the hole, but in fact, the items actually grab right onto this ledge here, meaning that for the next, I want to say 20 seconds or so, no pigs are trading. Instead, he is grabbing loot from down here, grabbing chests, opening chests, finding materials, grabbing backup blocks, and as he runs back up these stairs after grabbing these chests, grabbing this backup block, we've had 20 seconds of that gold sitting on the ledge, as you can just see on the corner of this frame here. Sitting on the ledge. So, he's missed 27 gold trades there for a substantial amount of time, meaning he has to wait extra long for more pearls, any fire res, that sort of thing. You know, extra string, etc. That stuff comes later, meaning Silver's allowed to take an advantage into the fortress. But with Silver also playing the fortress really well, and as the commentators did pick up on, having that one extra rod in the ocean, saving him extra time there. And with this, Feinberg is behind and Silver's missed the 0. He goes straight in for the 0 cycle back of the buried 0, going for a back dragon. It is very tall, and I don't know quite what this pearl is, but not ideal. This pearl is pretty poor. Yeah, that is not making it anywhere near up the tower. It's a good decision. Once it lands around here, he's going to have to build up to here, or maybe at least up to here for a side setup. It probably hit around about 81, I want to guess. 82. That's going to be a really difficult situation. Maybe he could build a very low offset side setup if he knows it. But we already know that Feinberg's not the most confident with zeros. Instead, he had to be bailed out and go for a perch race, which was what we saw. Neither of these runners going for ground 0. And Kuriway and Rekrab's reaction to this was insane.
This looks like a perch for Silver, but it also looks like a perch for Fine. They both snap. They literally both snap. Like, I don't know.
Silver's ahead by like 2 seconds.
I don't really know how else to bring this up apart from to say what an incredible perch race. And Feinberg goes for a 4+1 to try and possibly run the seed out slightly faster, but the damage immunity window definitely came back to bite him there, meaning that it did take him 4+2, even though, as you guys can notice, as did the commentators, there was an ever so slight offset with the timers. So Silver's stream was roughly 2 seconds ahead. So I think that Silver won by, I don't know, around about 3 or 4 seconds here. Very close seed in that second one. Can we see this go to a game 5? Let's hope so. If it does, I will see you back. If not, either way, let me send you guys to Kuriway and Rekrab for the next few seeds.
Thank you so much, Fulham. I mean, oh my goodness. Like, we've seen so much good Minecraft today. I think those 2 seeds were just the cream of the crop so far. What's kind of on your mind as we head into seed 3 here? What would be going through your mind? Let's say you're Feinberg in this situation. You're going into this. You just lost the perch race. Tough. You forgot about ground 0. Tough. How do you bounce back? How do you get ready back into it?
I don't know. I would certainly be sad about that pearl. I think, I don't know. Just take a couple deep breaths. What's happened happened. You just gotta if you gotta lock in on the next one. I don't know what else to say.
You
I
got
think
you got to lock in.
Fine is really good at locking in. He's good in tournaments. I think it's certainly either player's game still.
Absolutely. I completely agree. I mean, we've seen both players really neck and neck, which has been awesome to watch. And we already know the last seed available is Ruin Portal. And if this is going to go anything like the percentages of wins for these two players, Silver has to be licking his chops right now. This is exactly what he wanted going into this third seed. Feinberg has to pick it. But if Feinberg can especially win this seed and allow if Feinberg wins the seed, he basically guarantees Desert Temple game 5 if he wants it. He guarantees it if he wins the seed.
Which would be huge for him.
If Silver wins this, he guarantees not having to play Desert Temple in game 5. It would probably be game 4, and then can pick something like Ruined Portal or Shipwreck or Buried Treasure in that game 5. So this has a lot of implications. It has the potential to be really, really fast, as all of these seeds potentially do. But so the slowest seed of these two is 907, and it was a village seed. Like they are absolutely
Ridiculous.
crushing it so far. And I'm really excited to see more of the differences in gameplay. I think that's really been the thing that's shown so far. Like they're so close, but I feel like the micro between them, they have a very different play style with what's in their hotbar, how they handle situations. Would you agree with that? Has it been like kind of a story of what they're doing differently, kind of like that Bastion Split and Beyond almost?
I would totally agree. I think they both have good micro, but Fine is just it's a lot more straightforward micro. You know, Silver has the different languages. He has the different hotbar. He's looking for every sort of technique. He does tab space crafting. Fine does none of that. But yet, Fine can make up time on Silver with the micro.
Dude, look at this. Like immediately, like not even half a second. Feinberg immediately heads to this village, grabs a tree, is gonna grab like a couple hay bales, and it's gonna be good. And instead for Silver immediately mines down for cobble and then punches the tree and had a lot of hesitation doing so. And that hesitation is gonna come back to bite him already in this overworld. I mean, Feinberg is playing this overworld again. I think that's been the story too. Playing these overworlds so well. Gonna have a bed, gonna have a bunch of leaves, gonna have food leaving. I mean, this is amazing.
Super high quality. I remember Fine saying on his last match with Shimon, he thought he played his overworld perfectly with a village.
Yeah.
Was it also a ruined portal with a village next to it, or was that one straight village?
It might have been.
Was that Desert Temple Village?
It might have been Desert Temple Village. I think so. Yeah, that's what it was. It was Desert Temple and then the village there, and he went for it, and Shimon didn't. And now this is the thing, though. So Silver's going to get pork, but Feinberg just has so much excess food and is also going to be at this ruined portal faster and has a bunch of blocks like Silver does too. But I think I prefer Feinberg's situation here by a lot. I mean, he's going to be 15 seconds faster, I feel like.
Just so much faster. Yeah, just totally different ways of playing the overworld, and Fines was just better. I don't think Silver had any mechanical mishaps. It was just not as good routing.
Yeah, I mean,
crazy
this is very
boat.
interesting.
Fine.
Yeah, had a little bit weird of a boat bug. Also, did see the fortress, so knows where to go. I believe this is a bridge bastion. Has a little bit of weirdness there as like mining through a couple blocks, but has so many blocks here. Going to be able to mine right up to this chalice. Silver also seeing the fort, so a very linear seed, and this is going to be a sub 2 chalice basically for Feinberg.
Yeah, a lot of these seeds are just like this is going to be a fast seed, and every seed I keep thinking that, but I think the gameplay of the runners is also just so much higher than any season before. We are seeing
this is crazy.
Pretty much only sub 10s. Even the last seed, it was a 907, and they both had a perch. They didn't even zero, and it's just a 907. Okay, guys. Okay, Silver. Okay, fine. Let's see how they play this bridge.
It's really impressive. I mean, Feinberg knows there's a triple on the left, deciding to go for the right side DK, though. Hoglin proofing it, has everything that he needs to do. I'm curious if Silver will do the same. Potentially maybe goes for gold pick Jason route here, but it can be also really awkward if like the soul sand here is at an awkward level for something like that. So curious to see what Silver does. Feinberg gonna have a lot of pigs, and the terrain here is super open leaving.
Yeah, probably not going to be a ton of decisions leaving. You just want to get maximum pigs possible. I mean, I guess left side is closer to the fortress, but no, Silver is going to be playing this right side triple.
And has a Hoglin right here.
Oh, innovative Jason. Love the creativity.
Innovative Jason.
It's a little
This
bit
is
bad because of the soul
beautiful.
sand. The pigs are going to take a little bit longer to walk over, but they should be able to pathfind just fine. Didn't
my
look anything
goodness.
crazy. Oh, freaking babies. I hate babies.
Yeah, we have gone over we do not like babies. This is an anti-baby stream. MCSR rank, not getting sponsored by Pampers anytime soon. This
No,
is going to
sir.
be a little bit weird for Silver. I mean, it has like some awkward pigs that are just not in the hole. Like we have one piglin on the like left near the hoglin. We have another piglin up the top of this rampart. Like it's just not amazing. And it also has to deal with this hoglin. Will be nice for food, but just something that Fine doesn't even have to think about.
Yeah, but both trades are just so quick. Like, I think Fine's pigs are done trading? No.
Feinberg's
Yes?
just out, I think. I think
Yeah, he's
Feinberg
just
is
out.
literally just out.
Both these routes are just so fast. Silver pre-crafting the iron axe. Fine also has an iron axe. Silver looks like he's going for even more food. The downside of not having all of the hay that Fine had.
Yeah. I mean, good pearls from Feinberg getting to the fort. Silver taking a little bit, trying to get the high terrain there, a little bit different than Feinberg, but I think Feinberg's pearls were fine. I don't think that's going to be any big difference. And Silver has to pearling because I believe he was short on maybe Abi was on 19, has everything now, and gets this nice pearl. But I mean, again, he's going to be 15 seconds entering this fort slower than Feinberg, and Feinberg has so many strays on his screen.
Yeah, love these. Not even low RD, just has the strays. Probably thinking about what spawner he's trying to go to immediately after. Kills one right
Yeah,
over lava. Silver also getting a couple strays. Aggressive pearling here. Silver maybe could get to the spawner before Fine.
Maybe, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to really make a difference. Feinberg sees both and already has, I think, like 3 rods. Silver does have some strays, but also kind of hit that blaze a little bit weirdly. Wasn't able to get the final kill, I think, or
even
maybe
more
didn't. It didn't
strays.
drop. Yeah, a lot of strays for
And
Silver.
it's
This
bad
actually
pearl.
might be helpful. I'm not sure how bad the rates have been. Feinberg doesn't have rods in his inventory, but I mean, this is looking. Feinberg's got to be feeling pretty good right now. Silver's definitely got to be the one to bring this back.
Yeah, and if you have like, I don't know how many rods they're on right now, but Fine's got to be what, like 4 or 5 surely at this point?
Gotta be. I mean,
I don't know
he's
what the
killed
rates
at
have been
least 10, 12 blazes. Silver having to deal with a little bit more weird mobs here. Wither Skeleton, Gas, none of
Yeah.
that on Feinberg's screen.
Silver
Open his
still
inventory for a
only on
second, but-
3 rods. Do any of these drop? Because if you're on 5 rods, I think there's a very good argument for
Feinberg
not
is on
blazing
3,
at all.
and Silver's on 5. How
Oh.
did Silver kill so many more blazes than Feinberg all of a sudden?
It's just
How did
strays,
that
it's gotta
happen?
be. And Silver's probably not even gonna blaze bed. He's just gonna pre-craft here, wait for the spawn cycle. I mean, it can be a little bit bad if you have really bad rates, but he only needs 1 more rod.
I guess we both just severely underestimated how many blazes Silver was killing. I guess we just like did not realize. I mean, Feinberg is now at 5, so I guess like the last couple just dropped. Is probably gonna be able to get
And they're
6,
still not dropping.
hopefully from this. Silver still only has 5. Feinberg now has 6 and is also blinding out with 1 rod extra.
Yeah, I think that last rod might take a couple blazes to kill. I saw Fine kill at least 2 and not drop. Maybe it's 2,
Yeah.
3, 4. That could make a big difference, especially because Silver does not have a blaze-bedded spawner. He's also throwing 2 eyes. If this one breaks right here, he's going to have to get another. But I think Fine also
That-
threw 2.
Fine through 2 because his boat I didn't measure. Silver has a 2,000 block stronghold. I'm not sure what Feinberg's is. I'm assuming they're going to the same one, but Silver is just farther. They could be going to different ones though. And Feinberg is just out. Still has a gapple. I believe he only has those 6 pearls, so maybe not an excess of pearls. But
And that
still
rod
is,
didn't
like,
drop for
fine.
Silver. He has to wait for another spawn cycle. He's
Oh my
gonna blaze
gosh.
bed. This is
That
just
is
looking really bad for
disastrous.
Silver. We thought Silver was a lot closer than he is. Fine is just miles ahead. That last rod, Silver gets 2 more blazes here. He really needs one of these to drop. That one doesn't drop. Does this guy?
Yes.
Oh, and he gets it. But again, it's a
Questions here.
2,000 block stronghold, you said. Gonna need a
Yeah.
lot of good pearls. Silver.
I think
is-
these are different
right?
strongholds. I think there's different strongholds. And Fine has to dig through this wall. If Silver doesn't have to dig through this wall, I mean, it could be a little bit of a benefit.
Silver,
But
or I mean,
Feinberg seems
Fine's
to be
digging
here.
down now though, so he's probably
Yeah.
here. Silver has the potential for gold picks, doesn't have them pre-crafted, but can craft them. Never mind, he has an enchanted gold pick, doesn't even matter. Silver really looking for better terrain here, still forcing high, getting higher and higher while Fine is getting lower and lower. Building his portal, it's going to be a low 8 stronghold.
It is apparently the same stronghold according to chat. Silver, if it is the same stronghold, that means Silver has about 100 more blocks to go on his Z, but did take pretty good terrain. I think it might be enough to like make it close, but if this is portal room for Feinberg, I mean, he is just in the driver's seat if this is it.
Yeah. I'm very surprised Silver took this left terrain. I mean, I guess it's working out.
Yeah,
It
I
should
think
be
it ended
pretty
up being the
close.
right play.
But
And there's a
Fine's
portal room for
in the
Feinberg.
portal room.
Better terrain for Silver, but Feinberg just had too much of a lead. And what's the 0 going to be? It's back, but it is pretty free. I think it's back 88 or
Redemption?
91. It might. Oh, no, it's high. It's 97.
Really good Pearl, though. I think he makes this
Great
with
Pearl
a lot
and
of
great
time.
setup.
Even with the misplace, he should be okay. Has a crossbow
it's-
on bar. That's kind of low, but should be fine. Great double bed. Great
Yeah,
double bed.
amazing double bed from Feinberg. I think this is just going to be kind of. Oh, wait a minute. He's got to do it in 2 explosives. But I think we're good.
Should be fine. Would have
Yeah.
liked to see a different orientated bed for that last one, but he's chilling.
Gets it
One
down. Dragon kill. And again, another fast seed for these runners. Another sub 10. And Feinberg takes the lead 2-1 over Silver. What another match. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow, indeed.
I mean, that was just, I feel like from that seed, I feel like Feinberg was just kind of in the driver's seat for most of it after just giving himself such an advantage in that overworld.
Yeah, that's mainly what it was, you know? Like, I guess he makes up 20 seconds over the overworld, but he's 20 seconds ahead with just the overworld.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
mean,
and for a
that's just,
second, we thought Silver was a lot closer than he was. They were finding Stronghold at the same time, but find Stronghold 40 seconds slower.
yeah. And I think it just comes to having to wait for that one cycle, having to spend time like blaze betting and clearing and all that stuff. Just, it was such an interesting situation in that like fort split for both runners because it was kind of that battle between, do you go for these strays that you have? Do you kind of play the spawner? Do you organize yourself? And the rates just weren't amazing. And then when both runners were on 5, it was like a couple more blazes to get to 6. It was actually crazy in the fort. And I think that was the decider of the seed post overworld. Just Silver was not able to do what Feinberg made up 20 seconds in the overworld. Silver was not able to do that in the fortress.
Yeah. Yeah. He was making the plays, though. He's playing for strays. Maybe on a different seed with different rates, it turns out differently. But
Yeah,
here,
I mean,
Feinberg up
absolutely, right?
2-1. Silver needs to get this win. I'm very curious how this last one will go because in my mind, these two players are the clutch people. They can clutch when it counts. They have the record to show it.
Absolutely. I mean, both of these players, nerves are not something that is known for both of these. They both show up, they both perform. And because of that, we are heading to a seed 4 where every seed type is available. Now, this opens the door, like we said. If Silver wins this next game, that basically guarantees we're going to a game 5 Desert Temple, which Silver does not want, but has to deal with at this point. But he's got to win seed 4, so he's going to pick Buried Treasure again, which was the first seed of the match, and Feinberg won it, and it was the fastest seed so far. But I think it is, I think in my opinion, it is the correct pick. Would you agree?
Agree. I think Silver entered a little bit slower on that first seed because he just had the wrong decision with the ocean. Fine was more linear with it, but I think Silver does have better mechanics in general for buried treasures. I don't know though.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe I'll have to look at it. Silver maybe is still a little sketchy with the new stuff he's implementing, and Feinberg is obviously just a demon when it comes to anything Minecraft. So
I think what I really like about this is buried treasure is something, and we talked about it in the Beef Salad 2 rule game where I asked you about like, oh, do you go for like, cows or whatever? You're basically playing off of the food in a buried treasure no matter what it is almost all the time.
Yep.
So I think it's something where Silver might be really confident in his ability to manage food better over Feinberg, maybe. Because think about like the seeds that we've played, right? So Feinberg did win the first buried treasure, but then it's Village where Feinberg's just getting a bunch of hay, and then this Ruined Portal where Feinberg does go to get a bunch of hay, and then just is not really thinking about food and stuff. So maybe it's something where Silver's like, okay, like we're gonna play off this 6 COD, and we're just gonna go from there and see what happens. And maybe that's the case.
yeah, I mean, with Fine's huge AA backlog and experience, I mean, when you're playing AA, you basically have infinite bread, So
Yep.
I think that's totally reasonable to say that maybe Silver's a bit more comfortable with less food. And it looks like Silver's finding the buried treasure just a little bit faster. We got diamonds for Diamond Sword. I think
Yeah.
Final crafted as well. I know he's not a fan of Iron Sword, but Diamond Sword, both players should be going for it. Diamond Sword is just so good.
Yep.
Raising our render, looking for
that.
kelp. See any yet?
I don't see anything. Silver through diamonds, has to pick them up. That's unfortunate. And crafting from both runners. I mean, Silver, I think the TNT from Silver was much better. Gets a lot more wood, but Feinberg does have more blocks overall. So that's something to watch out for if this terrain isn't phenomenal. And Silver, a little bit stuck on the crafting a little bit here, taking way more time than Feinberg, as Feinberg's ready to look for the ocean.
Yeah, not only does Silver's crafting just have raw more inputs with tab space, but his hotbar is just different. And I think that really threw him off. He was trying to get his axe and pickaxe into the right spot, but look now. Usually he has his shovel, pick, axe in the last 3 slots. His axe is slightly off. I think he messed up a little bit even after all that. And Fine, is he on the ravine?
Feinberg is on the ravine. Silver changing where he was going, deciding to pivot. Must have seen something and does. This is a different magma ravine. Obviously, they're going to spawn in basically the same spot, but potentially catching up a little bit more against Feinberg here. Still needing to get gravel, or Flint finally gets it. And Feinberg doing an L-shaped portal.
Interesting,
but
going back to his roots, but it doesn't
It's
matter.
going to
He's in
allow
faster.
Silver to probably catch up a little bit here on this enter.
Silver, weird spot, has to repair his portal just a little bit. Don't think he realized that.
This is
So
awkward
loses
now.
another couple seconds there. Is Fine, is speed bridging over to Bastion, goes for the boat clutch and gets it. Love to
We
see
have a
those. I love that more
stables
runners
here.
have been doing boat clutches more. You know,
Yeah.
it's a little bit faster than placing your boat and boating off the edge. And especially if you can drag click, your confidence in that sort of boat clutching is just so much higher. And so you'll see people like Loki and Duke do a lot more boat clutching. And look at that, Silver doing even more.
Silver's doing it
Love
as
to see
well.
that.
We have a
And
triple
totally different
gap
terrain, it looks
situation.
like.
Totally different terrain. I think Feinberg's terrain was much better than Silver. But the
Yeah.
thing is, Silver might be able to enter from the top of the stables if it opens, but I don't. It looks like it does, but I mean, Feinberg just has such a lead in this portion that I don't know how much it's going to make a difference. Interesting to see what Silver does here. There is a gap on both sides.
Yeah. Is this
Look at this
even?
dig in.
This isn't a triple, is it? No,
No,
this
this
is
is a
chest.
lantern. Yeah.
I love that dig in though. Silver really knows his way around stables. Love to see it.
Yeah. Farmer going for this dig down now and triple the gap. I think this is something that Silver might be a little bit more clean with, a little bit more practice with. And we see Feinberg having a little bit of trouble with the
Freaking babies.
Yeah, we're
Get
done.
outta here.
2025, no more babies. We're over it. It's done.
Yeah, this is not a daycare.
This
Get
is
outta
ridiculous.
here. They're just like, oh my gosh, so annoying. Those baby hoglins.
It is crazy. Silver starting the triple the gap while Feinberg is in the gap. And it's just, again, it's a situation where how much time can Silver make up here? A little awkward placing the blocks, does get it down. And I don't know if Feinberg did that. So maybe it's a situation where Silver potentially can get more piglins from having a little bit deeper of knowledge of triple the gap that he's practiced so much.
Yeah, that's a really good point that you bring up. Silver did have to throw a couple gold blocks or gold ingots, so maybe he misses a couple trade. I think he threw 2 or 3 that maybe he's aware of, that if I don't get another pearl trade, or I need another explosive, or I need one more obby, maybe it's at that top there. But I really like the blocks to funnel the pigs like he did.
Yeah, absolutely. So we could see from Feinberg's crafting going a little bit slow. Still has to pick up all the trades. They're still trading and has to figure out where the fort is, because I haven't seen it on either runner's screen yet, but I also haven't seen pie charting. So maybe we just missed it, because I haven't seen Feinberg do any pie charting yet.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, you would think both these runners would be pie charting if they don't know. I know Silver, they took a little bit different terrain, so I'm surprised we both haven't seen it. Maybe chat's seen it yet?
Yeah, they
saw
said they saw the fort, so we are unfortunately missing eyeballs, but that's okay.
Yeah.
And Feinberg having to deal with a weird stuff here. I'm not sure how much cod Feinberg has, but only 1 salmon right now. So potentially, Feinberg still has the 4 cod, so has managed his food incredibly well. Silver in a pretty similar food situation, and I think he's going to be leaving relatively soon here. I'm not sure what we're missing, but it looks like we are about to be leaving. I think we're
maybe
missing.
leaves out this lava. I think that would be slightly faster than what Fine did, but no. Yes. I don't know what terrain he's taking. I thought it was
a lot of hesitation from Silver here again. I think that's been a little bit of the story. I feel like Feinberg's decision making, I mean, we brought it up before the match started. Feinberg's decision making is so good. And Silver's going to be entering this fort from maybe it's a completely different fort, but it's definitely from at least a completely different area.
Yeah.
I think this is a
Could
different
make a
fort.
difference.
This looks
I
so
think it
different.
is.
It's got to be
Yeah.
different. And again, look at the strays on Silver screen. There's 3 strays.
And with the diamond sword, I love diamond swords.
Diamond
Getting
sword
shot
is
by
awesome.
skeletons though, so you could
Double
burn him
skeleton
with
and not that
lava,
much
just take him
food.
out. He's just gonna ignore them, which I think is probably the correct play here, since I guess he doesn't know where the spawner
Feinberg
is
has like a
yet.
double spawner thing though. You see this? He's got like it's like a
Oh,
vertical double spawner, which
that's
is going to
really
be
big.
massive for
And they've
Fine
even got
here.
the TNT to blaze TNT, but might not even do it because it's a double spawner. If the rates are good enough, you just don't need to do anything.
Yeah, I mean, Silver is getting these strays, but all this time getting strays, and we've seen it in a couple matches, it just makes it so that you're spending less time at the spawner with blaze betting. You're going to have to wait here almost always regardless. And Feinberg, I mean, they're both on 3 rods right now. I don't know how the count is, but again, like, it's going to come down to almost certainly different strongholds, right? The terrain getting there, and what's it going to be like killing these blazes? Feinberg up to 5 rods. I believe Silver is still at 3. So this is the difference here as Feinberg blinds.
Yeah, and Fine's already pre-crafted. He's in the overworld. I mean, he does have basalt, so if he gets a really bad stronghold, he might have to dig through a lot of basalt, where Silver, just netherrack around him. Oh, there's a dolphin!
Yeah, absolutely.
Not
And
the
there's a
dolphin!
He gets
Oh,
it
but he
though. Oh
gets
my
it.
god.
Sometimes that can be really annoying because the like throwdown cool or the pickup cooldown like is activated when a dolphin picks it up. So even if you're on it, sometimes you won't pick up the eye, but worked out there for Fine.
Absolutely. Silver throwing an eye. Feinberg leaving, or at least pearl hanging. Still needs that 1 more rod. Silver needs 2. And Feinberg going to be trying to kill this blaze here to see if it drops the 6th. Has to deal with a wither.
Does it? It doesn't.
Doesn't drop. So Feinberg is still stuck here.
Do we know how far the stronghold is? Silver is what, 1600?
I'm not sure how far, but Silver's going to kill so many blazes here at this spawner.
And
Gets
he's
the rod
out?
and is out.
And now is ahead!
And Feinberg's also out, though. They're both out. It's literally just going to be what terrain is better.
Oh my gosh!
Oh my god,
Oh my
Silver.
gosh! Oh my gosh! This
That
is
was
getting tight. We do not want a death here.
No, that
If
would
we
be
get one
not
death, we want
good.
both runners to die. I
And
need
think
this
both
to go to
runners are
another
out of
game.
food. Look at this. Both runners on like 2.5 hearts out of
Oh my
food.
gosh.
They're both building on. They're both building their courts right
Oh
now.
my
They're
gosh!
at the same time. 2
Dude,
completely different
dude.
strongholds.
Silver's got the
Silver's
portal up
portal build is a
faster,
little bit
but the
cleaner.
stronghold could be way different.
It's literally going to
Scanning.
come down to what does the
No
stronghold look like?
spike.
No
No
spike
spike
for
for Silver.
Silver.
Fine.
No way.
No
spike for either?
No spike. How do they play
No
this now?
spike for
What,
either
do you crouch
runner.
Chunk borders? Do you just send it? Fine, really spending time trying to find something. Found nothing. They're both on low health. Do they hunger reset before they get to the portal room? The longer they spend in this stronghold, the more opportunity for something like a skeleton or a creeper to spawn. If you die, it's over. Silver
I
going
think
even lower. This
Silver's
looks promising.
stronghold is better. It's a 2-way, so it has to be
And it's
deep,
here.
and he finds it. And
But
Feinberg
Fine also finds it. Both hunger resetting. Silver
Okay.
entering.
This is insane.
Oh my gosh.
Feinberg
think
has a 2-eye, doesn't have to craft the eyes. That actually matters, and is now in the end first.
Oh, no.
Literally having a 2-eye actually mattered for Feinberg. For
Front
people who
tower,
don't know, they will
easy.
have the same end.
Do
And it's
either
a
of them push
3-0.
99? Silver, surely
I don't
pushing
know.
99?
Silver is going to
What's
push
this?
99, has the setup ready, built,
Gets it.
has it.
Low
It's gonna
dragon.
come
That
down
might
to
break.
both.
That's gonna break it.
Red for Silver. Half a
And he
heart.
broke half a heart, and I think that might be Silver out
But
of the
Feinberg has,
tournament.
I mean, Feinberg should have enough explosives here. He just has so many beds,
Oh
and that
my
should
gosh.
do it. The
Silver's
dragon's
gotta be
dead.
beating himself up. Wow.
Oh my gosh. The bed break for Silver is going to be the
Wow.
deciding factor in this game. An unreal match between 2 incredible runners. Sub 10 every seed, enter to end, like genuinely maybe on the same tick. Like actually that close. Looks like it was actually
Wow.
1 second for Feinberg
Yeah.
because of stream delay there. But
Feinberg
that
was
1
ahead.
second was literally because he didn't have to craft the eyes. Like that was an insane thing. And they're both just there. I don't know if Silver, or I don't know if Feinberg went all the way to 99. He might have only gone to 95.
I think
But
so.
what an unreal match from these two runners.
Wow. Fine really showing and beating the Washed Allegations, won both of his matches here, moving into the quarterfinals.
Yeah. I mean, that's going to be an incredible scene to see him there. What a performance from Feinberg to really show. I think the main thing here was just the decision making of Feinberg. I can't
Yeah.
point to a single thing that I would be like, actually, I would have made a different decision there. Every single decision that Feinberg made seemed like the right one. Really, really impressive.
Yeah, and I just can't believe how close that last seed was. Silver entered the fort way slower. Different forts entirely, I think different strongholds. Entering the stronghold at the same time, both have no spike, yet both enter the end within a second.
Unreal.
And it's just the difference between the zero.
Unreal.
Silver's bed just breaks and he's out of the tournament. That
Yeah.
one fail. Silver's first matchup and he's out.
He's out. That is just absolutely insane. Like, I think the thing maybe there was like misplacing the obby may have like made him try and bed, like he had to fix the obby or like bed early, and then it's just
Yeah.
like kind of messed him up. And it's just things like that. It can just change in a moment. There's so many small things where you can just die or mess up, and it's just every single thing. That's why in these matchups, consistency is so important. And there are very few people in MCSR who are more consistent than Feinberg. So that I think was just the big thing here.
Yeah, that's a great point. I love mentioning that he had a slight misplace on his third obsidian, something that most runners don't do because he's doing multi-block setup. So he's got even more inputs with that, messes that up. And for that microsecond, part of your brain thinks about you misplacing that and whether you fix or not. And then that part of your brain isn't as focused on locking in on the timing. And Silver's first bed was just a little bit too early, especially because the dragon's height was just a little bit lower than it normally is on that setup. It just broke the bed.
Really crazy. Well, I'm not gonna stall any longer. We have the potential to talk with Feinberg. This guy is pretty cool. I mean, we're gonna have a post-match interview with Feinberg. I'm very curious to kind of hear his thoughts. I mean, we know Chad. He's a certified yapper, certified
We
person
barely
who's
need to
gonna
ask
tell
questions.
us
He's
a
kinda like
lot of what's
commentator.
going on here. So we'll wait for him to get dragged in here. Hello, Feinberg. Tell it what's going through your head. We don't need to ask you any questions. Let's just let you yap. What's going on?
I did it. I don't know.
You did the thing.
Congrats.
I did it.
Let's
I
go.
did the thing. It's good.
Wow. It was very
Were there
good.
any big mistakes you thought you made, or any? How did you feel actually about the pearl on that first or second zero where you short
Zero?
armed it? Yeah.
Yeah. How late was I in the end? Like 12 seconds or something? I don't
Yeah,
know.
something like
I mean, I short armed it, but honestly, in my head, I was like, "Fuck it, man! Like, if that's up there, I'm not hitting that anyways." It was like 97 with a clipping on. I'm like, dude, like,
Yeah.
it's probably good that I short armed it to some extent. Like,
Interesting.
it's not good, but like,
Mhm.
I don't know. And then I just forgot about ground zero. I had 6 beds and 2 anchors, and like anchors are good, so it's kind of like 8.5 or like 9 explosives. It's probably hittable. Ground zero is so weird sometimes though. Like, if you get this, sometimes the dragon like does actual zero cycle pathing where it, like swoops in and then back in and then swoops out and back in and swoops out and back in. And sometimes it's a moron and it does that thing where like it can't
It's like goes
see you.
hyperspeed.
No. It's like, you know, when you're like waiting for a perch and the dragon just does like 8 360s above your head and it's like, why
Yeah.
can't you see me? Are you stupid? It does that sometimes for
Yeah.
ground zero. And the problem is if it's that, I just lose. Like that takes like 10 beds or like at like 9. Like that's so scary because it's never like lined up well. So I mean that's no excuse either way. I just fully mind blanked it. I just wasn't thinking about it at all. But like, okay, what was seed 1? I messed up the 2x1. That's okay.
did.
I don't even know how.
Your pearls
Like-
were phenomenal to the fortress on seed 1. That was the big separator.
Okay, yeah, because I caught up time, right? I was pretty
Yeah.
sizably ahead on like seeds 1 and 3.
Yeah,
like-
you also had the
like,
piglin by like the first 3 blocks that you had to like push down to the bottom part. Of the
Oh
left for,
yeah,
10
I
seconds.
I don't know, you either spleef him or like it was so good that he got through the blockade that you have to build. Because sometimes that'll happen and he's stuck there and then I'm dead and then it's like over. But like
Yeah.
he got through and I just kind of had to walk him down. I don't even remember. Dude, everything's a blur. My pearls are probably good. I feel like my pearls were good to forts in most of the seeds. The only one, like the treasure seed was weird because I think Fulham probably looked at it, but like someone I lost by like 2 seconds. It was the zero pearl like miss or whatever, and then the perch race. it was just weird. I spent too much time organizing my inventory, and the trades were already
Yeah.
done, and it like punished me because they were done like by so much. Like if I was still waiting on something, it's fine, but like it was time that wasn't overlapped. I was just shaky doing the inventory. Like I misclicked like 4 times, like trying to move stuff around. And then because I was like, oh my God, I gotta go, like I have the trades leave, I just purled to the part of the fort that I knew was there, that I saw, but like I didn't look at all about the bigger picture. And that's like so important in the forts. It's something that ironically, like Silver told me yesterday, and I think he said that Manji
Really?
told him that. It's like
And
you
Silver
want
did
to
and
be,
had a better pearl.
yeah, you want to be doing every split as soon as possible with like no downtime. And like the entire time that you're in the fort but not at the spawner is like downtime. So it doesn't matter that like I get the fort advancement, because like what the hell am I doing? Like just running around the fort. Like you need to get to the spawner. So it's like saving your pearls and saving your food, and like saving like have just as little downtime as possible from when your trades are done to when you're at the spawner, like blaze bedded, killing blazes, stuff like that. And that's probably why Silver pulled ahead. And then I watched the VOD. He found like God tier cave, which is like probably kind of my fault, because looking at the chords, like I threw the pearl above the little mountain thing that was there, like the terrain, and I landed on chords, and it was just like it was close. Like I knew I only had 1 gold pick. I think I just misjudged. Like I thought I just didn't know there was a cave. So I'm assuming there's like a wall down there. I thought you had to dig like 30, 40 blocks, but it was probably like 20. So I think in
His terrain
hindsight,
nav there was like unbelievable.
yeah,
It was just
I think
so
in
good. It was just so
hindsight,
good.
even if there's not a cave, it's still better to go down. But I knew, and it's like it's so annoying, like knowing you're ahead on a split and then losing time, and you just like instantly know the decision. I'm like, okay, he must have went down. Like there's no other possible way, because I blinded first on 6. So like there's no way that he didn't catch up on the fort, even though like he got to the spawner first. Like maybe I had an extra stray or just like blaze bedded better. Like I knew that I was ahead, and then in that split for like the 30-second split, I lost the game basically, and it was like so annoying. But then I don't know what the hell were the other 2 seeds even. Seed 3, I don't know what happened. Did he die or something?
No, I think I don't remember
No.
seed
Or, like,
3.
miss-
It all kind of blurs. What was that?
Yeah,
Yeah,
the,
it's
the
okay.
thing, what I was gonna ask you was, you played like the ruined portal seed was like, or the village seed was a village with a ruined portal in it, and then the ruined portal seed was a ruined portal with a village nearby. On the last seed, Silver didn't play the village, and I thought the big deciding factor in like all these, I feel like in seeds 3 and 4 specifically, you played the overworlds like way better. Do you think that's like an AA just like knowing village routing thing? Do you think that's just like you decision making stuff? Because I think that was like the real big thing to me, the decision making in the overworld on those last
Yeah.
2 seeds.
No, that's a good point. It's like I think AA's helped because that just happens all the time. Like you always are looking for extra structures. Like you just play so many weird overworlds. Like the ideal AA overworld is a temple in a village. So you learn to like play with both structure resources at the same time. And obviously this was Ruined Portal Village both times, but I feel like it's helped a lot. I also like metagame the filter a little bit, in the sense that like I know that the Ruined Portal is always gonna have 2 iron. I don't know if they're guaranteed a light if it's not the seed intended Ruined Portal. I have no idea, but I kind of just like know that there's 2 iron, and if there's not a light, like we're both gonna have to get one anyways. I almost fucked myself over because I'm surprised the chest was there for that Ruined Portal that was in the village house.
No, that was
I was like,
insane, yeah.
I
That was
burned
so
all my iron,
goofy.
and I'm rocking up, and I'm like, this is way more in the house than I thought. Like I might be screwed, and it ended up being fine. But yeah, I think AA helps. I think I just have a really good ability also. Like I think it's maybe my strongest suit, and it just sucks that like you can't pick a seed type that has 2 structures. Like there's no overworld type that's like
Yeah.
give me everything on top of each other. But I feel like I clear
That's
so
a really
hard.
good
It's
point.
like my strongest skill by far is just being able to like adapt the route on the fly to like everything, because it's so detailed. Like I feel like I played both those overworlds perfectly, and I'm glad that like it showed, and it gave me a really good mental confidence booster after I lost seed 2 to like hop into seed 3, get in the nether with everything, like such good gear, and then Silver's in like 15 seconds later, and I'm like, damn, I fucking crushed that. Like it's my
Yeah.
seed to win. Like if I don't choke, I'm winning the seed. And then seed 4, same thing. I'm in like 10-15 seconds faster. It's such a good mental buff. I'm like, all right. And then it's crazy because like you're in, and then it's like you're just praying like, oh my god, nether exposed, please, good nether. And then like bastion right there, fort right there, terrain's easy, and I'm like, all right, this is it. Just like going through the motions. Done this for 5 years. Let's just freaking do it. And I got it done. I
And
don't
you
know.
did do it. And you're
Dude,
moving
the
on.
last 0 I gotta watch, man. I do this all the time still. It's so bad. I craft like 38 wool and I don't save string, and then every time I do it, I'm like, why the fuck, do you have 15 beds? And then it's just like, I entered and I was surprised he got to the stronghold first, but people in my chat, and I'll watch it back. I said it was different strongholds and different forts entirely, which is
everything.
shocking to me. I don't
Literally
know
everything
how.
different.
I don't know why you
Yeah, he
don't
made
go to
up
the
a
fort
lot
that
of
you
time.
see, but like maybe
Neither
it
of
was
you
at
pirate.
the
I think you
back of
both
the
just saw
bastion.
2 different forts, which is
that's
insane.
no, that's fair. Like the game happens like that. But I was like, damn, how is he here first? And then I crushed the nav through like a chunk call, and I was like, all right, this is pretty good. And then we enter, and like you look at the advancement, and he enters too, and I'm like, God
Yeah.
damn it, I don't have a bow. Like I don't have a bow. I lost. I don't have a bow. And then I went to 99,
Yeah.
and it was way closer than I thought.
Yeah,
So
okay.
I burned like 2 beds, and it was just like I just thought I lost. And I put a fucking frowny face in the chat, and I didn't
saw
realize,
that! I
didn't
saw
realize
that!
Silver could see it. I feel so bad because I didn't know he choked. I put the frowny face because I was trying to like show the emotion that I can with no
Uh-huh.
mic and no anything. I was like, fuck, I lost. Like I 7-betted a front tower with like exposed. I 7-betted. And then I just didn't realize he could see it. And then I didn't realize he was gonna choke also. Oh, it's just so bad. I actually feel bad for that. That's okay.
That's
It's
all right. I'm sure
okay.
he's watching and understands.
It's
Yeah.
okay. It's a
No,
path.
he does. He
You-
already freaking talked about it in our little match chat. I
Yippee.
apologize.
You guys did.
It's
You guys
good.
really did put on a show, though. It was so much fun to watch. I think you brought up a lot of great points. And now you get to hop back in the booth. You get to hop back in the booth. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah. W. All right. Well, we should probably head to a break. We're going to be seeing Oxy and Danny next, which is going to be really exciting. This is for people who maybe haven't watched ranked playoffs in the past. I can say with almost certainty, this is the matchup that has happened the most. This is season 6 playoffs. This matchup has happened now for the 4th time. So very excited to see Oxy and Danny get at it with each other. It's going to be really cool. Curious to see who's going to win. We're going to have to see all the seed pick bands, all that fun stuff. You're going to have Nerdy and Feinberg back. I'm excited. And yeah, I had a blast. Parker, anything you want to say? I think we had so much fun.
No, tons of good stuff. Thanks for having me on commentating. It's always love playoffs. Love playoffs. Yeah.
So much fun.
Go have fun with Fine
Awesome.
and Nerdy.
Yes. Bye. Have fun.
Bye.
Welcome back, Nerdy. So once again, it's good to be on the other side of the broadcast. And I'm ready to watch the classic playoffs matchup rivalry, Oxy versus Danny. I can't believe it's 4 times. It's actually insane. Like, just mathematically, even though they've played in all 6 playoffs now, both of them, still meeting 4 times on a single Elam bracket is insane.
Yeah, I mean, I think it just comes down to, I feel like between all the pairings of people, I guess one of them, one of the pairings meeting up this many times, I feel like makes sense between all the people that have played.
That's fair. If it's
I mean,
any two people, sure.
Yeah, but anyways,
That's
it
so
is. I agree with you. Regardless, it makes for a good storyline.
Yeah, so chat, for those of you who are unaware, the full storyline is as follows. Season 1, first playoffs, over a year ago at this point already, believe it or not. Danny and Oxy, opposite sides of the bracket, 4 seed Oxidiot, 6 seed Danny Boy, meet in the 3rd place match. And Danny gets a quick 3-0 to cash $250 and the first win in the matchup. Season 2, Danny gets 2-1 by Dougal in round 1. And Oxy gets 2-0 by Automat in round 1. Oxy being the 2 seed out early to Automat as the 15 seed. And Dougal was the 9 seed in season 2. So that was maybe a little questionable. I think it was maybe the season before we did phase points. And that might have been a little bit of a motivator because Dougal was not the 9th best player at the time. But we made a better system. Season 3, Danny beats Automat in the round of 16, loses to Ral, the 1 seed, 3-2 in the round of 8. Oxy also wins her round of 16 match against Lidlow and then loses to Beef Salad, 3-0, another player in the playoffs this season. Their second matchup finally comes in season 4. It's round 1, round of 16. Danny takes a 2-1 victory. And then in season 5, again, they meet in the first round, but Oxy takes it 3-0. So the last 2 seasons, they've both played. The total score, Oxy's won 4 seeds, Danny's won 2 over the 6 that they've played in the last 2 seasons, with Oxy having the most recent victories. And they're back again.
I mean, yeah, and we will have to figure out how this match will pan out. I mean, do you have any early predictions here, Feinberg, looking at the looking at this matchup?
I mean, Danny played really well against Venfi yesterday, but Oxy's always been a very dominant player, almost regardless of how much time she puts in. Similar to Automat in that regard. I mean, Automat did get 3-0'd yesterday, so hopefully not similar for that regard in that sense, if you're an Oxy fan. But Oxy has played AA a lot over the past year or so, actually as the current 2nd place time. It has given me a good scare a lot. So Oxy has had a lot of phases where she hasn't played as much ranked as potentially Duke has, Hex, Low-Key, Manji, Beef Salad, like we saw, like 2,000 games in a season. But Oxy's always been up there, again, qualifying to every playoffs and has done well in a majority of them. So I don't really know if the lack of experience or like lack of recent play time is really going to matter. There is something to be said, about this is the first day you're playing on Sunday versus people like Danny, who played in LCQ last week and played yesterday and like have had the very recent experience of dealing with the nerves and like playing in the playoffs format, like having to wait like in the intermission after seed 2 and like wait before seed 1, like be in the stage, get all the jitters out. There's something to that, right? To get your mind in the zone a little more, because at the end of the day, if you choke from the mental, it's kind of over. So maybe Danny's in a better headspace for that. Who knows? What do you think about these stats though, Nerdy?
I mean, really incredible stats here from Oxy. I mean, taking a look at 17-18 for the best ranked time is obviously very good ranked average time. But then obviously I think the one that Chad is noticing, the one that I obviously see as well, is that she has a 19-9 record against Danny Boy, which that is not looking good for Danny. I'm going to be honest. That is not looking good at all.
Yeah, that's a sizable sample size there. It's a better win-loss. My point is, Oxy has a better win-loss against Danny than she does against the average match that she plays. 61% win rate on average and like a 68% win rate just against Danny with a 10:36 average time as well.
Yep.
That's not looking good if you're a Danny Boy fan, but let's see what his stats card has to say about those numbers. And yeah, I mean, It's just looking at the stats, it doesn't look great overall for Danny, but he played very well yesterday, Nerdy. This could still be a very intense best of 5.
I mean, they're not bad stats. Not bad stats at all. And, Danny has won before. And Danny has won before against Oxy in the playoffs. So I feel like when I look at these, I mean, these are all obviously stats at the end of the day. There's not really like for example, in the last match, Feinberg, you had a 2-5 or 2-3 or something like that against Silver. And
Well, that's
at
not
the end of the
good.
day, the playoffs, it didn't matter that you had a losing record when it came to the playoffs. Just the couple games that you played, you managed to take the seed or take the victory. And so looking at Danny here, I mean, sure, it is not looking good, but I don't want to cast Danny out as not being able to win this game. That would be far too harsh on Danny Boy.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter any of the games that you've played in the regular season. Once you're in the playoffs, all that matters is the seed you're playing against your opponent. You could be 0-10 against someone in the regular season, so to speak. You get to the playoffs, could win 3 in a row. Quick 3-0. That's all you need to do. But look at these stats: 67% win rate on buried treasure seeds. That's very significant, especially considering the season 6 distribution had 45% BT seeds. So that's very significant. But also significant is the fact that Oxy's win rate was 61% overall, and all of the other 4 seed types are very significantly under that benchmark of 60%. So is Oxy very much like a BT only player? I don't know.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, it would be, I mean, I think these stats are obviously a little bit tough. The win rates, for example, they might have different elos. They might be going against different players with the average times as well. But I think generally you can kind of look to see where the strengths and weaknesses are. It seems like Oxy is really going to be strong on those BTs and on those, I guess, desert temples as well. Whereas Danny's strengths is, I guess, in the desert temples, but then also it looks like he prefers shipwrecks generally, it looks like to me. But you could argue, though, that like the average time, I don't know, it's very complicated. I don't exactly know how to interpret these statistics, but at the end of the day, I feel like these, above 50% for everything, so no clear weaknesses here, in my opinion. And I do like that. Look at that for Oxy, sub 10 average time on the Ruin portals.
Yeah, and speaking of the average times too, 30 seconds on average, like approximately faster than Danny on every seed type consistently. 27 seconds, 28 seconds, 29 seconds, 28 seconds, and then 39 seconds. It's like 30-second average. It's just, I don't know, like looking at the average time numbers, I can't see a world where Oxy can really decide what to ban. I can't see a world where Danny can decide what to ban either, like what Danny wants to play. It might just come down to vibes. I don't know. We'll see. That's an RP shipwreck ban. I think the shipwreck ban is a very consistent ban if you just want a seed that's going to be more normal. Ravines in weird places, 8 iron, low food, stuff like that. Banning shipwreck seems confident. I think it's a very different seed type. It plays out very differently to the buried treasure, even though they both take place on an island. They both take place in an ocean. At the surface, it seems pretty similar, but once you dive down, truly, there's a big difference in the overworlds.
You know what? I would be curious, just to quickly go back to the previous thing. I would be curious to see. I think a stat that might be interesting. I'm not immediately sure, but rather than like win percentage, I wonder if we saw like net elo gained or something like that. That way, it would account for the opponent that you're going against, if that makes sense. That might be interesting. I'm not sure if that would be more helpful than win percentage, but it could be. Anyways, as we get into this seed.
Yeah, there's a lot of stats that could help sort of build dimensions onto the picture that we're trying to paint. Forfeit rate, average overworld time, average elo of the person you're playing against, and then like you said, to elo gain. There's a lot that you could add into it.
No. But chat, if looking at their elo is helpful, but my point is, like, if you could see how much elo, if you're like on average losing elo from buried treasures, for example, right, versus on average you're gaining elo in shipwreck. Whatever. Like, I'm just saying that that could be
it adds
helpful.
another dimension, right? And if the numbers end up not lining up or there's differences there, maybe there's more to the stats than initially meets the eye.
Regardless, here though, we have Oxy just going through, getting the shears and all that good stuff, getting the blocks, as we mentioned many times. Very good source of blocks, as the runners craft the necessary items to go off into the distance. But it looks to me like Oxy's just a bit faster here.
Yeah, Oxy just looted the BT faster in general, and that seems to be the whole time save there. Hopefully both runners can hit these ravines. Is this one real for Danny? It is. They are at different ravines here, Nerdy, but hopefully they'll both work out. I'll have to see. I mean, looks good for both runners.
But we have lots of
Oh, Oxy messes up the portal, though.
options here. Yeah, it looks like
So-
Oxy does mess that up, but Danny is into the nether. So
Yeah.
even though he had the slower, leave from the island, he was able to make up the time with Oxy's mistake there. And now,
Yeah.
a commanding lead heading into this bridge bastion. It looks like we've got maybe a right side triple chest as
Yep.
Danny chooses to go up towards the single chest. Let's see if Oxy
You know,
takes
I
a
like this
different
play.
path.
I honestly like this play here, and Oxy's going to do the same thing. It does delay, obviously, getting to the chalice a little bit and starting the trades faster, but that chest is going to be really awkward to check if you're doing a right triple route. And having some info there, right? Like, there's gold armor, so neither runner now has to waste time crafting here at the chalice, so that's already some time save they've gained back, and they don't have to go over to that single during their route. They can just sit on the trades, wait to see what they have, and set up a Pearl Hang, set up a Pydar, do so much on just that triple without having to burn 20 seconds going back and forth on the bridge. So it's good play for both
Absolutely.
runners.
And now we have the runners trying to try out different routes here. Let's see. It looks like Danny to me going
Watch the
for
Hoglin for
right
Oxy
side.
here. And
Yeah,
the leaves
so,
as well is a little scary maybe, but it doesn't look like they're going to burn.
yep,
Danny
the
had some netherrack from the terrain.
right side DK
Ooh.
route here. Oh yeah,
That's so
taking some
weird. Look at
damage
this.
from
Both
of them.
runners. Yeah, the single hole there, the Bastion RNG'd a second 1x1 hole. Some of the Bastion blocks are RNG in the way that they generate, mostly in treasure, but it does happen with all Bastions to an extent. I'm pretty sure. Don't take that as fact. But it obviously happened. There was a 1x2, and the Piglins don't really fit in a 1x2 that nicely. So both runners had to sort of improvise, and they did it both pretty well.
There we go. You can see Danny trying to Pydar now for the fortress. It looks like it is to this direction. Not sure which cardinal direction that is exactly, but he is off towards the other side of the bridge. Now trying to get some extra food from the Hoglin. Meanwhile, Oxy also pearl hanging towards that direction. And
It was good from Danny. He's got time to overlap this hog here. I mean, it isn't a good spot for him, but it was interesting. You were talking about the pyrite, and I was watching somebody pyrite. I thought I was watching Danny scream, but I was watching Oxy. Oxy pyrite on the bridge as she was running to the trades, because you can kind of go over chunk borders in the middle of the bridge. It's a very consistent, like the bastions always generate in the same spot in the chunk, so it's very consistent to have a chunk border there. And then she pyrite again at this triple, so lost a little bit of time on overlap, but she's still going to be out of the bastion first, just with less food than Danny because of the Hoglin overlap. We'll see if that ends up making a difference as we get farther into the seed.
And now Oxy pearling towards presumably the fortress,
Danny
but
finds
Danny
the
sees it.
Yeah. I don't know if this is just slightly different terrain or more confidence in just sending a direction, and Danny sent the sort of right way, sort of diagonal, but he's here at the spawner much faster, has some good strays on the side as well. Oxy's going to be on half a heart after this pearl. No, heals up.
Oxy
Some
now.
great terrain now from Danny. I mean, he's very ahead here now.
Going up here, seeing some wither skeletons. That is definitely a little bit inconvenient here for Oxy. Just the wither skeletons blocking the way. Meanwhile, Danny has the spawner completely cleared. This is just raw time loss, unfortunately, for her. But
oh my god, that was almost
no.
so cool from Danny. He jumped off to get a rod and tried to pearl clutch to save himself as he was falling, but it hit the side of terrain, and now he's got to burn 2 pearls and more food getting back up.
Oxy,
But he has the food to burn, though. He does have the food to burn.
I'm really scared here, but it looks like Oxy is okay on 3 hearts now, just placing the rest of the platform here.
Still 2 strays here for Danny to kill, but he spent so much time that this one stray is sort of all over the place. Can he get this blaze back to safety? Doesn't drop a rod, doesn't matter. But Danny is 2 rods ahead of Oxy right now. Getting those pre-crafts in. Not sure if Oxy's done the same. No.
And Oxy trying to craft some beds now, potentially. Getting ready for the 0. Looks like 10 explosives and also iron bars for the ground 0. Not sure exactly how many Danny has, but presumably quite a few as well. As Danny's now blinding while he waits for more blazes. Both on the same amount of rods. So very, very close situation here for both these runners.
Yeah.
Little time losses here and there, but overall very well played. And Danny measuring the eye gets an 1141 at 100%.
Oh, he's
so
going to do this Pearl up tech to get back.
love to see it.
Has the food. I mean, he still has 4 COD, right? From killing the Hoglin. Much better food situation than Oxy. I don't know how much COD Oxy has. Maybe 0. Potentially could see a hunger reset in the overworld, but it doesn't look like it. I mean, you can still throw 2 pearls. But this food situation, much better favoring Danny. And Danny's also just in the lead pace-wise in general. Blaze is killed.
Yep,
All
absolutely.
that good stuff.
One
But
more
the notable
here
thing, Nerdy, that you did say, Danny doesn't have ground 0 potential. Danny also, this shouldn't matter, but we've seen it matter when I played yesterday. Danny only has 10 obby. So he misplaces 1 and it's over. Oxy has 12. Oxy waited a little bit more for trades or just had like 1 or 2 more pigs. Like, let's see, Danny can't misplace here at all. And he doesn't have ground 0 for the end.
Getting his precision with the obby there as he places.
Scary. Pickaxe the soul
Meanwhile,
sand, but he's good. And Oxy just
Oxy
still
is
has
just
to
waiting.
wait for, yeah, I know it's so brutal. Just 1 blaze off. Maybe it's 1 stray. Is
Maybe
this
it was that one stray that
blaze?
Danny
No,
got,
it's
you know?
not. Yeah. I mean, Danny was just at the spawner so much
There it
earlier,
is.
even though he fell off and went back up. Still saves him, but can he get the spike? Can he get the nav? Is it down here? A lot of light sources here, but I don't know if he loves this direction. Oh, he does.
And there
It's
it is.
beautiful. Aggressive pearls in the stronghold as well to prep for the hunger reset. His inventory is going to get a little messy. He had an open spot, but it's okay. Pearls are still on the hotbar. And it's up to Danny now. His seat to win. Has an extra COD as well if the 0 goes Ari or needs to heal. Ari? Arai? I said that wrong. That's okay. Pearl clip. Front. Should be easy.
Next, we have Oxy trying to make her way towards
Ooh, Danny needs to get this bed off, though. And he messes up the placement here. He's got to save it. He's going to go lower and 1 to the side. Wow. This is a very cerebral recovery from Danny. But does he have the explosives and the damage?
I think he does, but
to get it done. He does. Is that too low, though? No. Wow. What an incredible recovery from Danny, opting not to risk building up and replacing the obsidian that he needed to keep 0 cycling. Goes down and left 1, knowing he's high enough up to not break the crystal, knowing he still has the damage. It's a beautiful split-second recovery under the playoff nerves, and it's going to win him Seed 1, Nerdy.
Yeah, almost a mistake there, but able to close out the seed regardless. And Danny takes the seed here. And you know, honestly, I feel like Oxy did play very well. I'm really struggling to exactly pinpoint where that time loss was. I mean, we know that I guess entering the fort just 20 seconds later, looking at the splits here, maybe that was fine. I just felt like Oxy had to wait for the rods, but maybe just entering the fortress late, heading slightly different direction was the primary difference between the runners.
Yeah, I would say a lot of it is that, like you said, just Oxy needing to pyrate again after sending the direction. Danny, not sure if he saw it earlier, saw different terrain, or just, you know, sometimes when you know there's a direction and you can have a lot of visibility on one side, like there's a terrain impasse, right? You have to go left, you have to go right. The left can't really see that much. You don't see the fort. The right, you can see everything. And there's no fort. Sometimes that's good enough. And you can say, there's no possible way the fort's to the right. I would see it if it's to the right. And then you just send it left and it pops up a bit later. So maybe that's what Danny did. Maybe he saw it. I don't know. But he saved 20 seconds getting to the fort, do that, and then saved a little bit more time in the fort, maybe due to strays, maybe due to bad strays from Oxy, a little bit of a late blaze bed maybe, losing a blaze or 2. It's really unclear to tell. But I think the bashing of the fortress is the most tangible time loss, or it was an Oxy mistake that gave Danny Boy a commanding lead in the seed.
What a phenomenal start here to this set here of matches. I don't know. I mean, so after seeing that, how are you feeling? What do you does that give any insight into the future seeds that we have left to play in this series?
I mean, I don't know. Like, it's kind of unclear because other than the mistake, obviously in the terrain now from Oxy, I
Right.
don't know if you can really see any other tangible mistakes. I mean, like the portal, magma portal messes up a 2x1, but that's not like a mental thing. Like I feel like it's pretty easy to shake off. Speaking from experience, I choked a portal last match, and it was like fine. Like it's okay to do that, but she might be getting a lot more in her head about the terrain decision because it's something that like you can sometimes chalk up to like, oh, Danny just got lucky. Oh, I just got unlucky, and you have to sort of push those thoughts out of the way and like really examine just the seed as a whole and know that like you're here for a reason. Bounce back on the next seed and try to take the win. It's very possible.
Absolutely. As our next pick, we have a Desert Temple. I mean, Feinberg, that is very exciting for you, of course. I
I like
am
it.
excited
It's
to
very
see a
exciting
Desert
for
Temple.
Oxy too. I'm honestly shocked that Danny didn't ban Desert Temple just because Oxy known to play a lot of AA and especially the new gen AA runners, so to speak. Like the world record grinders of 2024 and 2025 have really tried to perfect the micro because I am bad. And there's a lot of time save there and like having a really fast end game, a really fast early game, those parts of the run that are very consistent, you know, like zeroing in the outer end, end city routing being perfect, bastion routing being perfect, overworld routing. So someone like Oxy, if we pick a Desert Temple seed, like if I end up playing Oxy in the bracket, I don't like my chances, is what I'm trying to say.
Ooh, okay.
As the AA world record holder, I don't like my chances because the amount of work that Oxy's put in, that Pingu's put in, that Infume, all the other god tier AA runners have put in, it really shows. And I'm shocked that Danny didn't ban it, and it makes perfect sense why Oxy's picking it now.
Well, without further ado, I guess we'll just get into the match here, assuming we're ready. I don't know. Yeah, I agree with you for sure. I feel like the Desert Temple definitely might favor Oxy a bit. I don't know though. Danny did play quite well in that last seed, so I don't want to underestimate Danny. But nonetheless, here we are. Let's see what the seed has to offer.
Yeah, there it
We
is. I mean,
have
granted, the ranked runners of our time have gotten so good at temples too now, especially because they're 20% of the seeds instead of 10%. It's been a long grind, and people have really optimized sort of how to play these types of overworlds. So it's very possible that there's no gap in the overworld because both these runners will play it perfectly. We'll see.
both runners doing the standard route. Nothing too crazy. It looks like Oxy's didn't blow up the chests somehow. I don't know. I guess
that's one of the rare things that can happen when you do lower TNT is it sometimes doesn't blow up a chest. It's honestly like pretty unlucky that it didn't blow up two, because you have to obviously then check both those chests for iron or food or whatever. But it does just sometimes happen with the lower TNT. And it didn't happen to Danny. A little bit of explosion RNG.
Two flint there for Oxy. I'm not sure. I didn't catch if Danny got flint yet or not.
Danny should. I mean, he has 17 gravel. If he doesn't here,
yeah, you're right.
basic
You're
easy
totally
play is you just blow something up on the side and just spam some gravel. He doesn't have flint. So definitely a misplay here not to place this gravel while he's doing a TNT. Maybe. No, I think that's just a misplay from Danny. Either he didn't grab the flint that dropped.
I think he might have.
But
not,
either way,
yeah.
There's no overlap. And looking at this overworld now, Oxy has flint closer to the lava pool. Obviously, a little behind on the crafting, and definitely a little behind on the food situation. Danny grabbed the crop land here. But yeah, no, honestly, it looked like Oxy was going to be ahead on this overworld, but look at Danny already starting his portal. So big time.
We have it. We have the portal coming out here for Danny, and Oxy just a little bit behind, but not too much. It looks like, I guess the going to the village, grabbing those carrots was not too slow for Danny. As he enters
Danny pre-crafted these golden carrots as well too. So
yeah, and gapples, which is he didn't craft the gapples, but he has gapples as a food source, which is very nice.
Wow, this is a beautiful treasure bastion. AA runners would love to see this. Yeah, actually, treasure's annoying. I'd rather it be housing, but that's okay.
I agree. Treasure is annoying. Hardest bastion, worst bastion. Anyways, we have Danny Boy getting over to the Bastion now, beginning the standard treasure route.
Just a couple
And
seconds ahead.
Oxy
He's
just-
not going to check. So interesting. Neither of these runners checking the pearl chest. Maybe just decide it's not worth it. It's a little too much out of the way for a 1 in 4 chance of helping you out. That's very
There's
interesting
an
that neither
Ender
of them
pearl,
check
course.
it. And the pearls, 1 in 1,000. We've never seen it happen in the playoffs, but it's still possible. True.
Yeah, we love spreading misinformation, chat. But regardless, we have both runners. I mean, I do like Treasure in this way, that I feel like with Treasure, with the movements, it does really look like mirror images of each other sometimes. Like, kind of like Housing in that way, where I really
Yeah.
feel like the runners are just neck and neck, and you can really feel it.
But Treasure, you're moving around a lot. Like Housing, you're just
Yeah,
kind of
yeah.
down there mining the gold. Bridge, you mine
Right.
all the gold at once and you're done. But Treasure, you're moving in between these ramparts. You're moving left and right on the corners, grabbing all the gold. And the runners sometimes, like you said, are just synced up, doing the same exact thing at the same exact time. And it's so cool to watch. How
And you
optimized
really
the
notice
game
those like
is.
slight differences, which is really nice.
Yeah.
But regardless, we have the left rampart now being mined out by Oxy. Meanwhile, Danny is, I believe, finishing up the right rampart. Yep. And he's just going to be throwing this gold towards these little piggies while he goes and tries to check this chest. And we've got some obsidian in there. Very nice. Let's see if he can get up to
2 gold blocks in this
20.
double as well. So
Yeah.
trade should be really good. And there's a lot of
there we
Obby there,
go.
13. So not really going to be desperate for any trades, hopefully. I mean, could get unlucky, but let's see
Danny
here.
choosing not to immediately mine that block and instead go for...
I think it's okay though. I mean, he's got
Yeah.
like you got 2 gold blocks in that chest. You already have 13 Obby. I think it's okay. But look at this situation here. Oxy might be able to leave first.
Yeah, I think you're
Yeah,
right.
just a little bit faster on the inventory management. Saw this in my match versus Silver just last match. It's just the micro, Treasure, not that much time to overlap crafting, overlap anything, and Oxy's going to take a commanding lead here into the fort at the spawner.
Absolutely. 3 blazes here for Oxy just to start off. Let's see what Danny can make happen here as he actually checks this other... Yeah, it looks like they're doing the thing where
Yeah.
they're flipping spawners.
Flipping the spawner,
here,
yeah.
so-
We'll see if Danny goes to the other spawner. We will see.
and
Yeah,
did
he
pearl
prolonged
hangs, I
on it.
believe he
Double
is.
spawner, so they've fully flipped it.
So there's a chance of course, a second stronghold, a different strongholds. It's always possible.
It's so close. They're so close, though. Most likely not. But you're right. It is possible. I'm more worried about the blazes potentially desyncing a bit. Oxy here in the more enclosed spawner, kind of just this wall on the left here. But those blocks can block some spawns. Danny fully open, so always going to get a 4 spawn if the conditions are correct. And the blazes don't spawn on top of each other. So could desync a blaze or 2 here and there, and it could matter. But most likely won't.
We
He's
have...
on 6 rods already. Danny is as well, though. Oxy's a little ahead.
What I
It's
hear
1 eye measurement.
from-
Yeah, but look, this is annoying to grab the eye, but Danny's in a cave too, so a little bit of annoying measurement for both players.
Yeah, definitely a little awkward.
Look at
Looks
this
like
pace, though.
Oxy...
Sub
heading
6 heading to
out.
quartz?
Yeah,
on a desert
Oxy's
temple
head-
seed?
Yeah, Oxy's just out. It is closer to, I believe, Danny's direction because she is moving in the direction of his
Yeah.
spawner. But regardless, I mean, I don't know. Oxy's just ahead.
I mean, I will say Oxy doesn't have anything pre-crafted, but I don't know if Danny does either. Oh,
no,
Danny
he
does,
He
though.
does.
I mean, it's going
Oh,
to take only a
interesting.
couple seconds for Oxy to get it done. She's getting it done right now, but this is time that Danny's
but now it's
catching
there,
up
yeah.
on the terrain nav, and he's got some beautiful under terrain here. Lower terrain. Oxy's at Y90.
Oh, wow. Who's going to have the better terrain here? I don't
Yeah,
know.
Is Danny on cords? I don't know.
I think Oxy's on cords, so now I think it's maybe better, but I'm not even sure. I'm not sure how
Danny's got
close they are.
weird soul sand and lava. It's very
It's
unclear, but
negative.
they are heading to the same cords. Oxy's building, though. Oh my god, it's so close.
Where's
Danny,
Danny?
gravel! Oh no! That's such a rare time loss.
Wow,
Ceiling
that's
gravel.
crazy
And he's going to
unlucky.
mine so much for this third obby as well.
Oh my goodness. There's more gravel. This is just like 10 seconds, and that 10 seconds is...
No, it's absurd.
That might be
it's,
the difference.
it's an absurd time loss, and Oxy's found the portal room already. Doesn't need a hunger reset. 2 gaps still. Gold pick for Pro Clip as well. Is it Pro Clip? No. Pre-dug. Outer end.
Nice
so
pearl
many
there from
explosives.
Oxy.
Ooh, it's weird though, but not that much time loss.
And he does find it. Let's see if Oxy can make the 0 happen.
90. It's going to have to be a side setup. It's a little shaky. It's
A little shaky.
She has
Not
to
going
dip.
for it.
Just the build a little too shaky. Is Danny gonna hit the build now?
Can
Oxy
Danny hit
doesn't
it?
have bars for ground zero. Danny's at 88. He's gonna go for a side setup as well. Standing at 90 instead of 95. The dragon could fly. Danny could mess up the timing. It's very hard here.
See if he can make this happen. First bed.
How many explosives does he have? He's going for the double bed here. The arrow phases through. Misses. It's okay. A lot of explosives still. You just have to keep the dragon up. On 3 hearts as well. Potential to die. Look how low. Oh no.
2 hearts.
He's dead.
Missed last time.
The bow clutch. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Daniel, what did you just do? Oh
What an
my goodness.
absolutely amazing clutch. Wow.
Jesus. And he takes a 2-0 lead. Oh my god.
Oh my god. That might be one of the most hyped
It's
zeros I've
incredible.
seen in
It
all
might,
of
it
playoff.
might be
That
better
was-
than him axing the dragon. It might be. It's just unreal. The things this man can do in the playoffs format. Absolutely unreal.
Wow. That was
Dude.
incredible. I mean, the dragon just seemed to get a little bit too low there, but he was able
It's just,
to.
oh my god,
somehow
every
get it-
micro
get it
is
off.
just perfect. He does an
Yeah.
anchor instead of a bed, because if it's a bed, the dragon's gonna break it. The dragon can't break the anchor, so he can blow it up later for max
Right.
damage. It must have been at least a 40 damage anchor. He pre-jumps off, so he doesn't get hit by the dragon as he blows up the anchor and hits the bow clutch on 1 heart. Every micro play perfect in a situation where you're entering the end behind the other player. You know the game might already be over, and you know it's for sure over if you choke. Hits everything he needs to hit. Absolute cinema. I don't know
mean,
what else to say.
Really good stuff there. I mean, Oxy, again, playing very well as well. I mean, unfortunately, not able to hit the 0, but I mean, entering the end 18 seconds faster. I think a lot of that was just the gravel. Like, the gravel, to me, looked like genuinely the largest time loss.
The gravel
in
probably
the
lost
speed
like
sport.
10, 15 seconds. Yeah, that
Yeah.
was brutal. And it's just a difference of the way they approach the chords, right? Like Oxy digs down and doesn't even need to drop that gravel because she's got that terrain. Like Danny was almost doing head hitters on the lava at the bottom. So he had to
Right.
dig out the roof and expose the gravel. And it's just something that that is never savable. Like you have to have string on your hotbar and then you place string to like
Oh, that
auto
would be
break the
so
gravel.
cool.
But it's just like, that's something that you only do if it's a set seed and you know that that's happening. Like
I
Danny,
think like the ultimate
it's-
play, if he looked up and saw the gravel, if he placed a block and then it updated and fell, then it would go into the lava. Maybe it would have worked.
Like,
I don't know.
Like
but
pre
that's-
digging the ceiling. Yeah, I don't even know if
That
you
would-
saw any gravel. It's just there's just
I
no
don't
way
even
you
know.
can expect to save that. Like it's just
Yeah.
kind of something that happens.
Was the ceiling
string-
even made of gravel? I don't even know. I think it might
I
have
have
been.
no
but I'm-
idea. I don't think it was. But soul sand is good as well. Building the ground with soul sand.
Ooh,
String
that
is
would have been
also good
crazy.
if you have
Yeah.
spare string. Soul sand, another really good shot, but it's such a weird situation, and it lost him a lot of time. It lost him all the time he made up from like making a better terrain decision, right? Like he was on the chords first and just got full screwed by the gravel, but made it back with the most impressive 0 we've maybe ever seen in playoffs. And what other matchup for it to happen already than the 4th meetup between these two individuals? Like, oh my god.
Absolute cinema, as my take. That was fantastic stuff. We have a 2-0 lead here now for Danny Boy. I mean, that's nerve-wracking if you're Oxy, the higher seed, of course, but you know, being down 2-0 it's tough. You got to win 3 in a row, and that's tough with all the nerves of tourneys, you know, the nerves of the playoffs. So I feel like to me, Danny is playing really well. I don't know. I mean, I you know, as much as I'm, you know, hoping Oxy will play well, that is a tough situation to be in for sure.
Yeah. I mean, down 2-0. We'll see, though. We'll see what Fulham has to say for our maybe last mid-match analysis of the day. See exactly how much time Danny lost on that gravel, among other things that have been clipped for us to analyze. We're going to throw it over to Fulham, and we'll be back here in just a few minutes.
What a seed. Oh my gosh. What a seed. I don't even know what to say at this point. It's been an absolutely unreal couple of seeds. There have been a few moments that I've had to clip, but honestly, I don't think we really need much more analysis than to watch that final clip back, and we will get there. We will get there. Let's send our minds back to seed 1 for just a second. Oxidiot versus Danny Boy. It's currently 2-0 to Danny. And let's have a look at this guy's play right here. Kills some blazes after a blaze bed. Hits this one without a crit here. The second swing doesn't seem to be a crit, which sucks a little bit. However, he then kills it there. It does drop a rod. He's already off the block. Instantly off the block, jumping into the lava, and attempts to whip a pearl onto this terrain right here. Tries to land it on these blocks. Sadly, does not come off. Instead, it hits the side and falls into the lava. Using a lot of food, having to use an extra pearl does suck a lot, and it did cause a lot of it did cause him to lose some time, but with a very good pearl backup, at least saving the rod would offset that lack of pearl pretty well. Obviously, losing that rod in its entirety could have messed up the run a lot more. And yeah, me, when I'm in a hit a beautiful 0 versus Oxidiot and challenge, and my opponent is Danny Boy. An absolutely unreal, beautiful recovery of this 0. Having to go down a block, off to the side, and it just, recovers an amazing 0 after worrying about the placement of this first block. Incorrect, builds up with 3 of the, 3 netherrack, so it's going to explode. Knows he now only has 1 anchor to place it against. Instantly locks in, goes straight in for the anchor next door, and plays 1 block lower down, 1 block offset. Absolutely fine because it's such a low tower. And is able to clutch out a really, really nice dragon kill. But yeah, let's no one really cares about this one anymore. This one's old news. This one's so simple. This one's so easy. It's okay. He does this in his sleep. He does this, it's a cerebral 0, as Feinberg would say, I'm sure. This guy's cranking to coordinates, doesn't look up 1 time. Does not look up until right now. Urgent alert. No clue what to do. The only thing you can think about doing is, as people have now said, placing string or soul sand underneath your feet. But it's not the first thing you think of, because when you see this gravel, you're not expecting there to be, 1, 2, 3, 4 gravel stacked on top of each other. You're most likely thinking, okay, there's 1 gravel right here. I just need to dig it real quick, and then I'm fine. I'm done. Yeah, this stuff falls down. Okay, it sucks. But, unfortunately for Danny, he mines that 1, 2, 3, 4, pushes him out into the lava, tries to dig the block next to it, updating the other blocks. Look, so he deals with this, has to dig all of these as well, and then digs this and this block. Meaning that even more gravel falls in. Another 6 gravel needed to be mined. Just an unfortunate placement of this nether portal. I'm going to be so honest. And he also did have 2 spare obby. So the alternative option would have been possibly to build above as soon as he noticed. But he'd already started placing in the wall, so it wouldn't have really worked. Maybe had he have looked up now, but instead, obviously, he's gone straight up with that side, straight up with this side, so no spare obby to build it above. And as soon as he mines that block, which, bear in mind, was actually 1 block to the side, he's mined this block here, which didn't need to be mined, but it's the worst of every scenario, because it's updated this block, and all of the surrounding blocks to fall, which is, yeah, I guess you could say it's a misplay, but in reality, it's just really pretty unfortunate. He was obviously able to bring this back and enter the end, even though Oxidiot was in the end far before. I'm not even going to say anything. I'm just gonna let you guys watch this one more time, because I don't think any words that I can add are going to add any benefit. Just a beautiful 0 cycle. there's nothing more to add. Every single meticulous detail was thought out there, from the offset bed placement to the anchor beneath it, to make sure that he doesn't get hit by the dragon on his way down by instantly falling off and hitting the boat clutch at the end. It's all beautiful. It's all fantastic. An early contender for Play of the Year, MCSR Award 2025. Danny hits that 0, and that is 2-0. Oxidian needs to make an immense comeback, otherwise Danny is going to go through to the quarterfinals. Will we see it? If we do see that sort of comeback, you will see me again. If not, it's been an absolute pleasure this weekend, and I will see you all next weekend. But for now, I better get back to coding, and you guys can go back to Feinberg and Nerdy.
And we're back. And I mean, for everyone's sake, I hope we see Fulham back here, but it might not happen. I don't know. Winning 3 seasons in a row is very hard.
I mean, I feel like Danny is on point right now. He seems locked in. He is, I mean, like that last seed, like I feel like I think of the biggest time losses, sure, the gravel, but like even that, I feel like not really his fault. It's not like Oxy had the same kind of luck there. So to me, Danny's looking dangerous right now, as you'd say. And I don't know. I'm a little worried for Oxy.
Yeah, I mean, it's 3 seeds, and not only not making a mistake, like a major mistake, like a death or misplacing an obby or going the wrong way to a structure in any 3 seeds is just hard enough as it is, with pressure on top of that. And also, you can play very well and just lose to your opponent playing better. And Danny's in a position to be doing that this series so far. So the cards are stacked against Oxy, but she could deal herself the right hand and send it to a game 5 and potentially upset, reverse sweep. We'll have to see.
It is not over yet, yes. And we have a village up next here. I'm excited. I love villages, you know. They remind me of the good old days back in my day of speedrunning. So I'm excited to see what we got.
Yeah, I mean, there's really no pick here. It is just the last seed type that is available. But Oxy didn't enter first on this Desert Temple Overworld. It was close, but it was a Desert Temple plus a Village Overworld, and Oxy entered second by a few seconds. And we'll see if she can bounce back from that on the Village Overworld.
Let's get right into this then. We've got 2-0 lead for Danny going into seed 3. 1 second left as we see both a room
there's
portal
there's
and
already a room portal
blacksmith.
here. Yeah.
Wow.
Already multiple structures on this seed. Wow.
Oh, goodness, what a
All we need.
blacksmith chest. That's beautiful stuff.
And the room
Looks
portal there
like-
as well, presumably going to enter there.
And Danny has a hat on.
Yeah.
Oxy, not a fan.
Danny's- Yeah, I don't really know if I love this play, honestly, from either runner. And I'll tell you why. They're fiending for these sticks here. And I don't think it's the play. I think there's some, unless I saw wrong, obviously, it's very hard to see the true, like, scale of where stuff is in the seed. But you're going to go to trees, obviously, for wood, for the boat eye. You're going to go to trees for wood just for blocks, right? Because if you don't get trees in the overworld, you might not ever have a good chance to get trees. Yeah, okay, so those trees are very far. So it is a little awkward, but I just think that if you're going to go to the trees anyway, why are we wasting our time getting sticks when there's nothing we need to craft in the village, right? Like, we don't need to kill the golem. We can punch 3 or 4 hay bales, and it's fine. There's nothing we really need to do, but maybe these runners are just going to dodge the trees entirely because they're just so far.
Yeah.
It's
It
very
looks like-
possible, and that is what's going to happen, yeah. So I guess there's just no trees within distance at all here.
Oh, yeah. It's a very barren seed here as
Yeah.
Danny and Oxy both building the portal, and Oxy just a tiny bit ahead here.
Yeah, just a little more comfortable. I mean, this is a situation that happens. Oh, Danny, watch the lava. It's a situation that happens a lot in AA seeds. In AA seeds, a lot of the time, you will have no wood in the overworld, and it is just correct. But you really don't want that in a ranked situation because, again, if your opponent finds wood that you don't have a boat for boat eye, which could affect you if you're not on one of those god sensitivities. It's just scary. Trees are so good, but they were just too far away.
Danny not picking up all the loot I guess he needed from the chest. And so he's a little bit behind there, just slow stuff throughout. But Oxy, meanwhile, is now several seconds ahead here.
This is
going
so different,
for-
though. Look at this is so different.
Yeah.
Nerdy. Danny's at the top here, has mined a tree already, and he's playing double, triple. Oxy might be committed to triple to gap here. I don't know if Oxy knows that there's 2 triples.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Oxy's committed to triple the gap. This is scary. This could be very good or very bad for Danny. There's a lot of variants that just got introduced on this seed. 8 gold blocks of trades versus 12. Danny's got wood already. He's at the double triple. There's loot in that triple that Oxy doesn't know exists. But Danny
and
could get no
so-
pearls. He could get no string. It could be over for Danny just as much as it could be over for Oxy.
My understanding of this is that this will be about 30 seconds faster if Danny gets the trades, and it will be about 30 seconds slower for Danny if he doesn't get the trades. That's my understanding after talking to Dugile about this.
Wow,
And
you actually thought this dude's got the stats. That's beautiful.
And like roughly, and Doog seems like he likes going for the double triple. So I guess I'm favoring Danny a little bit, but at the end of the day, I feel like there's some variance here. We don't know what's going to happen, and it could just be up to RNG.
There's Obsidian for Danny. He's at 11 already. Hasn't checked anything. There's 16. 15. I'm sorry, but that should be enough with 8 gold blocks. The obby raids are slightly boosted as well with the ranked mod. 6 gold in that chest. Any other gold blocks? Gold block as well. So he's almost got 10 gold blocks worth of trades. It's looking good for Danny to be able to exit this bastion so quickly.
And this is
But
definitely
Oxy, look at
gonna make up
Oxy's
that
trades.
time.
21 obby.
Yep.
Pearls, everything. The string is what's worrying me here. Oxy, 42 only. Danny, 28. He's going to have less, but he's got 2 beds from the village. It might be closer than we think. And Oxy has so many more pearls here. Danny picks them up, though.
Danny
Oxy's
now.
still out of the bastion first. It's incredible.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, I guess just good stuff. I mean, also did enter the bastion first, though, if we recall.
Pretty first, yeah, by like a
Yeah.
significant amount of time.
So I definitely think Danny made up some time with that decision there to go for the double
Oh,
triple.
this is
but
so interesting. Danny's going backwards on the train nav. Oxy repyring, but Danny's pulling back to the bastion, and he's going to go the other way here.
oh, yeah,
So
look
is
at that.
Oxy, though.
Yeah, they
Neither
both
one are
went the wrong
confident
direction.
now. Yeah, they both. I mean, I think it went straight one way, and they both sent right pretty far, and it wasn't right. But Danny, again in a seed where the fort's in a weird spot, again ahead by a sizable amount of time.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, it just comes down to just finding the fort again. It looks like Oxy is going to go all the way around here and eventually make it towards this fort leg here. Maybe
Again, we're
this
not at
will
the
be
spawner,
just
Nerdy. We're
with-
not at the
What?
spawner. Is Oxy gonna be able to pearl on a
Oxy
spawner?
sees the spawner.
Oxy's on a spawner,
Yes,
but it's 1.5
it's a
hearts.
ter-
Oh, there's 2 spawners though. This is a different fort.
Wait, you're right.
If any seed could have possibly more variants, it's this one.
And we've got like 15 different, we've got a whole piglin civilization here that unfortunately Danny has gotten rid of. But meanwhile, we've got lots of, he's still got 1 more left. We have 4 blazes for Danny. I mean, it's just not looking good.
It's just incredible too because the other thing, Oxy has no wood. Danny got wood at the top of the triple. Oxy has no wood. So while she might have hit the spawner first, and it's maybe classified as a double spawner, the other one has lava all over it, but maybe that gets you an extra blaze or 2. Not only are we going to different strongholds, Oxy doesn't have wood. And if this blind is over ocean, not only can she not bow die, but you need wood for explosives to kill the dragon. So are we getting wood in the library? And then that's even more time loss? So much variance in the seed as a whole. Every split, incredible.
Absolutely. And Oxy now on 4 rods here. Meanwhile, Danny also on 4 rods. So very, very, I mean, neck and neck, despite being at, totally different spawners.
Danny's up to 5 now.
Different fortresses. And
Oh, Danny has no glowstone though. Could have potentially, I mean, he has the wood, so he has the beds. So it's not that big of a deal, but doesn't have glowstone. Both on 5 rods. Oxy still on 5, 2 blazes to kill. Oxy on 6, 7. Is there going to be wood though? That's the question. Could determine Oxy's tournament stakes if there's wood in this overworld or not.
having 14 eyes there for Oxy. I guess just having the surplus.
And it's a desert. No wood. Wood has
good
to be
at all.
gathered in the library unless we're going for one shot. Unless we have enough explosives from the village and glowstone to make 4. We have to get wood in the
That would
library.
be amazing. That would be amazing. Let's see here.
Danny
Danny
throws two
did-
eyes.
did-
Yeah,
Danny did
because
hit-
no bow die, Danny throws two eyes. He's just going to one broke, so he has to leave one. Is Oxy going to throw two eyes? No, but she's looking for wood, and there's nothing in a desert. Is she going to commit to the wood?
No.
But she doesn't commit to the wood, but it's
Yeah.
the time spent thinking, right? Danny's already leaving. And Oxy can leave too.
We have Danny building out
Yeah,
the
Crimson
portal
Wood here for Oxy. So no one shot going to be attempted. Gonna have the explosives.
And he's
But
just
Danny's
in.
ahead. Yeah, and I think it's probably different strongholds. So maybe Danny gets no spike.
wow.
Maybe
Thought
Oxy gets the
nothing.
spike. There is nothing.
There
Maybe
we
that
go.
right there looked good. Oh,
Oh, not that.
but there's a way to go though. Bottom left potentially. He likes mid better. It goes this direction. Is it down
It's
here?
like maybe down here.
No light source, but you can commit. There's
I
another light
like
source. It's even
this.
farther.
No, it's too far now, probably.
Ooh, and it's the wrong way. And now Oxy's in a stronghold of her own.
Yeah.
Is that the portal room?
Is it a
Four
different
beds.
is
It is.
yes, yeah,
It is
oh
the
my-
portal room.
right there?
Much better now from Oxy. And she's going to be in the end first
Did I only
for
see
the
four
second time
beds
this
though?
season. It was 4 beds crafted. One
Four beds
from
crafted, one
5 bed,
anchor?
1 anchor. It's 6 explosives. It's 1 and
6,
8.
okay.
This is hittable.
Okay.
Has 50
chance-
hard blocks as well. But you can't fall on the speed bridge. The damage needs to be
Yep.
good. Danny heading for it as well. Has the health, has the food. Both runners do.
Oxy just wins this if she hits this. Solid
That's the
first,
first
bed,
bed. Pretty good. Has the arrow as well. I'm going to expect a double bed on beds 4 and 5.
there. Let's see it.
And the dragon's
there it
simply
is.
dead. Oxy not
Wow.
hit off, and we're going to a game 4.
That's what I'm talking about. Excellent stuff from Oxy. Able to recover from being down 2
Any
seeds.
beautiful 0 as well. It's just not enough. Sub 9 on the seed almost. 9 flat. Incredible.
Very, very close to sub 9 though. Very,
Just
very
incredible.
close. Less than a second
mean,
away.
And it comes down to different forts, different bastion routes, different strongholds. It's actually different everything. Like they entered at the same spot, I guess. Different everything. And Oxy's version of the Minecraft seed comes out on top. It was beautiful getting the wood in the nether. Great nav in the stronghold. Very nice 0 cycle, only needing 5 explosives out of 6. I mean, it's just crazy. We watched them play 2 different seeds.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, Danny here did play well. Oxy though, I after messing up, the 0 in the previous seed, I really love seeing Oxy just able to commit and show her consistency. And at the end of the day, I feel like it is hard to do 0s under pressure, and I understand making those kind of mistakes. So I feel like seeing the comeback here is very hype to me.
Yeah, I mean, you got to start one seed at a time, right? And to win 3 in a row, you got to win the first one, you got to win the second one. Oxy's won the first one, and it's a mental bounce back, to build that momentum, hit the 0, hit the nav as well. I mean,
Yep.
It's what you need. You can't have that mental bounce back. You don't even get to play a seed 4 if you lose. But now Danny gets the pick. He picks Rune Portal, picks what he bans. It's funny. Maybe shows that the seed pick bans don't really matter too much. Bans the Rune Portal, picks it for seed 4 when it can get picked. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I it's a little bit dank. I don't fully understand it. I mean, at the end of the day, I feel like Danny is he wants to go fast, and so I guess that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go fast.
Yeah, we could go really fast. But even looking at the times, 9:16, 8:33, 9 flat, like these are fast times already. But Danny's confident that he can get it done. And if you're a Danny Boy fan, he's got 2 chances to do so. So even if this Rune Portal pick doesn't go his way, he's going to have 1 more chance to pick from the rest of the seed types in game 5. We'll have to see if it even gets there. I mean, I just want to see both runners play the same seed. Like that was awesome. Don't get me wrong, that was awesome. But a lot of that seed, potentially could just be chalked up to like your fort was better, or like my stronghold was better, or my bastion was better. Like a lot of it is just kind of whack RNG at the end of the day. Maybe some skill, maybe some difference in spotting the fort. Like neither runner are very confident in exactly where the fort was on that seed, but it's so unclear. I don't know. Nerdy, you're muted. It's okay.
I misclicked. I
3
apologize for
gaps.
that. Wow. Amazing
Oh my
stuff
god, look
here.
at Danny! We're playing different seeds in the overworld. How is it possible? How is it possible?
He found a BT.
How is it possible? How is it even possible?
That's a huge advantage for Danny potentially here. I mean, having the food, having the extra iron, having a little bit of gold. I mean, if this nether isn't good, this
No,
could
it's
be
massive. It's massive. And I don't know, does Oxy even have player advancements on? Does she even know that Danny got a BT? Because obviously he picked up the diamonds. He can make a diamond pickaxe, I think. And if
Oh my
Oxy knows
goodness,
that,
you're
maybe she's
right.
going to go check. But no, she
Not
doesn't seem to
yet.
check. She doesn't seem to want to know.
No, he can't make a diamond pickaxe, but yeah, you're right.
Yeah, Oxy
W
apparently
advancement.
doesn't have opponent advancement messages on, so she has no idea. And this room
Wow.
portal doesn't even give you enough for a pickaxe. Danny, oh, he doesn't have enough for a diamond pick, but he has enough for an iron pick. It's insane.
Yeah.
This is crazy.
I mean, Oxy now going to be entering with a wood pick. Meanwhile, Danny has food. He has an iron pick. I mean, this is just an
Yeah,
incredible find
It's
by
insane.
Danny.
And look, this terrain is just so bad for Oxy. Maybe wood pick.
Oh my god, yeah.
It's
I mean,
opening
this is
up a
one of those
little
things
bit.
where Danny could just completely own the seed, and Oxy will really have no
Yeah.
idea what Danny did different. You know what I mean? Like Danny, they're like you said, they're just basically playing different
No,
seeds right now.
and you have no idea too, because the advancement info is off, and I know a lot of people do that for the mental, right? Like it's annoying, obviously, like if you always have that pace lock or like the pace sort of broadcasted, and like, oh, I'm behind. Oh, I'm even more behind still, or like, oh, oh my god, the boat for Oxy almost burns. But my point is, a lot of people play with that off. Like Oxy doesn't even have opponent progress on. Danny
Ooh,
has
interesting, yeah.
opponent progress on, but he doesn't have a timer. So both these runners obviously doing different things to keep their mental in check, but it's super punishing to Oxy in this situation because she doesn't have a BT loot. She has no idea it's there. But it's housing here. If there's iron in this
Housing.
top chest,
That's
Oxy's
beautiful.
in a good position here.
Let's see.
There is.
There is iron.
Wow.
Okay, that's a big
Not
relief
a big
there
punish.
for
Yeah,
Oxy.
not a big punish at all. But the food nerdy could still come into play. Like you said,
Yeah.
Oxy has 3 gaps, and that's good food. But
It is good.
it's good food, it's good healing, but it's only 6 hunger. At the end of the day, gaps are only
Right, yeah.
2 hunger bars. Oxy's already 3.5 down. So I'm expecting her to potentially eat one in the bastion, maybe eat one in the
Right.
fort, and then eat one in the stronghold, heading to the stronghold. But is that going to be enough? I don't know.
Meanwhile, Danny, I mean, she might just have to hunger reset or something like that, which is just time loss. Meanwhile, Danny just has some delicious salmon.
Yeah, Danny's so fast here too. I wasn't really watching, but he seems to have caught up a lot of time. I guess he just didn't have to craft a pickaxe, right? Like Oxy, even though she was there so
Yeah.
fast, she has to craft the pickaxe. Danny already has it pre-crafted, so Danny's basically caught up already and just has better gear overall.
More stuff, better gear, just everything about Danny's situation.
2
is
TNT
better, I would
as
say.
well, so he can blaze TNT for nether bricks to save an explosive as well. Oh my goodness.
Wow. Throwing in the gold here. Now, yeah, it looks like he even is a little ahead at potentially on the Bastion routing now somehow, even though he entered after. Yeah, I guess like you said, I guess just the crafting,
Yeah.
but
It's
Regardless.
unclear, obviously, how many pigs both runners have, how
that's
much
a good
string
point.
there is on the table.
Danny now ditching the gold axe.
Good string in that chest. Danny's got over a stack of strings, so not having to burn an explosive might not matter. He doesn't have to craft the bed, though. He doesn't really have to do any crafting in the Bastion. He can save it all for the fort. But look at Oxy already gone.
Oh, no, but
Throws
Aggro's a
piglin.
piglin.
Throws a zombie piglin. Oh, goodness. And now the food situation is real. On hard as well. Took a hit from the zombie piglin on hard
And that's
as well.
so not good because of what we talked about with the food situation now.
Yeah.
Only 1 gap left and no more food beyond that. Trying to find the fortress, but potentially not able to pearl as much due to the low food situation. Meanwhile,
And
Danny
still, again, can't
all
see the
these
fort. Does
gaps.
Danny see the fort? Danny does see the fort.
and Danny's
Another
on the
seed now.
fort.
This might be the 3rd seed, but Oxy also in the fort. Danny
Okay,
pearl clips
yeah,
through the
they're
wall
both in the
here.
fort.
But look at this. Oxy can't even aggressively pearl to the spawner. 1 gap, 4.5 hearts. That's it. Danny can play this fort so much more aggressively.
Danny
the
now
spawner
does
already.
find the spawner.
It's not going to matter. Spawner's so visible here, so close after the starter room, or middle room, I should say. Not actually where the fort starts to generate. Kind of weird. But there's that Blaze TNT, and a perk of Blaze TNT is there's going to be no fire that Danny has to clear out here. So if he gets a spawn cycle right now, potentially a lot more blazes. Doesn't seem like it's going to matter, though. Maybe. But Oxy's got the fire handled as well.
We've got, very similar paces here, but I mean, the main thing is, like we said, it's just the food
It's
situation.
the food. Yeah, Oxy's on
It just
3
comes down
hearts
to
and
that.
eating the gap. It's not even going to get her to the point where her hunger is going to heal her back. So I'm honestly expecting a hunger reset in the overworld and then saving the gap to heal through the stronghold, heal through the portal room.
I almost feel like this is just Danny's seed to lose at this point. Like, I don't
Yeah.
know exactly what Oxy can even do, even with perfect play, to necessarily.
There's a lot of
stop.
Minecraft left to play. A lot of Minecraft.
That is
still
true.
left to
That
play.
is true. I shouldn't jinx it. I should not jinx it.
But you're right. Danny commanding lead right now because not only is he blinding first, measuring first, he doesn't have to hunger reset either. He can just go. Still has a gap. Still has salmon as well. So much food for Danny.
Yeah. Oh no, that was intentional. I was
Yeah.
gonna say, yeah, there's the hunger reset you mentioned, but again, this is just time loss, right? Like all of these little things are adding up.
Yeah, Danny taking a little bit of hits here at the spawner, but shouldn't matter.
And
yeah,
do you think
still
that's
3 salmon? Like insane.
And do you think that's Danny's like do you think that was luck? What are your thoughts on looking for the BT there, like finding that?
I mean, okay, it's a room portal seed, right? So
Right.
I'd have to watch the first couple seconds like very closely, but you're gonna do a scan, right? Like entity, like a BT scan, obviously, because the room portal, you don't know if like it's my seed that I played yesterday where you're in a jungle and you can't see it. You don't know if you're gonna spawn right on top of
Right.
it. So you're gonna scan to know where it is. So Danny maybe
Right.
scanned a different way and got 2 spikes and committed it, or maybe he saw the room portal but saw he was on a coast and tried to scan for the BT again as well. I don't really exactly know what
Right.
happened, but he committed to a second spike that he got. And if you have a spike like that on the coast, because of how the ranked mod generates, there's never going to be ocean ruins. There's never going to be a mine shaft. There's never going to be a dungeon. Those are cleared from world spawn. So Danny knows it's a BT, but is it even going to matter? Look at this. Doesn't get the nav. Oxy in the same situation,
Oxy's
but where's she going to commit here? No. Danny committing to the left. Both in very similar parts of the stronghold. And he goes down.
Danny scares me.
But is the portal room over here? It is.
I think Danny
He's
sees
going to
it.
pearl aggressively. Oxy
And
sees it
Oxy's
as well.
above it.
But Danny's here first, though. He's filling it in just seconds faster. Literally just seconds.
No, not
he needs
seconds.
to craft one. What happened?
I don't know.
Oxy's in first now. Oh my goodness.
Both chance they have to hit
94.
whoever hits
You can
the
go
zero.
to
I don't even
99.
know though.
You go to 99. It just comes down to rotations. It comes down to the damage you can do with the beds.
Oh,
Danny
Danny
chokes it. Danny chokes it. Chokes the build. And he's dead.
He's like fully dead here unless he hits this boat. Can Oxy clutch up though?
Oxy just needs to hit top 99 and we're going to a game 5.
Wow.
It's unreal. It's unreal.
That
It's
is
absolutely
incredible.
unreal.
The fact that Oxy kept up that much pace despite that disadvantage of not finding that BT, that is incredible to me.
Has no BT, has to hunger reset, has no food, no TNT, no blocks. Gets it done still. Matches pace entering the end, hits the 0 under the nerves, knowing it's a do or die situation.
Wow.
And we're in a game 5. It's incredible. It's just incredible.
Some incredible. This is one of my favorite series.
And this is round 2. Imagine next weekend. Like what? Incredible.
And so I feel like these splits really tell a story here. So you can see in the first one, entering the Nether 17 seconds later because he found the BT, right? Then that BT slowly started to tick away. So you can see entering the Bastion, and maybe that didn't help much. A couple seconds here, I guess, just 4 seconds it looks like. But then look at that fortress. And I feel like that's a little bit better nav, but also being able to pearl more aggressively, things like that from the food, all that good stuff, saved him like 15-20 seconds there. Then when we look at the stronghold, saving even more time, right? Because again, he can pearl more aggressively, whatever, all that good stuff. Not having hunger reset. Then finding the stronghold, again, same thing. But then, I guess the found stronghold, like we said, is a little bit weird. But the found stronghold one is good.
Danny just keeps saving time until
but then
the nav.
Oxy, it didn't matter because Oxy just had the better nav there and was able to enter the end a little bit more quickly and save those 16 seconds right there.
And Nerdy, know what it might be?
Yeah.
You know what? Ironically, it might be how I was not shit talking, but like pointing out that Oxy having the player tracking and the player advancements
Yeah.
off made her miss the BT. Maybe having the player tracking and the player advancements off made her lock in for the 0. If you're in Danny's situation, you're slowly gaining time, and then you don't get a good spike. You read your chat. Oxidiot has just made the advancement. I spy. And you're like, oh, fuck. I got to find it. I have to find it. Like, and then you start thinking. And then as you're crafting your eye, as you're crafting your last eye in the middle of the end portal, Oxidiots enter the end faster than you. You see it right there because you have to look at your hotbar. You have to organize your hotbar. You read it. And then does that make Danny too nervous and he chokes to 0 as a result? Is it his downfall? And Oxy, stone cold, ice mental, doesn't give a damn where Danny is at all because
It's
he
just an
he
RCC.
can't affect her gameplay at all. She's just playing. She hits the 0 like it's nothing.
And I mean,
Is that the difference?
I feel like hitting the BT as well. Like, I mean, if Oxy can play that seed that fast, I mean, sure, it was slower, arguably, to get to the stronghold, right? But I feel like at the end of the day, you know, if she saw the diamond in the chat, right, and then she like changed her entire, you know, way of thinking and like got really distracted trying to find the BT and then like it messed up, you know what I mean? It gets you kind of out of the flow. I could see that messing you up even if you do have that info and even if you do play for it, I could see it kind of messing you up. And so, and kind of slowing down your original idea. And so I can understand the mindset. I don't know. I feel like I can understand both perspectives. But I guess as someone who does get kind of nervous, I feel like I definitely relate to the decision to turn that off.
Yeah, and I mean, helped her out, I think. In some cases, hurt her in some cases, but she wins the seed. At the end of the day, we're going to send it over to Fulham. He's back. It was not the last segment 2 seeds ago. We're back into the second seed 5 of the day. Just incredible stuff. We're going to see what he has to say about the last 2 seeds until we get into our game 5.
Wow. What a set of 4 matches that we've had so far. Set of 4 seeds. Both of these runners pushing each other to their absolute limits. It's unfathomable how impressive these 2 runners are. And when you think that one runner's taken it away, when Danny hits these 2 impeccable 0 cycles with a beautiful recovery and an insane clutch to be able to beat these first 2 seeds and beat Oxidiot. Oxidiot comes back like a phoenix from the ashes and beats Danny back 2-2 now. And it goes to a seed 5 in our best of 5. An unfathomable set of circumstances. A beautiful, beautiful match to be able to have the pleasure to watch. We're watching 2 absolute titans, and we are so fortunate to watch them. And we're very fortunate to also have the amazing commentary of Fine and Nerdy, because I don't know who better could serve but to do their job as of right now. Let's go back to seed 3. Danny has entered the end second by just seconds. But he doesn't really know that, simply because he has chat advancements disabled. Whereas Oxidiot has no chat advancements and no player tracker either. Notice this right here where it says Oxidiot has entered the end. There is none of that on the Oxidiot screen. She plays to go fast, and that's it. She plays as fast as she can at all times. And that's what Danny tries to do as well. But there's a little bit of a help by knowing that Oxidiot was in the end. So Danny knew that he had to hit this 0.
Damage needs to be good.
But the problem is,
Danny,
Oxy was already there. Oxy was prepped. Oxy builds up nicer. Danny has a bit of a slow build out here. So even if he did hit the double beds, the crossbows, the fewer rotations, it's not going to help that much. Can't crank up possibly as high. And Oxidiot's dragon is dead before Danny gets his first bed off.
Excellent stuff from Oxy.
Now, bear in mind, this is a 9-minute speedrun, and these guys are probably 10, 15 seconds apart at most.
On the seed almost.
And even though this probably went back and forth, the dragon's dead for Danny, the dragon's dead for Oxy. But Oxy won the seed within a few seconds. Now, on seed 4, we've already had a few moments of having to look for a buried treasure. Now, I really like this play. And bear in mind, this does mean that Danny spends extra time in this overworld where he's not going to the ruined portal. And is this a benefit? Is this actually a drawback? It's great for food. It's great for having the iron pickaxe early, especially, let's say, if the bastion's something like a treasure, where the chests are quite different to, in a different location to where you start the route. But in this case, it was a housing. And Danny enters the nether 15 seconds later after finding a buried treasure on the coastline here, getting some food, getting some iron in this overworld, getting some TNT, deciding against using the TNT in the overworld, which I thought was a bit of an interesting decision. Maybe using the TNT in the overworld may have been a better play, but obviously using it for Blaze TNT also very good. And then the lead picks up for Danny. Now, I wasn't clipping as many times as I could throughout this run because most of the run, it was going very back and forth. Oxy gained time in the bastion by noticing there was iron in that top housing rampart during the manhunt. Pulled the pigs down, went to the fortress. Danny was able to blaze TNT, no fire around the spawner. Was able to pearl more aggressively, was able to get to the portal coords faster. And gets to the stronghold faster as well. But doesn't enter the end first. Sorry, does enter the end first. But with a misplaced obsidian here. Tries to build up 3 here. Only builds up 2. Tries to bed late. Has to try and recovery bed. And takes a death. Very smart play to try and go for the heal. But it wasn't quite enough. And Danny loses the seed to Oxidiot 0 cycle. These runners have been within touching distance of one another in almost every seed. This is genuinely one of the most insane matchups we've ever seen. And we're not even in the quarterfinals. The quarterfinals are next weekend. To those of you who have forgotten that already, make sure you're back because I will be there. I hope that you are all there, but don't go anywhere because right now it is 2 apiece in the final round. Oxidiot versus Danny Boy. Winner takes all. Will Danny die during the 0? Will he hit an amazing clutch? Will Oxidiot take the seed by the scruff of the neck and beat it before Danny has the chance? Who knows? What we do know is that this seed is going to provide you a lot of entertainment, so make sure you show some love to everyone at the back end who's been putting on insane amounts of work, from the editors to the artists to the videographers to the commentators to the referees, ranked officials, mod creators, everyone. Big thank you. All the runners as well for taking their time to do everything. Massive thank yous to everyone. I've been Fulham. You won't see me again until next week. Back to you and Nerdy and Feinberg in the studio.
I mean, I don't know what else to say. I don't know I can top that segment. Again, appreciate Fulham, everything he's done so far this weekend. Very excited for next weekend. And like he said, this is just the first weekend. The next weekend is supposed to have even better and better matchups, better and better players sifting through the sand, getting to our grand finals eventually next Sunday. I mean, let's see what Danny picked. I'm ready for the gameplay. I'm
ready.
I don't know how we can possibly top these first 4 seeds, but I'm ready for it. I'm ready to see. We're on a village.
We're playing
Picking
Village.
what Oxy won, but I mean, again, I don't know. Maybe it's just a mental thing. Maybe it's a vibes thing. Danny's going to feel comfortable. Danny's going to feel ready to go because you're got to bounce back. Like, yes, he did win the first 2 seeds, but if you take those out, he's lost 2 in a row. On seeds where there's been 1 or 2 small mistakes, he's been so close both times, right? If he hits that 0, maybe he wins. Maybe he does it in less rotations within a second entering the end. So whatever's going to get you in that right headspace, in that mindset to play your best. Because nothing that the other player can do is going to affect the inputs you have on your game. It's not going to affect how you kill the dragon, how you route the bastion, anything like that. You're in control of your keyboard and mouse at the end of the day, and you want to make sure all those inputs are perfect. All the decisions are perfect. if you're Danny or if you're Oxy, and we'll see who's got the more perfect inputs in 3 seconds.
The series all comes down to this matchup here, this seed. Let's see what happens here. We have the village in the distance. Looks like a plains village with a blacksmith. So
Yep,
that
room
is
portal on the
definitely
right for both players as well. Or not room portal, lava pool, sorry. Head spinning with all the structures today. Oh my
it's
god.
okay. It's okay. We've got a swamp here as well, which is, it's nice. It's nice. You might see a witch hut, which
It's
would be
good.
cool.
Swamps are good. Oxy
Meanwhile,
pre-punching
Danny,
some hay bales, yeah. Different routing
yeah,
already.
good point. And let's see what this chest has to offer. Nice. So you don't need to kill the golem here if you don't want to. And you can just get some stone tools, which looks like what Danny's going for. Meanwhile, Oxy doing the same thing as well. Already haven't gotten the hay bales is nice for Oxy.
Yeah, Oxy
Though-
can craft everything she needs to craft here. Because she has the hay bales, doesn't need to segment that crafting. It's going to save a couple seconds with the routing.
No, absolutely. That's so maybe, a couple seconds ahead, but not too much for Oxy here as Danny punches some hay bales for himself as he now runs off to the lava pool, presumably. And no, he's going to maybe grab a bed first.
Maybe a second bed as well. This is some sizable time loss. Maybe does he get this house on the left here? No.
No.
He's running potentially to a different lava pool. I don't know if he saw the one off spawn, but he's making some ground here. But so's Oxy.
Take a look at
Both
this.
heading the same
They're
way.
both doing
Yeah,
the
I
same
know.
thing.
I know.
It looks kind of goofy.
It's so funny too. It's a surprisingly very mechanical thing because if you right click, you can't just offhand the gravel and right click because you're gonna till the dirt into path.
Right.
Grass path, I think it's technically called. And so you can't just sort of place it as you go. You have to place it on short grass. But look at this, both runners like to the frame almost. To the frame almost.
Oh my
And
goodness.
we're on the
this is
bastion, we're on the treasure.
I'm just going to be doing the standard treasure route, presumably. Danny, though, choosing to get some blocks. Meanwhile, Oxy just using the wood.
Yeah, could potentially matter in terms of how many explosives we have, how many explosives we can craft. Oxy down to 15 wood. Might need to build, 14, 13. So that's 4 beds craftable only right now. She's taking some damage here as well. But 17 bread shouldn't matter.
In the Crimson, though, I don't know. I feel like it's fine. Meanwhile, Danny going up here, grabbing some gold. He's gonna of course break the gold block here to aggro the piglins and do the standard treasure route. Just a few seconds behind, but I don't know. I guess he does have some more wood, right? So I guess that's the advantage for Danny.
Apparently Oxy has 7 logs in her inventory. That's what chat is saying. Must have missed
Okay,
it.
then
just wasn't crafted. There are 7 logs there, yeah. So Oxy's got the blocks, so just a little bit ahead on this treasure route. 5-7 seconds. Danny missing a gold throw. But I'm so scared, Nerdy, on the seed. There's no visible fort, I think, yet. We spawned on the treasure. There's a mob spawner down there. Magma Keep spawner. It's gonna break the pyrite. It's not gonna be usable. How are these runners gonna find the fort? We've seen so much variance in them finding the fort today.
It's definitely a little bit scary here. I wonder if they'll do the same thing or if we'll maybe see, as you mentioned, some variance once again. We will have to wait and find out here as Danny finishes throwing up the gold here for the piglins and Oxy just getting some of the backup blocks. Meanwhile, Danny checks the chest. And it looks like...
What's he dealing with a straight pig here, though? 3 hearts. I mean, again, the health, not that big of a deal. Danny, same situation. Also 3 hearts. Also killing a straight pig.
Crazy how similar these runners have been playing this seed.
And Danny has more bread to craft. Only 1, but he's got 12 worth of 12 bread worth of wheat in his inventory. Just like Oxy has 7 logs worth of wood in her inventory. I'm so worried about the fort. It could just be over if one runner finds it and the other doesn't. Massive amount of time save or time loss in a series that's been so back and forth and so close. Are we going to break the spawner? Are we just going to send it? Let's see. Oh, Oxy spots it.
Right there.
Bottom left. Is Danny going to spot it? Same way. Danny sees it as well. Danny sees it as well. Yes.
I just didn't see it on either runner, I guess.
It's the bit rate, it's the visibility, the monitor size, but they both spot it. Oxy a little bit ahead into the fort, though, in terms of getting to the spawner. No aggressive pearling. I don't know if it's a health concern or a pearl concern. No, 2 stacks of pearls. So Danny, more aggressive with those pearls to the spawner. He's making up a lot of time in that alone, starting the spawner split faster.
Right. We've got Oxy just blaze betting. Meanwhile, Danny also
not
blaze
the gravel
betting.
there. Yeah. And it could come down to the blazes that we get, right? The amount of spawns that we get off this blaze bed, but no spawn yet for either runner, so it's going to be slow for both of them. Oh, and Danny's out of soul sand. Maybe a low block situation.
And we've got some good stuff here from both these runners. I mean, I think it's generally a good sign when both runners are doing very similar things. I think it shows that that's probably just the optimal way to play the seed, right? So I always love seeing that, though sometimes it's hard to find things to mention in differences between them, you know?
Yeah, they're just
But-
kind of at the spawner, and there's no rods yet.
Yeah.
For either player. The rates, terrible. Both spawners look like they're fully cleared out. Oxy's got a couple stray blocks on the side. Not the best build out for the actual like drops. Danny's got a little bit more invested into that, but it's a low blocks seed in general. Maybe we'll see these runners mine some nether brick, netherrack around just to get more blocks while they're kind of doing nothing. It's really
And
not
both
much
little
to
hits
do,
for
not much to
Danny.
overlap here. Yeah, one rod still. I mean, you can
Or for Oxy,
mine a
excuse me.
crimson log. You can make gold picks if you're Danny. Oxy already has a gold pick for terrain. That could matter a lot.
And there are potentially.
Oh, Oxy has to throw
3
two, though.
runners.
And the second eye is not going to break, but it's time loss. And she gets the offsets. Is Danny going to throw one or throw two? Same spot here. Building up with wool. We'll see. No, he gets a one eye offset. He's able to go. And we'll see if he breaks some wood here for more beds. He does. Maybe that's for the extra bed for wool. Maybe that's for gold picks. Not sure. But it's a good heads up play for Danny regardless.
Now we have.
Can Oxy leave off that though? Does Oxy have 4 rods in the tank? Doesn't seem like it. Looking for the best way to pearl hang, studying this terrain. Gets the pearl hang out. Danny, also pearl hang. Very similar spot. How many rods does both do these runners need? 2 rods left for Oxy. Danny, I think 2 rods left as well. No, Danny, 3 rods left. Danny's a rod behind somehow.
And there's some blaze
Oxy gets it
spawns
off
there.
the first blaze. And the
And
second
second
blaze.
Now able
Is
to
this
pearl
going to be
hang
enough
out.
for Danny though?
Yeah, Danny just.
It is.
Yeah, he
So
does
he's
get it
gone
as
as well. And he's
Wow.
got gold picks. Oxy's got gold picks. Both heading to chords. But what chords are we heading to? Are we going to get there fast enough?
Let's see here.
165,
We're going
126.
to-
Oxy out of gold picks. Danny digging as well. Maybe he has slightly more gold picks on the situation. Negative
Yeah.
176, 138. They're both heading to.
Yep. And looks
And
like
Oxy's on chords.
Oxy's just there,
Y43.
yeah.
Danny cranking the gold pick. He's got one more. No. Oxy's there. Faster. If the nav hits, if the
Damn.
0 hits, it's over.
There we
Danny
have it.
is
Let's see.
there, but he's behind.
Just a little bit behind here. It does fall down here. I do like
There's the
that
spike.
play there. A little bit of a
Yeah,
time
spike
save
there in the middle. Is it visible in the ravine? No. But is it just easy nav? It is.
Right
Wow.
here.
Direct nav. It's on Oxy now to hit the 0. Choking the craft a little bit, and Danny's in, but he has to craft eyes too. This
Oh my
is 3,
goodness.
4, 5 seconds. He's going to have to push a higher rotation or some more crossbow cycles than Oxy does if she hits the 0. 97 fell off a little bit.
Let's see here. Oxy now.
Is this
Looks
too
like this is
high?
good. Oh.
No.
The first
Danny's
time
going
I'm
for a
worried it
side
was-
setup as well too. So if Oxy hits this, no bed breaks.
This is
it's
looking
over.
good.
Oh, and she's got the
Worried that
explosives
was a
too as
little
well. I think
low.
2 more beds. That's
Looks
good
good.
KB on the dragon.
Looks good
It's-
there.
It's good enough.
my
And
God,
she's
it
not
scared
dead.
me,
And
but-
the reverse sweep
Wow.
happens. Danny chokes the side setup, so it's irrelevant regardless. And Danny's playoff hopes slipping away as he slips off the tower. And Oxy will be moving on to next weekend. What a series.
Incredible stuff from Oxy there.
What a series.
Just able to come back. I mean, being down 2 seeds is really tough. So being able to bounce back and get the reverse sweep, I mean, that's just very incredible stuff here. Just pretty much faster throughout the seed. I mean, obviously there's some variance here and there, but you know, we can see just like gaining a little time entering the bastion and gaining a little time entering the fortress, gaining a little time entering the stronghold, gaining a little time, actually losing a little time arguably after that. But the point is, Oxy was very consistent, able to hit the 0 and just played the seed faster at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a great end to the day, a great end to the series. Oxy tying it up lifetime 2-2, but she's won the last two engagements in both season 5 and season 6. But this one a lot closer than the last couple. I mean, just what a way to stick through the entire best of 5. It's incredible.
Fantastic stuff here. But yeah, I just that was one of the best series I've seen ever. I feel like in playoffs, that was just incredible. I don't know. I feel like all those matches were super close, and I feel grateful to have watched those.
That's a good way to put it. Nerdy, it's time for us to think of some questions, though. We have Oxy in the waiting room for an interview. I don't even know what to ask. I feel like we just watched an hour of greatness. I truly don't
We
know.
watched an hour of greatness. Wow.
Oxy, welcome to the booth.
Hello.
And
Hello.
congrats on the reverse sweep.
Thank you. Thank
mean,
you. Jesus.
I mean,
How
how
did it
do you
feel?
keep the mental strong there, and just overall thoughts on the series?
I mean, I don't know. I think it's really hard to kind of just focus on the like seed that you're playing and trying to ignore all the like oh now I have to reverse sweep. Oh, I'm like etc. etc.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's tough.
Yeah, maybe you're at a loss for words here. I mean, winning 3
Kind
seeds
of.
back to back, like not only
Mm.
you have to win 3 in a row, you have to win 3 in a row. With
Danny played
picking
so
the
well.
seed types.
Danny,
Yeah.
yeah, Danny's picking.
Did you
He's played
see
really
did you
well.
see his 0 on seed 2 or seed 3 or something? You'll obviously probably watch the VOD back. It's
Yeah, I don't.
there was just greatness from both of you. The one thing that I did notice though, and I saw some people in chat maybe talking about it, the decision to play with no opponent tracking at all. Like your
Yeah.
instance was basically set up to just be playing like FSG almost, like a single player, play the seeds as fast as possible. What's the thought process behind that?
If I have it on for a while, it takes so much mental space.
Mhm.
Just like thinking of like I'm mid-match thinking about what I already did wrong, why I'm behind, and it's not a good use of brain power.
Yeah, I mean, we did see in the 3rd seed, Danny got a BT in the
I
Room
heard
Portal
that.
Overworld, and he got the Diamonds advancement. And if you had the tracker up, you would have potentially
yeah.
obviously seen that and maybe played differently. But at the same time, you both entered the end within a second of each other, but you didn't know that. Obviously, you're just playing. Danny knows that. Danny knows he eye spies 15 seconds earlier as he's filling in the eyes. He sees you enter, obviously, because you have to rearrange your op bar, and then his mind potentially just starts thinking like, oh my god, what do I have to do? Like, so much more nervous. You're just zeroing, like whatever. Like you're playing the same regardless if Danny already killed the dragon or if he's in the bastion. It doesn't matter because you have no idea.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, it's bad sometimes because if I'm like if we're like neck and neck, then it is like a boost to like try and crank shit harder and
sure, yeah.
like maybe go for a better 0 because that last 0 that was like a 6 bet or something.
Yeah,
And
if
the
you know
dragon
you're
like
close.
ate my arrow or something.
Yeah, that the dragon did eat your arrow. But like you said, true. If you know you're close, you can maybe try to push like 2 double beds instead of 1, or go 4 blocks higher if you know you need to save like 2-3 seconds. But I mean, it ended up working out for you, and you had an incredible bounce back. There was just some beautiful play. I mean, I think seed 2 or seed 3, one of them, you played triple the gap. Danny played double triple. You went to different forts.
Yeah.
You both had no wood. You went to different strongholds too. Like the entire nether was just fully different. It seemed like you had a pretty. The biggest struggle I feel like today watching was just finding force. I feel like 2 or 3 seeds there was like a second Pyre that came out.
Yeah, that's just been a problem for like
Sure.
years at this point for me. I don't know why. I need to work on that probably.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a variety of things. Maybe just so occupied with going as fast as possible in the bastion, or just something with the terrain. But I mean, in all the seeds, you were able to fight through the issue, get the repirate, like find the fort eventually with not that much time lost. And I mean, on the last seed, you got to the fort first, saw it perfectly from the treasure too. Like, so that skill is still there. And I mean, it worked out. You're moving on to next weekend at the end of the day. Got to play either Pax,
next weekend,
Loki,
yeah,
Duger, Manji.
It's so cooked.
Are you? Do you have any words for next weekend? Are you looking forward to it?
I mean, I am looking forward. It's gonna be fun.
Yeah. I mean,
I don't know if I am super confident, but like, I don't know. We
nah.
play
You gotta
well.
believe. You gotta believe in yourself. I mean, you
Yeah, I
played
mean,
very
any
well
of
today.
those 4 runners, you'll see obviously who picks, and then you
I
have a
know,
full
yeah.
week to practice, decide, think
Who's
about
getting
it.
picked? It's me, Eric, Beef, and Fine.
Yeah. Who knows? I mean, a lot of the game is so mental, right? And is Duke the 1 seed or Loki the 1 seed? We could throw it over the
Duke
bracket
is the 1 seed.
just to
yeah.
look.
Yeah.
But Duke might just pick like who has the best win rate against, or like who he can zone in the most. Because I don't
Duke
know,
might
but
pick me. I wouldn't put it past Duke to pick me.
we will know probably later today who picks who.
Yeah.
But it's not going to be a tough. It's not going to be an easy game, regardless of who picks who.
Yeah.
It's going to be
Yeah.
rough no matter what. But it's going to be some great games. I mean, unless you have any other closing thoughts, I think that's all Nerdy and I have.
No, that was a good match. GG's Danny. Played really well. Like, it was not an easy match to win, but GG's.
Yeah. So guys, it's
congrats
4th
on the
time
win.
playing in playoffs, and it's been a great series every time.
We're 2-2. We're tied.
Yeah, maybe we'll get the best of 5, the match 5 decider next season. We'll see. But thanks for playing. We'll see you next weekend. Go try to relax,
Alright.
calm down, enjoy the rest of your day.
All
See
right.
you later.
See ya.
I mean,
All right.
Nerdy, I don't know what else to say. It was good
Yeah,
stuff.
that
I
was
mean, we can.
that was incredible.
We just threw it over the bracket. We don't need to throw it over again. If you go to mcsrrank.com/playoffs, I think that's the live bracket. We're doing the opponent picks off stream this season. So as soon as Dougal gets to choose who he wants to play between me, Eric, Oxy, or Beef Salad, Low-Key gets his pick out of the other 3. Hax gets to pick the remaining 2. And Manji's going to have to take what he can get. But who knows how that'll work out. Those matches will happen next Saturday, starting at the same time we started today. And then next Sunday is going to be the 2 semifinals matches, the 3rd place match, and the grand finals. It's going to be a beautiful, amazing weekend. I'd like to give shout outs to the refs today, David and Rox again for all their work. Shout outs to Fulham for the analysis, Parker and Curry again for the amazing commentary. Well, we are occupied and just, giving us a little break. Because Nerdy, it is nice too. Like, not only like I'd obviously like to commentate all the matches, but it's good to have like a mental breather. Like going 6 hours straight is a lot. Like you get to think of new things, you get to look at different stuff in a different way. It's good. Nerdy, there's a request in chat. It's you gotta do this, I think.
I do this.
Yeah,
Do
there
you
you go.
like when I do this, or
It's
is
for the
this- I
it's
don't
for the
even know.
bingo. It's for Oshke bingo.
Is that good? Did I do it? Does that count?
It's like reaction. I think it's this, right? Like reaction.
Wait, is that
face?
be a
I'm pretty sure-
reaction? Is this a reaction?
No, I
thing?
think. I mean, it gets
Or
the
is it just like
bingo
when I just kinda do
square
this
no
like
matter
this?
what.
Sometimes
I
I
mean,
just
you
kind of
did
do
it.
this. Sometimes I just kind of do this.
You just kind of
It's not really a
relax or whatever.
reaction.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just kind of a.
It's good.
Kind of a thing.
Or is it supposed to be like the WTF emoji? I don't know. I don't know what the
Like the
goal is,
roller
but I
coaster?
think you did it. MES says they have a bingo, so I think you got the job done, Nerdy.
I got this.
Oh, he's doing the roller coaster. Okay. Oh, it's a hand crank going up. Okay. I'm locked in right now. Bang. Oh, wait, that was
you go.
beautiful.
There you go.
You hand crank it up and then it launches down? Is that
I
also
can
is it
do I can
modeled?
motorize it.
Okay, is it modeled after a real life coaster?
No, you would no. Someone did the math. You would die. You would die if you went on this.
Oh, like if you were a person and the G forces?
The G's on. Yeah, it would be too much. But it's good. It's good.
That's
Yeah.
good. That's good. So we'll keep it to the Lego world for now.
Yeah. For now.
But yeah, where did I leave off? Obviously, thank you to Parker and Curry. Another big shout out to Natty for the amazing stats video. I'm spamming the link in chat. You guys should subscribe. They wanted to hit 1K. There's 2,000 of you guys here, and they're only 800 subs, so we only need 200 more for that. A beautiful stats video at the middle of the stream today. I think that's it. I mean, once again, obviously, thanks to Oliver for dealing with all the production, getting it together. Thanks to Redline for coding ranked. Thanks to the players for putting on some amazing matches today. Everybody, like just beautiful series fully throughout. And thank you to you guys for watching and keeping us motivated with the reactions, the content. There wouldn't be playoffs without the viewers. You know, it wouldn't happen if there wasn't a broadcast, wasn't content to deliver for the fans, for the haters, for everybody, whoever you are. So that's all I got, Nerdy. Unless you got anything else.
No, I'm just grateful to be here, and I'm excited. I'm excited for next weekend, and I don't know. I mean, if the matches are anything like they were this weekend, then we
It's
are
gonna be
in for a
amazing.
treat
Yeah.
next weekend.
Exactly. And they only get better every season. And every season only gets better from the last. So I'm very, very excited for next weekend. Again, we'll have the bracket out for you guys as soon as we possibly can. The times, everything like that. It's going to be Saturday, Sunday next weekend. Same times that we start, 10 a.m. Central, 8 a.m. Pacific, whatever time that is in